Shri Panyan Ravindran, former Member of Parliament and Chairman, P.N. Panicker Foundation. Shri M. Vijay Kumar, former Minister and Speaker of the Kerala Legislative Assembly. Shri Palod Ravi, former Deputy Speaker of Kerala. Shri V. Muralidharan, former Minister of State for External Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs. Shri V. Madhu, Secretary, Kerala Library Council. Shri T.V. Subhash IAS, Director, Information and Public Relations, Department, Government of Kerala. I invite Shri N. Balagopal, Vice Chairman, P.N. Panicker Foundation, to give an introduction to the event.
Welcome to everybody to this August function. All individuals, the media persons, and our friends and guests. There's a small dislocation because the Chief Minister is joining us. Within few minutes, he will be joining. However, we want to start with the function. As per direction of Chief Minister, we are commencing the function immediately, and the formal inauguration, etc., will be after the arrival of the Chief Minister. Now, our B.N. Rajashekaran Pilla, the Vice Chancellor of the University. He was formerly Vice Chancellor of Kerala. He was a UGSC Chairman, and Somaiya University. Now he is holding the chairmanship of Somaiya University, and he is the Chancellor of Haryana University also. I am inviting Shri V.N. Rajashekaran Pilla to deliver the keynote address till the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister. Because there's a small confusion. There's a small confusion. And I introduce you. Yes, he introduced you. Because there's a liquid.
Shri P.N. Balagopal, വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ, കേരള ഗ്രന്ഥശാല സംഘത്തിൻ്റെ 80ാമത് വാർഷികവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തി നടക്കുന്ന ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസിൽ സംബന്ധിക്കുന്ന സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, മറ്റ് ക്ഷണിക്കപ്പെട്ട അതിഥികളെ, എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ നമസ്കാരം. വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് P.N. Panicker ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത്. വായിച്ചു വളരുക എന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യത്തോടുകൂടി ഗ്രാമാന്തരം കേരളത്തിൽ സഞ്ചരിച്ച് അറിവിലൂടെ സാധാരണക്കാരെ സമ്പന്നരാക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു യജ്ഞത്തിൻ്റെ തുടക്കമാണ് ശ്രീ P.N. Panicker കുറിച്ചത്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഇന്ന് ഏതാണ്ട് 8000 ലൈബ്രറികളുണ്ടെന്നാണ് കേരളത്തിൽ. 8000 ലൈബ്രറികൾ. ഒരുപക്ഷേ ഗ്രന്ഥശാല സംഘത്തിൻ്റെ രജിസ്റ്റേർഡ് ആയിരിക്കില്ല. ഏതായാലും 8500 ലൈബ്രറികളുണ്ട്. ലൈബ്രറികൾ വെറും പുസ്തകപ്പുരകൾ മാത്രമായിരുന്നില്ല കേരളത്തിൽ, ഇപ്പോഴുമല്ല എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. ലൈബ്രറി ആൻഡ് റീഡിംഗ് റൂം, വായനശാല എന്നാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത് അന്നൊക്കെ ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ. അവിടെ എല്ലാവരും കൂടി, ഗ്രാമത്തിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ കൂടി അവിടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്ന വിഷയങ്ങൾ വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നമ്മളെ പ്രബുദ്ധരാക്കാനും നമ്മളെ സമത്വത്തിലേക്ക് നയിക്കാനും സഹായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളതിന് യാതൊരു സംശയവുമില്ല. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്ത് എമ്പാടുമുള്ള ലൈബ്രറി ഗ്രന്ഥശാല പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെ നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഗ്രന്ഥശാല പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ വളർന്നത് ഇതുപോലെ ഗ്രാമാന്തരങ്ങളിൽ കൂടെയാണ്, ജയിലുകളിൽ കൂടിയാണ്. സാധാരണ വാരാന്ത്യത്തിലുള്ള ചെറിയ വായനശാലകൾ ഇന്ന് ലോകപ്രശസ്ത യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാർണഗി മെലൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രശസ്തമായ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിലൊന്നാണ്. കാർണഗി മെലൻ ഒരു സ്റ്റീൽ ഫാക്ടറിയിലെ വർക്കറായിരുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹം വീക്കെൻഡ്സിൽ മനുഷ്യർ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നവർക്ക്, ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് വായിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയ ലൈബ്രറിയാണ്, ഗ്രന്ഥശാലയാണ് ഇന്ന് കാർണഗി മെലൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി, ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രശസ്തമായ 10 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളൊന്നായ കാർണഗി മെലൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയായിട്ട്, പിറ്റ്സ്ബർഗിലുള്ള കാർണഗി മെലൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി. വായിച്ചു വളരുക എന്ന മുദ്രാവാക്യം ഏറ്റവും സമർത്ഥമായി പ്രതിഫലിച്ചത്, ഏറ്റവും ലോകത്തിന് ഒരു ഉദാഹരണമായി പ്രതിഫലിച്ചത് കേരളത്തിലാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ 1945 ആരംഭിച്ച തിരുവിതാംകൂർ ഗ്രന്ഥശാല സംഘമാണ് ഇന്ന് കേരള ലൈബ്രറി കൗൺസിലായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ അടിസ്ഥാനം കേരള ജനതയുടെ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും തിരുവിതാംകൂർ രാജവംശം ഓരോ വില്ലേജിലും ഒരു ലൈബ്രറി, പബ്ലിക്, അതാണ് ലൈബ്രറി ആൻഡ് റീഡിംഗ് റൂം, ഒരു പ്രൈമറി ഹെൽത്ത് സെൻറ്റർ ആൻഡ് എ പ്രൈമറി സ്കൂൾ തുടങ്ങണമെന്നുള്ളൊരു ഡിക്ലറേഷൻ യുണൈറ്റഡ് നേഷൻസ് ഒരു ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു ഡിക്ലറേഷനായിട്ട് റെക്കോർഡ് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ പ്രൈമറി ഹെൽത്ത്, പ്രൈമറി എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ആൻഡ് റീഡിംഗ് റൂം ആൻഡ് ലൈബ്രറി, ഇതാണ് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നമ്മളെയെല്ലാം ഇന്നത്തെ നിലയിൽ കേരളം ഒരു കേരള മോഡൽ ഒക്കെ രീതിയിൽ വിശേഷിപ്പിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന കേരള മോഡൽ, ക്രിറ്റിസിസം ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ട് എങ്കിൽ തന്നെയും ആ മോഡലെ ലോകപ്രസിദ്ധമാക്കാൻ സഹായിച്ചത്. ഇന്ന് ഡിജിറ്റൽ യുഗമാണ്. ഡിജിറ്റൽ യുഗത്തിൽ ഈ വായനശാലകളുടെ, ഈ പുസ്തകപ്പുരകളുടെ പ്രസക്തി ഇന്ന് കൂടുതൽ പ്രസക്തമാണ്. ഡിജിറ്റൽ യുഗം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ നമ്മൾക്കറിയാം, ഒരുപക്ഷെ കേരളത്തിലില്ല, ഡിജിറ്റൽ വിഭജനവും ഇന്ന് വളരെ വളരെ പ്രസക്തമായൊരു വിഷയമാണ്. ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിലെ ലൈബ്രറികളിലും അതുപോലെ ലൈബ്രറികളിൽ ലോകത്തെമ്പാടും പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത് പുസ്തകം കടം കൊടുക്കാനും, പുസ്തകം കടം കൊടുത്ത് കുറച്ച് ദിവസത്തേക്ക് പുസ്തകം കടം കൊടുത്ത് വായിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു സംഭവമായിട്ടല്ല, വില്ലേജ് നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സായിട്ടാണ് വായനശാലകൾ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നു, ഇന്ദിരാഗാന്ധി നാഷണൽ ഓപ്പൺ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ 2006 മുതൽ ഞാൻ വൈസ് ചാൻസലറായിരുന്ന കാലത്ത് ശ്രീ പി എൻ പണിക്കർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷനൊക്കെ തന്നെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി കോളേജ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു കൺസെപ്റ്റ് തുടങ്ങി. ഇവിടുത്തെ ലൈബ്രറികൾ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ്, വില്ലേജ് നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സായിട്ട് ഇന്ദിരാഗാന്ധി നാഷണൽ ഓപ്പൺ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ വില്ലേജ് നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു. ഇപ്പോഴും പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിലും ആ വില്ലേജ് നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ ലിറ്ററസി, ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് സൗകര്യം കൊടുക്കുക, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗവേണൻസിനെ പറ്റി സാധാരണക്കാർ മനസ്സിലാക്കുക, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഡിജിറ്റൽ എംപവർമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളായിട്ടും ഇന്ന് വായനശാലകൾ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. വളരെ വലിയ ഒരു പരിണാമമാണ് നാം കാണുന്നത്. ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഒരുപക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത് അകാരത്തിൽ തുടങ്ങുന്ന 3 കാര്യങ്ങളിലാണ്: അന്നം, അക്ഷരം, ആരോഗ്യം. ഇതാണ് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഈ അന്നത്തിലും, അന്നം, അക്ഷരം, ആരോഗ്യം, ഈ രീതിയിൽ, അത് നേരത്തെ ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പ്രൈമറി ഹെൽത്ത് സെൻറ്റർ പ്രൈമറി റീഡിംഗ് റൂം ആൻഡ് ലൈബ്രറി ആൻഡ് പ്രൈമറി സ്കൂൾ എന്നുള്ളത് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഈ അന്നം, അക്ഷരം, ആരോഗ്യം എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണലൈസ്ഡ് വ്യവസ്ഥാപിത രൂപമാണ്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ മാത്രമല്ല, ലോകത്തെമ്പാടും ഈ മേഖലകളിൽ ഏതൊരു സംവിധാനം പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടോ ആ സൊസൈറ്റികൾ, ആ സമൂഹങ്ങൾ മുൻകിടയിലേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ കേരളം, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമുക്കറിയാം ചില രാജ്യങ്ങൾ, ഇന്ത്യക്ക് വെളിയിലുള്ള ചില രാജ്യങ്ങൾ, ഇവയൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഈ മേഖലകളിൽ കാര്യമായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവരെല്ലാം സമൂഹത്തിന് മുൻപന്തിയിലേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ ഗ്രാസ് റൂട്ട് എംപവർമെൻറ്റ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയും. ഇന്ന് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ നാം കാണുന്നത്, ഞാനൊരു അധ്യാപകനാണ്, കഴിഞ്ഞ 54 വർഷമായിട്ട് ഒരു അധ്യാപകനാണ്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ സർവകലാശാലയിലെ ഒരു അധ്യാപകനാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 54 വർഷമായിട്ട്. ഇന്ന് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് നാം കാണുന്നത് വളരെയധികം മാറ്റങ്ങൾ കൈവരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. 1100 സർവകലാശാലകളുണ്ട്, വ്യവസ്ഥാപിത സർവകലാശാലകൾ 1100 സർവകലാശാലകൾ. അതിൽ 500 എണ്ണം ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിലും 600 എണ്ണം പ്രൈവറ്റിലുമാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 6-7 വർഷമായിട്ട് പ്രൈവറ്റിലും. 50,000 കോളേജുകളുണ്ട്, എത്രയോ ലക്ഷം ലൈബ്രറികളുണ്ട്. ഇതൊക്കെ സാക്ഷരത, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എംപവർമെൻറ്റിനുള്ള ഒരു പ്രസക്ത കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളാണ്, യാതൊരു സംശയവുമല്ല. ഞാൻ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെ ആ രംഗത്തിലേക്ക് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, ഈ 1100 സർവകലാശാലകളും സർവകലാശാലയ്ക്ക് തത്തുല്യമായ കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളും പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് ഇപ്പോഴും ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം വേണ്ട രീതിയിൽ സമൂഹത്തിലെത്തുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാവുന്നതാണ്. വളരെയധികം നേട്ടങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ കൈവരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. എങ്കിൽ തന്നെയും ഏറ്റവും ഹൈ ക്വാളിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു പിരമിഡ് നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ടിപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡ് മാത്രമാണ് കുറച്ച് IIT-കൾ, IISc, അതുപോലെ ചില കേന്ദ്ര സർവകലാശാലകൾ എന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഒരു പിറ്റ് ഓഫ് ദി പിരമിഡ് മാത്രമാണ്, ടോപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡ്. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടെ 50,000 കോളേജുകൾ, മറ്റ് ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളും ഒക്കെ ഉള്ളത്, അത് നമ്മളൊരു ബേസ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡായിട്ടാണ് കാണേണ്ടത്. ഈ ബേസ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡിനെ ശക്തമാക്കാതെ, പിരമിഡിൻ്റെ ശക്തമാക്കാതെ ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഈ ടോപ്പിൽ കാണുന്ന ഹയസ്റ്റ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസ് ഒന്നും സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ആവില്ല. ഇന്ന് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഈ ബേസ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡ് എന്ന് വളരെ ലാർജാണ്. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ 50,000 കോളേജുകൾ, അതിലൊരു 40,000 കോളേജുകളൊക്കെ ആയിരിക്കും ബേസ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ 1100 സർവകലാശാലകൾ, അതിലൊരു 1000-ലധികം സർവകലാശാലകൾ ഇപ്പോഴും ബേസ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് തന്നെയാണ്. അവരിതിനെ എംപവർ ചെയ്യാനാണ് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള ഗ്രാസ് റൂട്ട് മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ്സ്, ഗ്രന്ഥശാല പ്രസ്ഥാനം, ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള ഗ്രാസ് റൂട്ട് മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ്സൊക്കെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കേണ്ടത്. വെറും എണ്ണം കൂട്ടിക്കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം നമുക്കൊന്നും കാര്യമായിട്ട് അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഒക്കില്ല. എവിടെ ഈ പിരമിഡിൻ്റെ ബേസ് ശക്തമാകുന്നോ, സ്ട്രോങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ആകുന്നോ, അവിടെയേ ഉള്ളൂ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമൊക്കെ സുസ്ഥിരമായ വികസനത്തിന് വേണ്ടി സഹായിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. നമ്മൾ ധാരാളം ഉദാഹരണങ്ങൾ ഇതുപോലെയുണ്ട്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ചില ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ആയിരിക്കാം, ചില കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളായിരിക്കാം. ഭാരതം എന്നും വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഈ അറിവിനെയും കഴിവിനെയും ആദരിച്ചിരുന്ന ഒരു സംസ്കാരമുള്ള രാജ്യമാണ്. എന്നും അറിവിനെയും കഴിവിനെയും, ഈ അറിവും കഴിവുമാണ് നമ്മൾ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ കൂടെ, ഇപ്പോൾ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ നമ്മൾ പറയുമ്പോൾ നോളജ് ആൻഡ് സ്കിൽസ്, അതാണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ കൂടി കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ഇതാവശ്യമാണ് നമ്മുടെ വ്യവസ്ഥാപിത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിൽ കൂടിയൊക്കെ തന്നെ. ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നു, ഞാനൊക്കെ എഴുത്തോലയും മൺപൊടിയുമായിട്ട് നടന്ന് അക്ഷരാഭ്യാസം സ്വീകരിച്ച വ്യക്തിയാണ്. അതായത് കുടിപ്പള്ളിക്കുടം ആശാന്മാരുടെ അടുക്ക പോയി എഴുത്തോലയിൽ കൊണ്ടു നടന്ന്, അതുപോലെ ഒരു പിടി പൊടിമണ്ണ്, ഒരു ചെറിയ തുണി സഞ്ചി വാരി അത് നിരത്തി അക്ഷരം കൈകൊണ്ട് എഴുതി, അക്ഷരം ഓലയിൽ എഴുതി പഠിച്ച 60-65 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 70 വർഷത്തെ പഴക്കമുള്ള കാര്യമാണ് പറയുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ അവരൊക്കെ ഈ സംസ്കാരത്തിന് ചെയ്ത സംഭാവനകൾ, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കുന്നത്. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഈ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലാ പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും അതുപോലെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലാ പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ നവീനതകൾ ഉൾക്കൊണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത് ഈ ബേസ് ഓഫ് ദ പിരമിഡിനെ ശക്തമാക്കുകയാണ്. അവിടെയാണ് ഈ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രസക്തി. നേരത്തെ ഞാൻ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചു, അറിവും കഴിവും നമ്മൾ നേടുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിൽ കൂടെ കൊടുക്കുന്നത് ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ ഗുണമേന്മ ഉറപ്പുവരുത്താനാണ്. ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ ഗുണമേന്മ ആരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ? ഈ സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ മനുഷ്യരുടെ മാത്രമല്ല, പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ സർവ്വചരാചരങ്ങളുടെയും നിലനിൽപ്പിന് ആധാരമായ പ്രകൃതിയെയും ഒക്കെ ആദരിച്ച് അതിനെയൊക്കെ റെസ്പെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്ന ഒരു ജീവിത ശൈലി, ആ ജീവിതശൈലിയിലൂടെ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ, പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിൻ്റെ സർവ്വചരാചരങ്ങളുടെയും സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ ഗുണമേന്മ ഉറപ്പുവരുത്താൻ ഒക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. അത് വെറും അറിവും കഴിവും നേടിയത് കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം അത് നമുക്ക് സാധ്യമാകില്ല. ഈ അറിവും കഴിവും ഒരു അധ്യാപകൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഞാൻ പകർന്നു കൊടുക്കുന്ന അറിവും കഴിവും തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വളരെ പ്രസക്തമാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഈ അറിവും കഴിവും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നോളജ് ആൻഡ് സ്കിൽസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വെറും ഒരു ചെറിയ ശതമാനം മാത്രമാണ്, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ ശതമാനം മാത്രമാണ്. ആ അറിവും കഴിവും സമൂഹത്തിന് പ്രയോജനപ്പെടണമെങ്കിൽ ഈ അറിവും കഴിവിൻ്റെയും സന്ദർഭം എന്താണ് എന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. ഈ അറിവും കഴിവും ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ പരിശോധിച്ചിട്ടാണ്, പരീക്ഷ നടത്തി പരിശോധിച്ചിട്ടാണ് അവർക്ക് അറിവും കഴിവും ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഡിഗ്രി സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റും ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ധാരാളം വ്യവസ്ഥാപിതമായ രീതിയിൽ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റുകൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകതകൾ ഉൾക്കൊണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റുകൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. ഈ നോളജ് ആൻഡ് സ്കിൽസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അറിവും കഴിവും ശരിക്ക് പ്രയോജനപ്പെടണമെങ്കിൽ ഈ അറിവും കഴിവും നേടുന്ന വ്യക്തി സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ സന്ദർഭം മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ സന്ദർഭം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അറിവിലും കഴിവിലും നമ്മൾ പകർന്നു കൊടുക്കുന്ന അറിവിലും കഴിവിലും മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങി നിൽക്കുന്നതല്ല. അതിനൊരു സാംസ്കാരിക പരിപ്രേക്ഷ്യമുണ്ട്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ ഏജിനെ പറ്റി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വ്യവസായ പരിപ്രേക്ഷ്യമുണ്ട് എല്ലാ വിഷയങ്ങൾക്കും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സമൂഹവുമായിട്ട് വളരെ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്നതാണ് ഈ പരിപ്രേക്ഷ്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം. നമ്മൾ പരീക്ഷയിൽ കൂടെ ഈ അറിവും കഴിവും പരിശോധിക്കുന്നത് ടെസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയും അല്ലേ, TEST പരീക്ഷയ്ക്കുള്ള പുതിയ ഒരു പേടാണ് ടെസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. പരിശോധിക്കുന്നു. ഈ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് പരിശോധിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കുന്ന ടെക്സ്റ്റിനെയാണ്. ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നോളജ് അനുസരിച്ച് പാഠപുസ്തകം എന്നുള്ള അർത്ഥത്തിലാണ് ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്ന് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് മാത്രമാണ് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന നോളജ് ആൻഡ് സ്കിൽസ്. പാഠപുസ്തകത്തിൽ നിന്നും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പാഠപുസ്തകവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട മറ്റ് ഇന്നത്തെ കാലത്ത് ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പ് എന്നോ ഒക്കെ പറയാം, എന്തൊക്കെയുണ്ട്, അതെല്ലാം കിട്ടുന്നതാണ് ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഈ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ഒരു പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ 100% ഇതിന് മാർക്ക് കിട്ടിയാൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 100% പാസ്സായി കംപ്ലീറ്റാണ്, അങ്ങേയറ്റം യോഗ്യനാണ് എന്ന് നമ്മൾ വിചാരിക്കും. പക്ഷേ ഈ ടെക്സ്റ്റിൻ്റെ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ്, സന്ദർഭം അറിയാതെ എത്ര ടെക്സ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ നേടിയാലും, എത്ര ടെക്സ്റ്റിൽ എത്ര 100% നേടിയാലും ഈ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് നോളജ് ആൻഡ് സ്കിൽസ് പ്രായോഗികമാകാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. ഒരുപക്ഷെ സന്ദർഭത്തെ അറിയാത്ത നമ്മുടെ സാംസ്കാരിക, നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഇൻ്റർ കണക്റ്റഡ്നെസ് ഇതൊക്കെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാതെ നമ്മൾ വളർന്നു വന്ന സാഹചര്യം, നമ്മുടെ പ്രകൃതി, നമ്മുടെ ജീവിത രീതി, നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതശൈലി ഇതൊക്കെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാതെ എത്ര ടെക്സ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ പാസ്സായാലും അത് അത്രമാത്രം പ്രയോജനം ഉണ്ടാകില്ല. അവിടെയാണ് ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഈ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ പോലെയുള്ള, വായനശാലകൾ പോലെയുള്ള പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ വളരെയധികം സേവനം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് ലൈബ്രറികളുടെ പ്രസക്തി ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറയും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഗ്രാൻസ് കമ്മീഷനൊക്കെ ഇരുന്നപ്പോൾ ഒരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ ആദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നത് എവിടെയാണ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ലൈബ്രറി എന്നാണ്. എവിടെയാണ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ലൈബ്രറി? വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ കണ്ടന്റ്, വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ സൈസ് ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ്, വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ കണ്ടന്റ് ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ്, ഹൗ മെനി ബുക്സ് ആർ ദെയർ, ഹൗ മെനി ജേർണൽസ് യു ആർ പ്രിസ്ക്രൈബിങ്, where is the university library, where is the university librarian, all. ഇതാണ് ആദ്യം യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി റെക്കഗ്നേഷന് വേണ്ടി ചോദിക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്നൊരു പക്ഷേ ഒരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി റെക്കഗ്നേഷൻ വന്നാൽ ഈ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ലൈബ്രറി തന്നെ കാണില്ല. ഒരു ലൈബ്രറി, അവിടെ ഒരു ഫിസിക്കൽ എൻറ്റിറ്റി തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റൽ ലൈബ്രറി ഒക്കെയാണ്. അത് എത്രമാത്രം നമ്മൾ അത്രമാത്രം വളർന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ, ആ രീതിയിലേക്ക് പോകാൻ അത്രമാത്രം വളർന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളതും ഒരുപക്ഷെ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ എംപവർമെൻ്റാണ് ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ വായനശാലകളിലൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതില്ലാതെ വളരെ ആവശ്യമാണ്. സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് എല്ലാ വിവരങ്ങളും ലഭിക്കാനും ഇതെല്ലാം ഡിജിറ്റൽ എംപവർമെൻറ്റ് വേണ്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് ടെക്നോളജി വളരെയധികം രീതി വന്നിരിക്കുന്നു. ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് കൊണ്ട് നമ്മളെ എല്ലാം റീപ്ലേസ് ചെയ്യുമെന്നൊക്കെ ഓരോരുത്തർ പ്രവചിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ, ശരിക്കും ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് നമ്മൾ മുമ്പിലേക്ക് വരണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ നാച്ചുറൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ്, ഹ്യൂമൻ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നാച്ചുറൽ സ്റ്റുപ്പിഡിറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല. അതായത് അതിൻ്റെ ഓപ്പോസിറ്റാണ് ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഓപ്പോസിറ്റായിട്ട് വരുന്ന ഒരു മാനുഷികമായിട്ടൊരു നാച്ചുറൽ സ്റ്റുപ്പിഡിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു അതിനെ ഒട്ടും വകവയ്ക്കാതെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിലേക്കും വരാനൊക്കെ ഇന്ന് ലൈബ്രറികളും ഒക്കെ തന്നെ ഇന്ന് ഇവിടെ ഒരു സമ്മേളനം നടക്കുന്നു, ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്രസംഗങ്ങൾ ഇതൊക്കെ തന്നെ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിലേക്ക് പോകും. അതാണ് ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസായിട്ട് മാറുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ കണക്കും നമ്മുടെ ഭാഷയും നമ്മുടെ ലിംഗ്വിസ്റ്റിക്സ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അടിസ്ഥാന വിഷയങ്ങൾ, സാമൂഹ്യ ശാസ്ത്രങ്ങൾ, ഇതൊക്കെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാതെ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഒന്നും ഡിക്റ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഒന്നും കഴിയില്ല. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് വെറും ഒരു ആപ്പായിട്ട്, ശരിക്കുമുള്ള ആപ്പ് എന്നുള്ള ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് വേർഡിൻ്റെ ആപ്പും അത് നമുക്കും ഒരു ആപ്പായിട്ട് തന്നെ മാറുന്ന ഒരു സംവിധാനത്തിലേക്ക് വരും. അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെ രീതി, നമ്മുടെ സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രസക്തി, നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളുടെ പ്രസക്തി, നമ്മൾ വളർന്നു വന്ന രീതി, നമ്മുടെ സംസ്കാരം, നമ്മുടെ ബിലീഫ് സിസ്റ്റംസ്, ഇതിനെയൊക്കെ റെസ്പെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യം. അങ്ങനെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം നേടാൻ, അങ്ങനെ നാം നേടുന്ന വ്യവസ്ഥാപിത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തെ പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാൻ വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ലൈബ്രറികൾ ധാരാളം സേവനം ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ലൈബ്രറികൾ ഇനിയും ധാരാളം സേവനങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ലൈബ്രറികളുടെ ഒരു പുതിയ ട്രാൻസ്ഫർമേഷനാണ്, മെറ്റമോർഫോസിസ്, ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഇനിയും ആവശ്യം. അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൻ്റെയും അറിവിൻ്റെയും ഒക്കെ സന്ദർഭം മനസ്സിലാക്കി ആ അറിവ് നേടണമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ ഒരു ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് വാക്ക് പറഞ്ഞത് ഇതിനു വേണ്ടിയാണ്. ടെക്സ്റ്റ് നോളജ് ആൻഡ് സ്കിൽസ്, കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് നോളജിൻ്റെ സന്ദർഭം, കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് TEXT. ഒരു അധ്യാപകൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഞാൻ ഒരു കോൺവൊക്കേഷൻ അഡ്രസ്സ് ഇതുപോലെ ടെക്സ്റ്റിനെ പറ്റിയും കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റിനെ പറ്റിയും ഒക്കെ വാചാലമായിട്ട് പ്രസംഗിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ്, ഡിഗ്രി മേടിച്ച ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് ഒരു കോൺവൊക്കേഷനൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് എന്നോട് വന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, വളരെ ഇൻ്റലിജൻ്റ് ആയിരിക്കണം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും. ആ കുട്ടി പറഞ്ഞു, ഞങ്ങൾ ടെക്സ്റ്റും കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റും ഒക്കെ ടെസ്റ്റും കണ്ടസ്റ്റുമാണ് നടക്കുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടെസ്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് കണ്ടസ്റ്റ്, അതായത് പരീക്ഷകൾ, മത്സരങ്ങൾ, കണ്ടസ്റ്റ്, CONTEST. ടെക്സ്റ്റും കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റും കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് അല്ല ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത്. അവിടെയാണ് നമുക്ക് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ സന്ദർഭങ്ങളെ, നമ്മുടെ സാമൂഹ്യത്തിൻ്റെ രീതികളെ ഒക്കെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ ഇതുപോലെ ഈ ലൈബ്രറി പ്രസ്ഥാനം പോലുള്ള, ഗ്രന്ഥശാല പ്രസ്ഥാനം പോലുള്ള സാമൂഹ്യ വിപ്ലവത്തിന് വഴിതെളിച്ച പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ എന്ന് നിലനിൽക്കേണ്ടത് ആവശ്യമാണ്. ഇന്ന് ഇതിപ്പോൾ 1945 സ്ഥാപിതമായി 80 വർഷമാകുന്ന സന്ദർഭമാണ്. ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റിയൊക്കെ UNDPയുടെ റിപ്പോർട്ടൊക്കെ നോക്കിയാൽ കേരളത്തിലെ ലിറ്ററസി മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ്, കേരളത്തിലെ വായനശാല സംസ്കാരം, വായനശാല മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ്, ഇതൊക്കെ ആണ് കേരള മോഡലിൻ്റെ ഘടകങ്ങളായിട്ട് അവർ കാണുന്നത്. ഇതൊക്കെ പലരും കേസ് സ്റ്റഡീസായിട്ടൊക്കെ തന്നെ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് അഭിമാനിക്കാം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഈ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തെപ്പറ്റി. പക്ഷേ ഇതിനെ നിലനിർത്തേണ്ടത്, ഇതിനെ വേണ്ട രീതിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ സന്ദർഭം അനുസരിച്ച്, നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ, നമ്മുടെ ദേശത്തിൻ്റെ, നമ്മുടെ പ്രദേശത്തിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ സംസ്കാരം അനുസരിച്ച് ഈ അറിവിനെയും കഴിവിനെയും രൂപപ്പെടുത്തുക, അതിനെ പാക്കേജ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾക്കായിരിക്കും ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ആ രീതിയിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്. ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇന്നിപ്പം യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ലൈബ്രറികളൊക്കെ തന്നെ അതൊക്കെ ഒരു സാമൂഹിക ഇടങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. മനുഷ്യർ അങ്ങോട്ട് സർവകലാശാലകളിലായാലും ഇപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ലൈബ്രറി വന്ന് പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ ഇരുന്നാണ് കൂടുതൽ ആളുകളുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുന്നതും കൂടുതൽ ആളുമായിട്ട് പരിചയപ്പെടുന്നതും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ലൈബ്രറികളിലാണ് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ ലൈബ്രറികളിലാണ് പരസ്പര ബന്ധങ്ങളൊക്കെ ധാരാളം കൂടുന്നത്, പരസ്പരം അറിയുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു വലിയ സാമൂഹിക ഇടം കൂടിയാണ് ലൈബ്രറികൾ. അവയുടെ നിലനിൽപ്പ് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ നിലനിൽപ്പിന് അത്യന്താപേക്ഷിതമാണ്. അത് തുടരാൻ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പി എൻ ബാലഗോപാലിൻ്റെ പി എൻ പണിക്കർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ്റെ പ്രവർത്തനവും അതുപോലെയുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളും തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും സഹായിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതിന് യാതൊരു സംശയവുമില്ല. ഇത് നിലനിർത്തേണ്ടത് കേരളം പോലെയുള്ള സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമാണ്. കേരളത്തിന് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ സംഭാവനയാണ്, സമത്വത്തിലേക്ക് നീങ്ങാനുള്ള വലിയൊരു സംഭാവനയാണ് കേരള ഗ്രന്ഥശാല പ്രസ്ഥാനവും അതിൻ്റെ പ്രവൃത്തികളും. ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്കൂൾ വിദ്യാർത്ഥിയായിട്ട് ഗ്രാമീണ വായനശാല ഗ്രന്ഥശാല ആൻഡ് റീഡിംഗ് റൂം എന്നൊരു സ്ഥലം ഉണ്ടാവും. ദിവസവും അവിടെ പോയി പുസ്തകം എടുത്തില്ലെങ്കിലും പേപ്പർ വായിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിലും വി എൻ രാജശേഖരൻ പിള്ള എന്ന് പേര് എഴുതി അവിടെ ഇട്ടേക്കും. എത്ര പ്രാവശ്യം ആ പേര് അവിടെ എഴുതിയിട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത് പിന്നെയും നോക്കുന്ന ഒരു സംസ്കാരമുണ്ട്. നമ്മളൊക്കെ സ്കൂൾ ലൈബ്രറികളിലൊക്കെ പോയാൽ, വില്ലേജ് ലൈബ്രറികളിലൊക്കെ പോയാൽ പേരും നമ്മുടെ മുഴുവൻ പേരും അഡ്രസ്സും അവിടെ എഴുതി കിട്ടും. നമ്മൾ ഇതൊക്കെ വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സംസ്കാരത്തിൻ്റെ, നമ്മുടെ അറിവിൻ്റെ സംസ്കാരത്തിൻ്റെ, അറിവിനോടുള്ള ആദരവിൻ്റെ ലക്ഷണങ്ങളാണ്. അത് തുടരാൻ ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളും ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള കോൺഫറൻസുകളും സഹായിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മഹാനുഭാവനായ ശ്രീ പി എൻ പണിക്കരെ ഓർമ്മിച്ചുകൊണ്ടും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഈ പ്രസംഗം നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം. എന്തിനെപ്പറ്റി ചോദിച്ചതിന് കുറച്ച് സമയം കൂടെ പറയണം. വില്ലേജ് നോളേജ് സെൻറ്റർ എന്നുള്ളതിനെ പറ്റി പറയണം. ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പറയണം അല്ലേ? അതെ. വില്ലേജ് നോളേജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ്, ദിസ് കൺസെപ്റ്റ് വാസ് എ യുണൈറ്റഡ് നേഷൻസ് document. Particularly, this was started in the African countries. When I say African countries, people who are not in the mainstream of the society. In order to strengthen them, the knowledge centers started. They were not part of the universities or anything of the sort. People, for example, a particular group, a few people just join and then start a knowledge center. It may be in a part of a registered society. It can be part of the community college. Community college is a concept. It's a US concept. Name is a US concept, community college. But in our country, the community college concept was much before that time. Even our Pathashalas, all these centers were community centers. Similarly, the Gandhi Vidyapits, of course, they were not conceived as universities. They just started the community work in a very big way. Started in Gujarat, Gandhi Vidyapits. So now there are several Gandhi Vidyapits. For example, in Gandhigram Rural Institute in Dindigul, no? You are from Dindigul. Gandhigram Rural Institute is an institution started by Mahatma Gandhi and, of course, Ramachandran, no? Famous Ramachandran from Trivandrum. Connect with the society through a system known as Village Knowledge Centers. It's VKC was the full form. And those, for example, the philosophy behind this community knowledge centers is that we are just mentioning about universities, education providing institutions, schools, established colleges, established universities, and all that. But the total knowledge and skills available with the ordinary people in this country or in the whole world will be several thousand times than the knowledge which has been generated and given by established education institutions. And just look at the field of agriculture. English just look at the agriculture. Look at the knowledge and knowledge and skills available with the ordinary farmers in this country. Look at the knowledge and skills available for the ordinary farmers in this country for seed preservation in Kerala, for example, seed preservation. Look at the knowledge and skills of the Kalaripayat workers, Kalaripayat people in Kerala. Just look at the martial arts forms of Northeast. Look at the martial art. Look at the traditional healers of this country, traditional healers. I'm not talking about the MBBS doctors and the traditional healers. Look at the traditional healers in Africa. So the total knowledge and skills available with the ordinary people, even illiterate, not even illiterate. I should not say even illiterate, because illiteracy is not. So they have much more knowledge and skills than of a PhD professor like me or anything. Probably even in my own area of chemistry, there may be several thousands of illiterate people who may be knowing the chemistry in the real science term, much more than me. So there has United Nations has had a project. United Nations had a project known as Assessment and Certification of Prior Learning. It is called ACPL. Now you can Google all these things. You can find it out. Assessment and Certification of Prior Learning, ACPL. This was a scheme started by Indira Gandhi National Open University. Of course, that's a big university with several 3,000 centers, established centers and all that. So we thought to start this Assessment and Certification of Prior Learning. And we got a grant from the UNESCO, and it was approved as a project. We certified several thousands of people through the village knowledge centers. So we identified village knowledge centers. For example, a particular village knowledge center in a village near Trivandrum will have some sort of a knowledge. Look at our Aranmula Kannadi, or look at our, I come from Chenganur near Aranmula. So Vallasadhya, in Vallasadhya, the tradition, how they will ask for a specific thair prepared by a specific family in such and such. Of course, I can mention it. That Palathair Kondua, that's a trade name. That's a trade name. Similarly, when I was studying when I was having my first job in Calicut University, we used to go to the Mithai Teru and then get these chips, Calicut chips. Banana chips was a specialty. Now Calicut banana chips is a brand name. You will see Calicut banana chips in Trivandrum, in Kottayam, in there and all that. So there are a lot of traditional knowledge and skills available with the ordinary people in this country, whether it be in food preservation. For example, ചക്ക വരട്ടിയത് അറിയാണ്ട് 2 വർഷം വെച്ചിട്ട് 2 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞാലും ചക്ക വരട്ടിയത് കൊണ്ട് പായസം ഉണ്ടാക്കി ഇപ്പോഴും കഴിക്കും. ഞങ്ങൾ കഴിക്കാറുണ്ട്. 2 വർഷമൊക്കെ വെച്ചിരിക്കും. പഴുത്ത മാങ്ങ you can put it and preserve it for 3-4 years without anything. These techniques are known to the ordinary people in this country, very ordinary people. Maybe our grandfathers and grandmothers, they used to know all these techniques. Are they not contributing to the enhancement of quality of life and life management system? They are contributing to for enhancing the quality of life and life management system. Traditional healers. So we started traditional healers certification. Now it is after 10 years, of course, this started as a big project, and of course, Sri Balagopal and a number of people who are engaged in several activities who were not part of the university education system. We identified several 10,000s in this country, several 10,000s, not exaggeration, in this country, and then we identified them as academics, as professors. What is the problem? Now, University Grants Commission, Government of India, all states say professor of practice. Professor of practice. They don't require any postgraduate degree or what is the certificate? NET certificate or teacher's eligibility certificate. We can engage the professor of practice, looking at their knowledge. And there are also, for example, in states like Rajasthan, I have gone far and wide to identify such people. there are certain societies, continue. There are certain societies, they identify, they provide education to the grandmother, not even grandfather. They just identify the skills of the grandmother, and they certify that skills. These are all internationally recognized. Why? The grandmother has more roots in the village. She will not go away from that village tradition. She will preserve that. So there are organizations. Of course, I don't want to mention any name of the organization here because they are all very renowned organizations. They are getting international recognitions. Probably in order to recognize such activities, we started the village knowledge centers across the country. Similarly, not only in this area, I mentioned one or two areas: health, agriculture, Kalaripayat. For example, Kalaripayat and martial arts we considered the practitioners of them, and we provided them opportunities to provide this training in Northeast and in Thalassery. Of course, Mr. A.K. Antony was the defense minister at that time. Several thousands of such people were recognized and they were given a certificate. They didn't have any certificate and all that. In order to enter into any service, in any public organization in this country, you need a certificate. So we certified them, and they were inducted, several of them were inducted because they had a certificate. Prior to that, they had all this knowledge, but they didn't have a certificate. So a certificate or a recognition is very, very important in this country. Not only in this country, in any developing society, in any dynamic society, this is very important. So this is the concept of the village knowledge centers. This was recognized by the United Nations. You will see a success story of India, assessment and certification of prior learning. You will see, you can, hello? You can? So this, of course, some of these things may not be knowing. Now you just look at, it has come in a bit different name now in the government, in the central government and state governments. It is called Recognition of Prior Learning, RPL, Recognition of Prior Learning. Look, if you can just look at Recognition of Prior Learning, you will see the Google excellent guidelines. For example, as a university vice chancellor, I can recognize the prior learning in the ordinary people in the country and then equate it with some sort of credits, and these credits can be transferred. He can get a certificate to start with, he can get a diploma to further it, you can get an advanced diploma, and then finally a degree. So what is the relevance of this? This is the recognition of prior learning. You are recognizing the learning, acquired learning by that individual. In other case, what are we doing? We are teaching them, we are providing them the knowledge and skills, and then certifying. That is the regular conventional examination. Recognition of prior learning. If you just Google, this country has a big scheme of recognition of prior learning. It is also known as assessment and certification of prior learning during my days in Indira Gandhi National University when we introduced it. So these village knowledge centers were intended for this thing, several thousands. For example, not only in this area, for example, indigo farmers in this country. Just look at their knowledge. Dyeing, natural dyeing, the knowledge, the colors, the knowledge, farming, the traditional knowledge. Look at the iron pillar of Delhi. Look at the iron pillar of Delhi. Even now the composition is not even just a stain of the rust is there, iron pillar. Look at the Aramla Kannadi. There are several stories and all that. But the composition, when A.D. Damodaran was the director of the, what is the institute here? Regional Research Laboratory. Now it's called National Institute of Interdisciplinary Science and Papanamkot. When A.D. Damodaran, it was our industrial laboratory. So when A.D. Damodaran was the director of that institution, he was a metallurgist, chemistry metallurgist, A.D. Damodaran. He identified the Musharis, of course they called, that name is called, these people who are preparing this Aramla Kannadi and all that. Only certain families know. Nobody knows it. They will not give to any other family. So when their children, when their successors are no more, probably these things are going to die. So in order to preserve this knowledge, and this is very important, but such knowledge and skills are really keeping us. If you just look at the modern technologies and all that, it has contributed significantly. But even now, the traditional knowledge and skills available with the ordinary people in this country is enormous, not only in this country. So traditional knowledge systems, it is called TKS. Okay? Now you can Google and find it, TKS. In order to recognize the traditional knowledge systems all over the world, there are establishments. And in IKS now, we are giving maximum importance for Indian knowledge system. IKS is now the part of the traditional knowledge systems, part of the traditional knowledge system. And if you go to African countries and also some Aboriginal people, and of course I mentioned a few only, but our artisans, our carpenters, our the entire society which keeps us comfortable with all these constructions and all that, they have all traditional knowledge and skills. Probably they have not tried to commercialize it or anything of this. But it is very important that we should recognize them. We should be thankful to them. We should sustain it. And therefore, there is all over great movements all over the world, great movements to protect the traditional knowledge systems and equate with the established conventional university and education system, equate it. And this recognition of this is very important. And I think the universities, ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പരമ്പരാഗതമായ അറിവുകളെയും കഴിവുകളെയും സംരക്ഷിക്കേണ്ടത് ഭാരതം പോലെയുള്ള ഒരു രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ചുമതലയാണ്. ലോകത്തെമ്പാടും ഈ പരമ്പരാഗതമായ അറിവുകളെയും കഴിവുകളെയും സംരക്ഷിക്കാനും അതിനെ ഒരു വ്യവസ്ഥാപിത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രീതിയുമായിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കാനുമുള്ള സംവിധാനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. TKS ട്രഡീഷണൽ നോളജ് സിസ്റ്റം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അതാണ്. അതിനെപ്പറ്റി പറയാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതാണ്. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എ സക്സസ് സ്റ്റോറി. താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്.
Thank you, Professor Rajashekharan Pillai, for your kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of P.N. Panicker Foundation, allow me to welcome all distinguished dignitaries, respected delegates, and honored guests gathered here for the International Conference on Libraries Empowering Communities, Global Perspective, organized by P.N. Panicker Foundation in collaboration with Government of Kerala. To begin the proceedings, may I invite Shri N. Balagopal, Vice Chairman of P.N. Panicker Foundation, to deliver the welcome address.
Sir, I will not take much time, sir, only 2 or 3 minutes. Because we are really grateful to have our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, to inaugurate this function. We are very particular that he should inaugurate. That is because he is the man leading 340 people of the country, of the Kerala, 3.45 crores of people he is controlling. His magnificent personality and his, because now we are celebrating the 150th anniversary of Sri Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He is called as the Iron Man of the India, everybody knows, like that. Our Pinarayi Vijayan, he is the Iron Man of Kerala. Because his political decisions, he is going to the deeper and deeper side. Because he is advocating for the welfare of the poor and the downtrodden. Sir, for getting these people to the streamline, reading, writing, and libraries are very important tools. He knows better because he also started his career as a library man. Yesterday, we had the landmark achievement, an announcement that the Kerala is free from hunger. And that too, I must tell this, because Kerala has eradicated extreme poverty and leads India's crown story, because it was under the leadership of Sri Pinarayi Vijayan Sahab. You know, everybody, all of you must know. And he is our, God's gift. So, that's why, because every time, he illuminates reading. He wants to strengthen the library movement. So, these people are coming from various parts of the country, and some foreigners are also coming, they are joining also, and that will be through the online. Now, everybody is waiting on the online. And I must be grateful to Madam Margaret Richard and Amitabh Steffi also for their physical presence. They are all coming today and tomorrow. Followed with this program, we will be having conferences like this in Indore, in Calcutta, in Delhi, in Chennai, and in Bangalore, sir. Because this program is the first one. Because we are celebrating the 80th anniversary of the founding day of the library movement in Kerala, Mr. P.N. Panicker. P.N. Panicker is suspected throughout the world now because of this Reading Day campaign initiated by the foundation in 1996. It has grown up. And now we are focusing on digital literacy and digital knowledge centers. We want to have a change in the normal library system. We want to have libraries to be well equipped. It should be knowledge centers, the real knowledge hubs, where our Chief Minister is also very keen that we should promote knowledge societies. That is another venture. He is making it a reality. And that's why he is with us for the last 10 years and stepping for the next 5 years also. He knows that within the next 5 to 10 years, Kerala will be having thousands of knowledge centers, knowledge-based growth, for enabling knowledge-based growth. So we are making a proposal, sir. Not proposal, we have submitted to you and to the Prime Minister also. Knowledge centers, and Government of India has tasked us 49 knowledge centers in the country, in the real rural areas. That will be a physical library, there will be a physical library, and there will be digital libraries, where lot of programs are coordinated. My good friend at the CSE, they are partnering with us. Because it's a very rural areas, we are transforming. We want to have 1,000 knowledge centers by 2030. Knowledge centers for creating knowledge economy, because our Honorable Chief Minister loves that knowledge-based development, knowledge society. He wants us to do knowledge societies. Now Kerala, the next landmark announcement will be, Kerala will be totally digital literate. That's coming up during his tenure only. So, because he is our, he is our leader, taking us forward to achieve this 10% literacy, not in Kerala alone, throughout the country. In UP, Bihar, Orissa, where poverty is very bad. Poverty we cannot sustain without activities like Kerala initiated by Honorable Chief Minister. I'll stop it, sir. 1 minute. 1 minute, I'll stop it, sir. I know you are getting irritated. I know, sir. Because we are proud of you, sir. Because you are giving us the spirit and leadership to achieve our goal. We want to have, because P.N. Panicker visualized that the country should have knowledge-based development. That is, we are making it forward, sir. So, with these words, because I have been restricted, it's my pleasure and honor to invite our beloved Chief Minister. With my humbleness, I invite him to this august miss. Yes. Then I will. Then it's a pleasure to invite our Honorable Education Minister also, because he is the chairman of the P.N. Panicker Vigyan Vikas Kendra. He is giving us the right spirit, the right direction. I'm inviting him formally, and the rest she will take care of. You will take care. Because everybody is afraid of my length of this welcome speech, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the warm words of welcome and for setting the tone for today's gathering. It is our great privilege to have with us the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, a visionary leader committed to inclusive development and digital empowerment. Sir, we are deeply honored by your presence. May I invite you to deliver the inaugural address and also to light the lamp.
വായനശീലം വളരട്ടെ, മാനവഹൃദയം തെളിയട്ടെ.
നൂതനമാമൊരു സന്ദേശം അതിൻ പൂവിളി കേട്ടൊരു മലയാളം. മലയാളം മലയാളം മലയാളം. വായനശീലം വളരട്ടെ, മലയാളം.
പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, P.N. പണിക്കർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ്റെ ആഭിമുഖ്യത്തിൽ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ലൈബ്രറീസ് എംപവറിംഗ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഇൻ്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസിൻ്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടനമാണ് ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. നിറഞ്ഞ സന്തോഷത്തോടെ ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിൻ്റെ ഉദ്ഘാടനം എല്ലാവരുടെയും അനുമതിയോടെ നിർവഹിച്ചതായി ആദ്യമായും അറിയിക്കട്ടെ. ലോകത്താകെ സാമൂഹിക ശാക്തീകരണത്തിൽ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ വഹിക്കുന്ന പങ്കിനെക്കുറിച്ചും ആ മേഖലയിൽ ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന നൂതന പ്രവണതകളെക്കുറിച്ചും ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യും എന്നാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് ആദ്യത്തെ ലൈബ്രറി സ്ഥാപിക്കപ്പെട്ടത് കേരളത്തിലാണ്. അത് 1829 തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തായിരുന്നു. ആ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് തന്നെ ഇതുപോലൊരു സമ്മേളനം നടത്തുന്നത് എല്ലാ രീതിയിലും ഉചിതമായ കാര്യമാണ്. ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകളുടെ സാന്ദ്രത പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ ഇത്രയേറെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകളുള്ള മറ്റൊരിടം കേരളം പോലെ ലോകത്തെവിടെയും ഉണ്ടാകില്ല എന്നാണ് കരുതുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഓരോ വാർഡിലും വായനശാലകളുള്ള ഇടങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ നാടിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ഭാഗങ്ങളും പരിശോധിച്ചാലത് കാണാൻ കഴിയും. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ നിയമസഭാംഗം എന്ന നിലക്ക് പ്രതിനിധാനം ചെയ്യുന്നത് ധർമ്മടം മണ്ഡലത്തെയാണ്. അവിടെ എല്ലാ വാർഡിലും ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകളുള്ള ഇടമായി മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ സമ്പൂർണ്ണ ലൈബ്രറി പ്രഖ്യാപനം നടത്തപ്പെട്ട നിയമസഭാ മണ്ഡലത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഒരു ജനപ്രതിനിധി എന്ന നിലക്ക് ഈ സമ്മേളനത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാകാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിലുള്ള സന്തോഷം കൂടി പങ്കുവെക്കട്ടെ. കേരളത്തിലെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ കേവലം പുസ്തകം സൂക്ഷിക്കുന്ന ഇടങ്ങൾ മാത്രമല്ല, നമ്മുടെ നാടിൻ്റെ സാമൂഹ്യവും വൈജ്ഞാനികവുമായ ഉത്കർഷത്തിൽ മുഖ്യ പങ്ക് വഹിച്ചവ കൂടിയാണ്. അത്തരമൊരു സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ആണ് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് നടക്കുന്നത്. പട്ടിണിയായ മനുഷ്യനോട് പുസ്തകം കയ്യിലെടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് ബർട്ടോൾഡ് ബ്രെഹ്ത്തായിരുന്നു. അതിനർത്ഥം പുസ്തകം കൊണ്ട് വിശപ്പ് മാറ്റാമെന്നല്ല, മറിച്ച് വായന പട്ടിണിയുടെയും ദുരിതങ്ങളുടെയും തോത് കുറക്കുമെന്നാണ്. അതെങ്ങനെയാണ്? ബ്രെഹ്ത്ത വാചകം എഴുതുമ്പോഴുണ്ടായ സാമൂഹ്യ സാഹചര്യം കൂടി കണക്കെടുക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് നമുക്കത് മനസ്സിലാവുക. ഒന്നാം ലോക മഹായുദ്ധം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു പതിറ്റാണ്ടിലധികം പിന്നിട്ടിട്ടും തുടരുന്ന ദുരിതങ്ങളും പട്ടിണിയും ഒരു വശത്ത്, ഗ്രേറ്റ് ഡിപ്രഷൻ പോലുള്ള സാമ്പത്തിക പ്രതിസന്ധികൾ മറുവശത്ത്. ഇതിനു പുറമെയാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ജന്മരാജ്യമായ ജർമ്മനിയിൽ ഉയർന്നു വന്ന വംശീയ വിദ്വേഷം ഉഗ്രരൂപം പൂണ്ടത്. ദുരാഗ്രഹങ്ങൾക്കും ഭേദചിന്തകൾക്കും വർഗീയ വിദ്വേഷത്തിനുമുള്ള പരിഹാരമായാണ് അദ്ദേഹം വായനയെ കണ്ടത്. ഉള്ളവൻ ഇല്ലാത്തവന് കൊടുക്കാൻ, എല്ലാ മനുഷ്യരെയും സഹോദരങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ കാണാൻ കഴിയുന്ന വിധത്തിലേക്ക് ഓരോ മനുഷ്യനെയും പരിവർത്തിപ്പിക്കാൻ വായനയ്ക്ക് കരുത്തുണ്ടെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം വിശ്വസിച്ചു. ആ നിലയിലേക്ക് മനുഷ്യനെ മാറ്റി തീർക്കാൻ പുസ്തകങ്ങൾക്ക് കഴിയുമെന്ന് വിശ്വസിച്ചതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ബ്രെഹ്ത്ത് പട്ടിണിക്കുള്ള മരുന്നായി പുസ്തകത്തെ കണ്ടത്. ഇത് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനൊരു കാരണമുണ്ട്. ഇക്കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസമാണ് നമ്മുടെ കേരളം അതിദാരിദ്ര്യമുക്ത സംസ്ഥാനമായി പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കപ്പെട്ടത്. അതായത് വിശക്കുന്നവരില്ലാത്ത, അഗതികളായ മനുഷ്യരില്ലാത്ത നാടായി നമ്മുടെ നാട് മാറി. അതിന് സഹായകമായ ഒട്ടേറെ ഘടകങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടത് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉയർന്നു വന്ന വായനാ സംസ്കാരം തന്നെയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തെ മറ്റിടങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നും വ്യത്യസ്തമായി കേരളത്തിലെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ വികസിച്ചത് ദേശീയ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെയും നവോത്ഥാന മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങളുടെയും കർഷക തൊഴിലാളി പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുടെയും ഭാഗമായാണ്. ഗ്രാമഗ്രാമാന്തരങ്ങളിലെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകളിൽ നിന്നും പുസ്തകങ്ങളെ പരിചയപ്പെട്ടവരാണ് മലയാളികൾ. അതിലൂടെ അറിവും കനിവും ഒരുപോലെ കേരളീയ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഇഴചേർന്നു. അതിലൂടെ ഉണ്ടായൊരു പ്രത്യേകത, അന്യമനുഷ്യനോട് കരുതലുള്ള ഒരു സമൂഹം ഉയർന്നു വന്നു. ആ സാമൂഹ്യ അടിത്തറയിൽ കൂടി നിലയുറപ്പിച്ചാണ് നാം ഇപ്പോൾ അതിദാരിദ്ര്യമുക്ത സംസ്ഥാനമായി മാറിയത്. ബൃഹത് പറഞ്ഞതുമായി തട്ടിച്ചു നോക്കിയാൽ പുസ്തകം വായിച്ചതിലൂടെ ഉണ്ടായി വന്ന വിവേകം കൂടിയാണ് അതിദാരിദ്ര്യ നിർമ്മാർജ്ജനം പോലെയുള്ള നേട്ടങ്ങൾക്ക് കരുത്തായതെന്ന് കരുതേണ്ടി വരും. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പട്ടിണിയായ മനുഷ്യനോട് പുസ്തകം കയ്യിലെടുക്കാൻ ആഹ്വാനം ചെയ്ത ആ വരികൾ ഇവിടെ ഉദ്ധരിച്ചത്. വായനയിലൂടെ കേരള സമൂഹം ആർജിച്ച മുന്നേറ്റത്തെ ലോകത്തിനാകെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയണം. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ തന്നെ പല പ്രദേശങ്ങളിലും ലൈബ്രറികളും സാംസ്കാരിക സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളും വളർന്ന് പന്തലിക്കുവാൻ ഈ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തൽ സഹായിക്കും. മനുഷ്യർ തമ്മിലുള്ള ഐക്യം വലിയ തോതിൽ ഊട്ടിയുറക്കപ്പെടും. പണ്ടൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറികൾ പൊതു ഇടങ്ങൾ കൂടിയായിരുന്നു. കൂട്ടം കൂടാനും ക്രിയാത്മകമായ ചർച്ചകൾ ഉയർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരാനും വേദിയായിരുന്നത് വായനശാലകളാണ്. ദൃശ്യമാധ്യമങ്ങളുടെ വരവ് പിന്നീടുണ്ടായി. അപ്പോഴും വായനക്കാർ വായന തുറന്നുകൊണ്ടേയിരുന്നു. സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യയുടെ വികാസം കൂടി വന്നതോടെ വായനക്ക് ലൈബ്രറികളിലേക്ക് ചെല്ലേണ്ടത് അനിവാര്യമല്ല എന്ന നിലയുണ്ടായി. അതോടെ അത്തരം സാമൂഹിക കൂട്ടായ്മകളുടെ എണ്ണത്തിൽ കുറവ് വന്നു. അത് പരിഹരിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ലൈബ്രറികളുടെ പ്രവർത്തനം വികേന്ദ്രീകൃതമായ നിലയിലാണ് വികസിതമാകുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ സാമൂഹ്യ പുരോഗതിക്ക് അനുഗുണമാകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഇത് മാറ്റി തീർക്കാൻ കഴിയേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹം അന്ധവിശ്വാസങ്ങളും അനാചാരങ്ങളും തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സ്ഥാപിത ശക്തികൾ കൊണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന കാലമാണ്. വെളിച്ചത്തെ ഭയക്കുകയും ഇരുട്ടിൽ വലിയ തോതിൽ വളരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന ദുഷ്ടശക്തികളുടെ ഇത്തരം നീക്കങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ ജനമനസ്സുകളിൽ ജാഗ്രത ഉണർത്താൻ നമ്മുടെ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പൊതു ഇടങ്ങൾക്ക് കഴിയേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. കേരള സമൂഹത്തിൽ വായനയുടെ പ്രസക്തി ആഴത്തിൽ വേരോടിയതിനു പിന്നിൽ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലാ പ്രസ്ഥാനം വഹിച്ച പങ്ക് വളരെ വലുതാണ്. പി.എൻ. പണിക്കരും ഐ.വി. ദാസുമെല്ലാം ഇക്കാര്യത്തിൽ നമ്മെ മുന്നിൽ നിന്ന് നയിച്ചവരാണ്. അവരുടെയെല്ലാം ഓർമ്മകൾക്ക് മുന്നിൽ പ്രണാമം അർപ്പിക്കുന്നു. വായനയിലേക്ക് പുതുതലമുറയെ കൈപിടിച്ച് നടത്താൻ കേരളത്തിലെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലാ പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്നും ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു പോന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രാമാന്തരങ്ങളിലെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകളിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ബാലവേദികൾ, ലൈബ്രറികളിൽ സ്ഥാപിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള എഴുത്തുപെട്ടികൾ, ഹൈസ്കൂൾ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്കായി നടത്തുന്ന വായനോത്സവം, ചിൽഡ്രൻസ് ഹോം, ലൈബ്രറി സർവീസ് ഇവയെല്ലാം അതിൽ ചിലത് മാത്രമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീകൾക്കും അതിഥിത്തൊഴിലാളികൾക്കും ഗ്രന്ഥശാലാ സേവനം എത്തിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ നടന്ന ശ്രമങ്ങളെ സമൂഹം താൽപ്പര്യത്തോടെയാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ട്രൈബൽ ലൈബ്രറികളും ജയിൽ ലൈബ്രറികളും വളരെ മെച്ചപ്പെട്ട രീതിയിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുകയാണ്. വർത്തമാനകാല പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും അവയുടെ കുരുക്കഴിക്കാനും മാത്രമല്ല, ഭാവി സാധ്യതകളും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും അതിനനുസരിച്ച് പ്രായോഗിക പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for officially inaugurating this international conference. Shri V. Shivankuti, Honorable Minister for Education, Kerala, has conveyed his presidential address regards as he is forced to take his leave due to an emergency. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite your attention to a virtual message from Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Vice President of India.
Vice President message. Vice President. Yeah, Vice President message. I would say Vice President. Yes. Dr. Yashveer Singh, he will speak for 5 minutes. He is the advisor to the Skill Ministry, Skill and Entrepreneurship. And he was formerly chairman of the Khadi and Villages Commission. And he is in making the Kerala, in making the India, the country, more knowledge empowered.
I may be permitted to speak in Hindi. Will be all right? Thank you. आदरणीय पानीकर साहब, एक्स वाइस चांसलर साहब, यहाँ मंच पर बैठे महानुभाव, मेरे सामने बैठे केरला की धरती से आए, दूर दूर से आए महानुभाव, प्यारी बहनें, प्यारी माताओं, केरल में अगर लाइब्रेरी की बात करें तो बड़ा अटपटा सा लगता है। हमने सुना था कि केरल में बहुत पहले 100% लिटरेसी, और अगर 100% लिटरेसी केरला में थी तो लाइब्रेरीज की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी? ये सवाल जब पानीकर साहब ने मुझसे कहा तो मुझे सोचना पड़ा। और सब जानते हैं कि आवश्यकता ही जननी होती है हर एक रिसर्च की, आविष्कार की आवश्यकता जब पड़ती है। आज वाइस चांसलर साहब ने भी जिक्र किया कि अगले आने वाला समय आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का होगा। लेकिन मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ इतिहास की 2-3 चीज़ें। ये देश जब भी गुलाम हुआ उसका मुख्य कारण टेक्नोलॉजी रहा। हमारे पास बंदूकें थी, हमारे पास हथियार थे, बल्लम भाले थे, उनके पास तोपें थी, बंदूकें थी। और जो भी मुल्क हारा है वो टेक्नोलॉजी से हारा। आज मिसाइल का युग है। मैन फोर्स का इम्पोर्टेंस कम होकर के टेक्नोलॉजी का इम्पोर्टेंस बढ़ता जा रहा। लाइब्रेरीज खोली, गांव-गांव खोली, उनको डिजिटल किया। ये बहुत बड़ा काम है, मैं भी महसूस करता हूँ। आज 3 दिन पहले अखबार में मैंने पढ़ा था कि केरला में एब्सोल्यूट पावर्टी, जो नीचे सबसे गरीब लोग थे, वो एब्सोल्यूट पावर्टी समाप्त हो गई है। और मैं ये जानता हूँ कि स्कूल का गेट जो है वो बराबरी का पहला दरवाज़ा है, जहाँ अमीर और गरीब आदमी दोनों के बच्चे एक साथ दरवाजे में घुसते हैं। इसी तरह टेक्नोलॉजी का है। टेक्नोलॉजी जिन मुल्कों ने बड़ी, आज अमेरिका क्यों दादागिरी दिखा रहा, क्योंकि उन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी हमसे बेहतर डेवलप कर दी। उससे पहले फ्रांस और जापान ने भी यही हाल किया। आज चाइना हमसे आगे है हर टेक्नोलॉजी में। अभी भारत सरकार ने, वाइस चांसलर साहब, अभी भारत सरकार ने 1000 करोड़ रुपया, चूँकि मैं किसान ट्रस्ट का चेयरमैन भी हूँ, हमने बहुत रिक्वेस्ट की थी सरकार से कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को किसानों के लिए खेत में ले जाया जाए। भारत सरकार ने 1000 करोड़ रुपया उसके लिए दिया है और कई IITs को लगाया है इसमें कि आप इस टेक्नोलॉजी को खेत तक पहुंचाएं। हम जानते हैं किसान खेती करता है, उसकी नॉलेज बहुत लिमिटेड है, चाहे सीड के बारे में, फर्टिलाइजर के बारे में, इरिगेशन के बारे में। और अगर टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए, चूँकि कई देश ऐसे हैं जिनकी कृषि की उत्पादकता हर फसल की, गेहूँ हो, चावल हो, कपास हो और फसलें हों, उनकी हमसे ज़्यादा है। हालांकि जलवायु हमारी सबसे अच्छी है, मिट्टी हमारी सबसे अच्छी है, लेकिन हम कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी में पीछे हैं उन देशों के मुकाबले, चाइना हो या जापान हो या अमेरिका हो। तो आज टेक्नोलॉजी का दौर है और उसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका, जो गांव-गांव में ये लाइब्रेरीज खोली जा रही, इनको डिजिटल किया जा रहा, इनका आने वाले समय में और बहुत बड़ा योगदान हो सकता है अगर हम अभी से प्लान करें। केवल शिक्षा नहीं, मेडिकल के क्षेत्र में भी, कृषि के क्षेत्र में भी, शिक्षा में तो है ही, जो कि इस देश की सबसे बड़ी, जिसमें मैन पावर लगनी है। और आज भी मैन पावर, कृषि में आज भी 56% लोग, 56% लोग आज भी खेत से जुड़े हुए हैं। और खेत के बिना देख लिया, कोविड के दिनों में एक किसान और खेती ही बची जिसने देश को खड़ा रखा। अगर किसान खड़ा ना रहता खेत में और पैदावार नहीं होती तो देश चरमरा गया होता। बहुत देश चरमरा गए भूख के कारण, किसी को भूख से नहीं मरने दिया, किसान ने इतना अन्न पैदा किया। आज अगर हमारी पोटेंशियलिटी देखी जाए कि हिंदुस्तान की एग्रीकल्चर की इतनी पोटेंशियलिटी है कि कई देशों को खिला सकता है, फिर भी कुछ चीज़ें हमें बाहर से, ख़ास तौर से पाम ऑलिव ऑयल और दालें बाहर से मंगानी पड़ रही है। तो ये मैं, जिन लोगों ने सोचा, पानीकर साहब ने, हमें गांव-गांव लाइब्रेरी खोलनी चाहिए, उनको डिजिटल करना चाहिए, उनका विजन कितना बड़ा होगा। इसके जरिए गांव के आदमी को हम कैसे समृद्ध बना सकते हैं, एम्पावर कर सकते हैं कि वो चाहे खेत में खड़ा किसान हो उस गांव का, चाहे नौजवान हो जो अपनी रोजगार ढूंढ रहा, चाहे वो तैयारी कर सकता है एग्जामिनेशन की, या जो बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ रहे, किसी वजह से उनको कोई दिक्कत है तो लाइब्रेरी में बैठ के पढ़ सकते हैं। दूसरे, लाइब्रेरी एक और एवेन्यू खोलता है। क्लासरूम में केवल एक लिमिटेड सिलेबस होता है, करिकुलम होता है, किताबें लिमिटेड होती हैं, इसलिए बच्चे को वही पढ़ाई जाती है। लाइब्रेरी एक ऐसी जगह है कि फालतू समय में बच्चा बहुत सारी चीज़ों पर, अगर लाइब्रेरी में किताबें हैं, हिस्ट्री की हैं, इकोनॉमिक्स की हैं, कॉमिक्स हैं, खेल की हैं, दूसरे विषयों की है, तो वो भी पढ़ कर के उन चीज़ों का लाभ उठा सकता है। और डिजिटल होने से और ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हो गया, वो सीधा आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के जरिए जो अगर नहीं भी है वहाँ उपलब्ध, वो उपलब्ध कराई जा सकती है। इसलिए ग्रामीण एरिया में, केरल में तो हुआ ही है, मैं तो कहता हूँ ये पूरे देश के पैमाने पर होना चाहिए। सभी सरकारों को करना चाहिए, भारत सरकार को भी करना चाहिए। जो इनिशिएटिव पानीकर साहब ने लिया और उनके सपुत्र बाल गोपाल जी इस झंडे को लेकर चल रहे हैं आज हम सब लोगों के बीच, और लोगों को याद दिला रहे हैं कि ये एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है जिस इंस्टीट्यूशन के जरिए हम ग्रामीण लोगों को एम्पावर कर सकते हैं। इस साल 3 लोगों को इकोनॉमिक्स में नोबेल प्राइज मिला है और तीनों की फाइंडिंग एक ही है कि ये स्किल ही है जो मनुष्य की और देश की गरीबी को दूर कर सकती है। 3 लोगों को मिला है और तीनों की फाइंडिंग अलग अलग थी, अलग अलग देशों के लोग हैं, लेकिन उनकी फाइंडिंग यही थी। और उस स्किल को गांव तक पहुंचाने का काम ये लाइब्रेरीज, डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी कर सकती हैं। इसलिए ये खाली पढ़ने का ही नहीं, एम्पावरमेंट का ही नहीं, ये गरीबी दूर करने का भी एक बड़ा माध्यम बन सकता है। मैं और ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता। मुझे तो बहुत खुशी हुई, मैं जब खादी कमीशन का चेयरमैन था तब भी बाल गोपालन जी ने बुलाया था, मैं आया था, कई लेक्चर दे करके गया था, वो विषय अलग थे, लेकिन आज विषय दूसरा था। मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं इतनी एलीट क्लास के बीच में बैठ करके, मैं तो किसानों में काम करता हूँ, आप लोगों से आज तासुर हुआ, आमना सामना हुआ और विचार सुनने को मिलेंगे। मैं भी आज तो हूँ, दिन भर आप लोगों से जानकारी लूँगा। और ये जो लाइब्रेरी का प्रोग्राम है, हमने कुछ किसान ट्रस्ट के जरिए, जब से मैं बाल गोपालन जी के टच में आया हूँ तब से मैंने भी अपने गांव में लाइब्रेरी खोलनी शुरू की है। अगली बार आएंगे तो मैं अपने गांव ले चलूँगा, मैंने भी अपने गांव में लाइब्रेरी खोली है, उद्घाटन करवाऊँगा इनसे। तो ये एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है जिसको हम केरला में नहीं, पूरे देश में इसकी आवश्यकता है। अभी बहुत देश में गरीबी भी है, लाचारी भी है, अशिक्षा भी है, बहुत काम है जिनमें अभी भी स्कूल नहीं है। लाइब्रेरी की तो बात छोड़ दीजिए। मैं जानता हूँ उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार में ज़्यादा घूमता हूँ, तो वहाँ अभी भी स्थिति बहुत अच्छी नहीं, केरल जैसी नहीं। यहाँ तो शिक्षा जिसको बोलते हैं, आज नहीं, महाराजा त्रावणकोर के बारे में सुनते थे, उन्होंने किस तरह से लड़कियों की शिक्षा यहाँ इंट्रोड्यूस की थी जब वो विदेश से पढ़ के आए थे। आज यहाँ गर्ल्स एजुकेशन 100% है, ये बड़ी चीज़ है। एक राजा का एक छोटा सा वाक्य, उसकी एक सोच, आज भी वही रोल सरकारों का है। सरकार की एक सोच आवाम और हुकूमत को बदल सकती है। तो इतने लोग, आप लोग चैंपियन हैं इस कॉज के, लगे हुए हैं इस प्रोग्राम में, मैं उन सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ कि इस परंपरा को जो पानीकर साहब ने शुरू की, उसको अंतिम गांव तक, अंतिम व्यक्ति तक, जो गांधी जी का सपना है उसको पूरा करें और इसको ले जाने की कोशिश करें। मैं दिल से उनके साथ हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Dr. Yashwir Singh, former Chairman, KVIC, Government of India, for your valuable words. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again request you all to the wall, to the attention to a virtual message from Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Vice President of India. Over to the wall.
தன்னகத்தை கொண்டிருக்கின்ற புனித பாரத அம்மையோட பொற்பாதங்களை நமஸ்கரிச்சு എൻ്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സഹോദരന്മാരെ സഹോദരിമാരെ നമസ്കാരം. I extend my warm greetings to all participants of the International Conference on Libraries Empowering Communities Global Perspectives, organized by the P.N. Panicker Foundation. I also convey my sincere regards to the distinguished guests and delegates who have gathered to deliberate on a subject of immense importance. I regret that I couldn't join you in person for this special occasion. The great Tamil poet Thiruvallur beautifully captured the essence of the learned gatherings in his Thirukural. Uvapat Talaigudi Ulla Piridal Anaithe Pulavar Tolil. The learned come together in joy, and even when they part, their hearts remain united. Such is the way of the wise. This timeless thought reflects the very spirit of today's conference, uniting minds through the shared pursuit of knowledge. This conference marks the 80th year of the organized library movement in Kerala and the 30th year of Reading Day celebrations. My heartiest greetings to everyone associated with this inspiring journey, and my highest respect for Sri P.N. Panicker ji, a pioneer of library and literacy movement in India. His timeless motto, Valchu Valarga, read and grow, continues to guide us even today. Bharat has been a land of knowledge since time immemorial. The great epics Ramayana and Mahabharata carried the values of wisdom and dharma far beyond our borders, influencing civilizations across the world. From this sacred land arose saints and scholars who dedicated their lives to spreading enlightenment. Adi Sankaracharya ji traveled across Bharat to awaken spiritual awareness and unify thoughts. Countless other sages and thinkers enriched our civilization with their wisdom, compassion, and vision. Kerala has been shining light in the civilizational journey, known for its high literacy excellence, and social awareness. The vision of Panicker ji transformed libraries into vibrant centers of community life, where reading became a people's movement and knowledge became a tool for empowerment. In today's digital era, libraries continue to hold deep relevance, while digital reading and social media offer easy access to information. Sometimes they lead to distraction and shallow engagement. Libraries, on the other hand, offer calm spaces for deeper thought, reflection, and meaningful interaction. Place where communities come together to learn, share, and grow. Importantly, in an age challenged by misinformation and fake news, libraries have emerged as trusted sources of factual information and digital literacy. Libraries are therefore not just repositories of books, they are temples of learning and empowerment. I deeply appreciate the efforts of P.N. Panicker Foundation for carrying forward this noble mission with commitment. Spreading reading, culture, literacy, and digital learning even in the remotest corners of the country. The world continues to thrive because of such selfless and visionary service. Let us all reaffirm that our libraries are dynamic spaces of learning, inclusion, and innovation. Let every child have access to books, every youth the joy of discovery, and every citizen the power of knowledge. May your efforts continue to inspire Kerala and the Bharat as whole and the beyond the globe. Nani, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Namaskaram.
We sincerely thank the Honorable Vice President for his inspiring message and gracious words of encouragement. I now invite Dr. Vijay Kumar KP, the conference director, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, library enthusiasts, and my dear participants, it is my bounden duty to offer auto thanks. I don't much of the time because we are already lagging behind. And, you know, in spite of the busy schedule, our Honorable Prime Minister, Chief Minister could come and inaugurate the function. We were very keen, as was mentioned by Sri Rajagopalji. We were anxiously waiting for his arrival, and he was gracious enough to grace the occasion and inaugurate the function. And thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Shivanguti, of course, in spite of the busy schedule, accompanied the CM, and he left with him because they have got urgent meetings to attend. I thank Sri Shivanguti also. He is the chairman of P.N. Panicker Foundation. And we are indebted to our Honorable Vice President, Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan, for his message. He was gracious enough, even though we approached late, he was quick enough to respond to our request. We thank our Honorable Vice President also. Then all the guests were in time, especially Sri Panyan Ravindran, ex-MP, Sri M. Vijay Kumar, Sri Palod Ravi, Sri V. Muralidharan, Sri V.K. Madhu, and Sri T.V. Subhash, IAS, all of them were there. And we express our gratitude to one and all. And we had a guest, Dr. Ashwir Singh. He was bound to speak tomorrow, but he made it only today, and therefore we express our gratitude to him also. And of course, we are especially grateful to Dr. V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai, who took up the task of extending his informative talk, I should say. Even though it was an extempore talk, he was gracious enough to extend his talk, and that too was very informative talk. And we are grateful to Professor Dr. V.N. Rajashekharan Pillai for his, keynote address. And now we disperse for the tea break, even though slightly delayed. Let us break for the tea. And I thank Sri Balagopal also for handling the session in an efficient way. And let us break for the tea, and please be kind enough to assemble within 10 or 15 minutes, so that three more speakers. One is our keynote address, who is in Paris now, and he will be addressing us, and Dr. Shadrach, and he is an international consultant, library consultant, and we are anxiously waiting for his speech. And of course, as director of the conference, it is my duty to introduce the transactions of the conference, which is going to take place now. And then there will be a presentation of the theme paper by Sri N. Balagopal, who has formulated his own policies for knowledge centers, and that will be presented before you. So these things are there, and it will be over by 1 o'clock as scheduled. Okay, we will overcome the time. Thank you all. Let us break for the tea.
With that, we conclude the inaugural session of the International Conference on Libraries Empowering Communities, Global Perspectives. Let us carry forward the insights shared today as we move into the technical session that explore the many dimensions of libraries in a transforming world. We'll now take a short tea break. Please reassemble after 15 minutes for the plenary session 1.
അടുത്ത സെഷൻ തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. വേഗം, കാരണം 1:30 അടുത്ത് തീർക്കണമായിരുന്നു. ഓൺലൈൻ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്, പാരീസിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ ആൾക്കാർ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. പ്ലീസ് എല്ലാവരും വരൂ, അകത്തോട്ട് കയറി ഇരിക്കൂ. രാജേഷ് അകത്തോട്ട് ഇരിക്കൂ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സെഷൻ വിളിക്കൂ, നെക്സ്റ്റ് സെക്ഷൻ വിളിക്കൂ. കാരണം ഓൺലൈനിൽ പാരീസിന് ശേഷം അവർ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഓ ഇല്ല ശരി 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 ഓക്കെ. വരൂ 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 വരൂ.
Requesting all guests to please reassemble inside the hall. We'll begin the plenary session shortly. Once again, I request all participants and guests to please reassemble inside the hall. We are beginning the session shortly.
ഞാൻ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം.
സാറിനെ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് സാറിനെ പറയാൻ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം.
ചെയ്തോളൂ.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the plenary session 1, which will set an insightful opening remarks on library empowering communities, global perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Dr. Vijay Kumar KP, the conference director, to introduce the session chair.
Respected friends, delegates, and participants, we are going to meet. I have used the term meet deliberately. Dr. B. Shadrach, today's keynote speaker, the world-renowned library and information consultant who is in the process of revolutionizing knowledge hubs. Dr. B. Shadrach had his PhD in information science from Loughborough University, UK. His thesis was on measuring the impact of rural information access initiatives. That itself makes him the most appropriate person to deliver the keynote address on the topic of the conference. He is a close friend of P.N. Panicker Foundation, and he always makes himself available for our programs, but this time he had an urgent session in Paris and he is addressing us from Paris. Over the years, Dr. Shadrach has emerged as a seasoned international consultant, specializing in library innovation, ICT for development, digital literacy, open knowledge systems, and lifelong learning. With nearly 4 decades of experience since 1986, he has managed programs across over 40 countries, 40 countries in Asia, Europe, Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, including United States of America. His work spans over public libraries, NGOs, and technology to empower marginalized communities, particularly in rural and underdeveloped areas. He is recognized for pioneering initiatives like the Telecom Women Digital Literacy Campaign, reaching over
1 million women globally as back as 2014 and advising on anti-corruption knowledge resources. Currently, he serves as Director, Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, SEMCA, that is the abbreviation of New Delhi. Prior to that, he served as Skills Advisor, Commonwealth of Learning, Canada. So he is a man with international exposure. And other notable positions held by him include Global CEO, Telecenter.org Foundation, Manila, Senior Management, Transparency International Secretariat, Berlin, Program Lead and Grand Maker, International Development Research Center, Canada. His consulting and advisory roles include a number of institutions, say pro bono advisor. I hope many of you know what is meant to be pro bono. That is something done as a free service without charging anything. Pro bono advisor to Global Libraries Program of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, International Network of Emerging Library Innovators, USA, and Indian Public Library Movement, of which he was a co-founder. He was also consultant for UNESCO, UNIVOC, FCDO, ITU, Geneva, ADB, Philippines, UNDP, Worldwide Foundation, USA, and more. I deem it as a privilege to have worked with him in at least one project. And there are many here who are associated with him in different projects. With these words, I invite you, Dr. Shadi, to deliver your speech. But before that, I have one message to the audience. Dr. Shadi is ready to clear all your doubts related to the topic of the usefulness, transformation of libraries into knowledge centers, as well as community empowerment. Therefore, let us make it interactive. Language is not a problem because he can handle Malayalam, he can handle Tamil, Hindi, and of course, English. So, you should not hesitate to ask in any of these languages. He will be in a position to clear your doubts. With these words, over to Dr. Shadi.
So can you hear me right? So can you
Maybe you are logged in using full response. Can you hear me now, Khalid?
yes, sir, you're audible.
So, could I speak now?
Yes, sir, yes, speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khalid, and thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar. My hearty congratulations to Dr. Baladev Paul and the PN Panicker Foundation for starting yet another international conference, and this time celebrate the 80th anniversary of the foundation. We know that the very motto with which PN Panicker started this movement was mainly to bring knowledge, opportunities, particularly livelihood, to people through a mission called reading. Years ago, when people never thought that reading would lead to a livelihood, the Panikers pioneered this entire. So this has actually paved way for Kerala to become a knowledge society, a society where it stands today, one of the most progressive economies, most progressive societies, human development index, and then many others. I think the foundation was rightly played at the very start by the Panicker, which many of the generations that followed are written, including the governments, because the efforts undertaken by the governments are also towards the same, but interestingly, many states are still catching up. What Sri Panicker did almost a century ago, something that was repeated today in many parts with the ambition that they can also catch up to the state of Kerala and state because particularly in the education, youth, and the human development. Country does not prosper only by enhancing its GDP or becoming $1 trillion economies. A country can only prosper when everyone, every citizen and every visitor prospers, particularly when opportunity to people and the equal distribution of wealth, then the country prospers. And that's the way that the many developed economies are. And in India, we see a lot of disparities between the ultra rich and the ultra poor. And this has been remedied to a large extent in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, mainly through the literacy, reading, and knowledge movement. We don't have the culture of reading, we don't have the culture of attaining educational goals. You are going to fail in every front miserably because education and literacy, these two elements lead to attaining every form of development. Many political leaders think that enhancing the GDP to say 8%, 10% itself is good enough, or becoming a $5 trillion economy is good enough. It is not good enough unless we remedy the situation, bring people below the poverty line to the level playing field, and to give them all opportunities, reduce employment, give everyone the shelter, what they call Beti Makan Kapda, in the parlance of the northern states. Unless we achieve that, there is no real development. There is only a temporary appeasement to the society, but in the long run, that's not going to lead. And this is something that we are very glad to see that some of the progressive states have progressed because they invested a lot in education and making people literate. Not only making people literate, but encouraging them to read. Vaichu Valadaga, the slogan of, it has been the slogan of the Panicker Foundation ever since Sri Panicker started out. And today, Sri Balagopal is continuing the mission relentlessly every single year by approaching various authorities in government and by bringing a lot of stakeholders to the front in order to continue this mission of people. In 2017, he launched the National Reading Mission with the Prime Minister of India with the ambition of making reading a culture habit around the country. And today we are witnessing that not only the Panicker Foundation, but led by them, a variety of non-governmental and governmental initiatives are encouraging the culture of reading amongst citizens everywhere. And this is remarkable because a single person like Sri Panicker, Sri Balagopal, walking the footsteps of his father, is able to achieve something remarkable in the country, where a lot of non-governmental, governmental and private sector entities are following his lead. So this is the only way to develop. I'm glad that the conference today and tomorrow are going to, the conference is going to deliberate upon and to see how India can become a fully literate country, the same way Kerala achieved meaning in university. And today, with digital forms of reading, Kerala is also aspiring to become the first state in India to be digitally connected, digitally fluent, digitally aware. And interestingly, with the advent of artificial intelligence, we are likely to see a lot of this progress further because with the assistance from AI, citizens are going to benefit a lot and their progressive pathways. Particularly, as they say, the young people who are able to embrace all these technological advances, but with technology becoming much pervasive and easy to use, all communities, young, old, disabled, abled, people in rural areas, people in urban areas, everyone will need to catch up to the reality and to use the emerging technologies and other forms of information communication tools available at their disposal to make their own professional, personal, and career pathways move forward. This is the motto of the Panicker Foundation, and we are very proud that this foundation has partnership with institutions like the International Federation for Library Association, the Indian Library Association, the Public Library Movement of India, and a variety of other initiatives of that kind. And as you would have heard this morning, and you will continue to hear, Mr. Balagopal has been very, very successful in bringing the Central Board of Secondary Education, the NCRT, the various state boards, various authorities that are responsible for education in our country, neatly laid out. And I've accompanied him many times to meetings at NCRT, and I've seen how he passionately advocates for reading to be made a culture. And this is something right from the Prime Minister to the President to all the political leadership And today, the Chief Minister of Kerala came forward, not for the first time. The Chief Minister of Kerala and the previous Chief Ministers have been very supportive of this mission undertaken by Sri Balagopal. And we see this really move into a movement, initially in Kerala, but now all over the country. And with the participation of actors like ISLA, ALA, the American Library Association, and others, this is catching the imagination of people around the world. Now, why Sri Balagopal has been advocating for reading as a culture, as a habit, something that would enable what his father believed that would lead to the world. It is largely because he sees communities progress. He sees an opportunity to reading and kinds of mission activities for people to have their own self-reliant movement, self-rule, what they call Swarajya and Ramrajya, which Mahatma Gandhi actually dreamt for the country. So, walking in these footsteps of his own father and the father of the nation, Sri Mahatma Gandhi, this whole movement of PN Panicker Foundation is to enable communities to access opportunities, access skills, access knowledge, access every forms of development, be it access to market when it comes to selling your product, be it access to latest technological advances, be it connectivity to the entire world, be it access to the newer forms of designs and techniques, measurements and so on, so that your products can be qualitative and made available to the global market. So the very fact that literacy and education enables us to obtain skills, enables us to access opportunities around the world. And those opportunities, Sri Balagopal believes, should be brought to remote corners of the country, not only to Kerala, but to the entire 700,000 villages in our country, in India. So that's the ambition, that's the goal with which he is progressing. And we have seen the Telecenter movement in the country, and the public library stand shoulder to shoulder with this mission in terms of promoting knowledge, culture of access to information, data, and knowledge through the culture of reading, of accessing on the internet, and today variety of forms, even through the social media. So Sri Panicker has demonstrated in his time how books and newspapers and the culture of reading, print material, were helpful. And today Sri Balagopal is demonstrating how digital reading is equally important in addition to the reading of printed material, access to printed material. So this is where we stand today. And in partnership with organizations like self-help organizations, women's movements like Kudabashri and others, with banking institutions, with livelihood missions, with telecom companies, with education institutions, with partners, with platforms, with owner entities, with follow. On it available today to access to all these databases in various forms of containers at the disposal of people, the common people, in their language, in their access paths that he's making it available. And the first step towards this is to start practicing every single day as to how we can read, we can access knowledge, and we can grow. Unless we do this, we are not able to perhaps grow in any form, be it in our own life goals, personal goals, or professional goals. So I wish to congratulate again the entire organizing committee, Dr. Vijay Kumar, who has been supporting the Balagopal of the PN Panicker Foundation, and Captain Rajiv and quite a few others. My own colleague Khalid has been liaising with the international partners in bringing their voices to the fore. They see a full program. The program is full of opportunities to network, talk to one another, learn the best practices that are available elsewhere, and embrace those. But more than anything, give the best practices of Kerala to the other states of India, through which the prosperity that Kerala attained, particularly with relation to the learned society that Kerala produced, where people are able to sift through what is truth and what is false-truth. People are able to analyze any piece of information that comes to them, and accordingly they are able to decide, not blindly following anything that is dished out to them. So today, a lot of vested interest can use the social media and the digital technologies to subvert and divert the attention of people. But Kerala has once again proven that what matters to them is development, what matters to them is education, what matters to them is literacy, fluency in using every form of technology and access to knowledge and so on. That's what the reading mission is all about. So the International Conference on Libraries empowering communities can only be attained when we bring communities closer to the knowledge, and the service providers and those who are governing and those who are at the top be able to understand the community needs and accordingly channel the services to the communities according to their needs. So the greed, as in the case of the post-green revolution that actually destroyed the country, it's not what we want. What we want is need-based, not greed-based. The need-based information, knowledge, the access to opportunities is what we wish to promote. That's sustainable development. And I once again thank everyone assembled there in this exciting journey of joining hands with the PN Panicker Foundation and their programs. Explore Global. And today addressing you from the Paris airport on the way to the railway station where I'm traveling to Strasbourg to moderate a session at the Council of Europe's led international event. I would make it that point to mention about KPN Panicker and the Panicker Foundation's activities and the growth path that we are seeing in Kerala and some parts of the country in India. Make it a point to mention. I also make it a point to mention about the India AA mission, India Literacy mission, all the other missions that are striving to make India a fixed product by 1947. Thank you again for this opportunity to interact with you and to share some of my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Balagopal, Dr. Vijay Kumar, and colleagues out there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shadi. Shadrach is fondly called as Shadi. That is why that name comes to my tongue. Now it is time to act on your part. That is, as I said, it can be interactive. For that, if somebody wants to raise or seek some clarifications with Dr. Shadi, Mr. Khalid will hand over a phone to you, and through that you can just ask the question. And okay, madam, yeah, please. She's Prabjot.
You can.
act as individuals, but when we come together as a community, we are able to have a collective power and the ability to. So that's one aspect that everyone would need to be mindful of. The second step towards community progress is the intermediates. That's where the libraries, the local governments, local institutions play an important role, where the connectivity is possible in terms of connecting the communities with those who can provide a particular service, or who can buy a service provided by the community, or get the products prepared by the community to the marketplace. So the knowledge people acquire through these intermediaries would translate into value addition, their ability to convert their local knowledge and local resources into viable marketing opportunities. That's where the economy is. On one hand, we use the intermediaries to acquire knowledge, but on the other hand, we use the same intermediaries to make available our services and products to the rest of the world, where we could convert this whole idea of accessing information and knowledge to a more economically viable, economically oriented goods and services. That's how many rural societies progressed, so that they not only have access to the immediate market, the local market, but the globalized world, they have access to the globalized market. So we've seen this happen in various geographies, and Kerala itself has progressed so well in some of the domain expertise that they have. Spices were one, all these cashew nuts and other forms of produce that they have, which through access to knowledge and by understanding needs, they've been able to convert value add to these products and convert these into much more desirable products for international exports. And this is something that we need to be mindful. Communities coming together, acting together, using intermediaries and technology to get connected, access markets, not only the local markets, the global markets, but also in the end have the cultural exchange happen between communities, so that you could enrich your own community by bringing other cultural artifacts, but also promoting your own cultural practices to other societies, your own literature to other societies, and so on. So, in my opinion, I would come back to this whole idea of what Sri Panicker started as a movement, library movement and the literacy movement, is still relevant today, because libraries do connect people, do connect communities, do promote opportunities, and bring about livelihood and prosperity to the nation. So that's the model that I've seen anywhere progress, that matter. And I have not seen any other model that puts communities progress other than this becoming collective, accessing opportunities through intermediaries, ways such as libraries.
Our National Library is located at Calcutta. When was it established? Please give a briefing on it.
I understood the first part of the sentence. You mentioned that the National Library was established in Calcutta. So what was the second part of the statement?
When was it established? I deem it was established during colonial rule. Please give a briefing on it.
Well, the National Library, this whole idea of colonialization is something that is a contested idea. Because, on one hand, if you look at the whole idea of democratization of knowledge, it's during the colonial regime only knowledge was democratized. Otherwise, access to libraries, access to knowledge resources were only confined to certain segments of the system. So with William Carey, Rajaram Mohan Roy and others, there was a movement. Even the Prince of Baroda, Sarkozy and others had started off this movement where in the 18th century and the 19th century we saw a lot of libraries come up. A lot of royal questions were opened up for common people to access. So on one hand, the whole idea of colonialization, the British colonies were on vested interest, particularly for Britain to take the wealth from various colonies that they colonized. But the good thing that they did was they opened up the knowledge, opened up schools, opened up education for all communities, everyone today to be educated. And the foundation was laid during the colonization period. So I think we should not forget. Oftentimes even Shashi Tharoor talks about how much wealth the Britain has squandered, which is the point we all agree. But at the same time, what they have done is they opened up the wealth of knowledge to the entire world. And that's where, enabled even Sri Panicker and others to follow the speed. So what we witnessed in Baroda, what we witnessed in Mysore, what we by the Udayar family, what we witnessed in Trivandrum, witnessed in Chennai and various other places became the cornerstone for the knowledge to be democratized, access to knowledge to be democratized, access to libraries to be made possible for common people, and access to education was made possible for the common people. Let's not forget the missionaries who actually opened up a lot of schools and hospitals when there were none in existence. So these were the things that happened. Now, in the honor of Rajaram Mohan Roy, in 1971, the Rajaram Library Foundation was created in Calcutta. The National Library was created even before that. The intention of the initial founders of these movements were that every printed book is sent to the National Library, the Kanimara Public Library, and the Bombay Public Library and others as repositories. So that the publishers don't just sell to those who can afford to buy, but publishers make these books and knowledge resources available to the libraries for public and free access. That's how it all started off. And today we have the legacy of the National Library situated in Calcutta. It doesn't mean that we cannot produce an equivalent, a big library today. And in fact, today the Gutenberg movement, the various other digital movements have 100 kinds of National Library size in the sense of bits and bytes of information accessible today. I think these activities are interested in physical collection of books in library. We also need to be thinking about the opportunities that digital technology offers in terms of opening up the knowledge treasures for people to access through their fingertips and through their devices. So both are equally important.
Hi Shadi sir, I am Binoy. We are so thankful to you for the wonderful presentation. My question is, by now you mentioned AI and the prevalence of technology, but we the library persons are now in a challenge because technology is everywhere, but the knowledge base is how to use the technology and how to analyze the deepfakes, and everywhere deepfakes, misinformation and disinformation. Chatbots are there to create such misinformation. And in this era, what the library persons will do and how to manage this challenge in this era. This is the real situation we are facing.
One, as librarians always did, continue to read, continue to access knowledge, continue to access courses and awareness programs around AI, media and intelligent literacy, and the whole notion of privacy, data literacy, and so on and so forth. So continue to read. There are thousands and thousands of online programs available for people to understand where to go for fact checking, how to analyze fake news, what kind of measures that one will have to undertake in order to analyze and understand what is truth and what is not, what is post-truth. So librarians are the only people who can make this easy and possible for the communities. So if you have at your Valapatnam library, you have say 5,000 people living in your area, you are the intermediary. First, when you get enlightened with all these latest knowledge and techniques, then you would be able to be the animator and the intermediary for exposing these techniques to the communities. So my first submission would be for the librarians, as they have always done, to be on top of all this, to access awareness programs, courses, and get to understand what's happening around the world, particularly with the advent of AI. What are the biases? What are the responsible and ethical ways of using AI? How AI is seen in the education context, and so on. So that's the first step. The second step is to join the networks. There is a Media and Information and Libraries network created by UNESCO, which I would recommend all librarians to join. In fact, the Indian chapter has been for a long time led by Professor Jagtar Singh, who Professor Prabodhjit Kaur knows. So he's in Punjab, and he's somebody who's promoting this whole media and information literacy movement in our country. And I think this should become highly prevalent, and all the librarians should access, to be a part of these networks, get to know what's happening around the world, and get to understand what is the whole, the AI movement leading us to. And more importantly, to be also aware of the super intelligent AI. Today, we are only looking at the generic AI, the general intelligence AI, which is enabling us to do multiple things easier and quicker. But with the advent of super intelligent AI, it's going to be much more detrimental. The governments can use for their own benefits, corporations can use for their own benefits, but over a period of time, everything might go out of control, where the AI itself would start governing people. And we do not want to come to a society of that nature, and it's not very far. And this is another important area where the librarians have to play a role in terms of understanding the perils of artificial intelligence, and actually make this awareness much more widely known to the people of the nation, so that people demand governments to act quickly in terms of bringing in ethical and responsible practices in AI coding, and bringing the corporations, particularly the big 5 corporations that are involved in pumping trillions of dollars in research around super intelligent AI, which could be, as I mentioned, very detrimental, where the biological warfare to psychological warfare to AI itself coding without actually human inference is it's a likely possibility. So I would say that first, educate yourselves. Second, become a part of the global movements that are already prevalent. Third, what you benefit by learning, by being in the network, bring to the communities, put pressure, ask governments to act upon those issues, and let even the policymakers understand the perils of the society that we are moving towards. And so that's where it's important for us to be the gatekeepers of promoting what is good, but opposing what is bad.
Hello, sir. That was part of the answers which I was expecting. My name is Sri Kumar. I just wanted to ask you, what do you feel are the critical steps for digitization in this context? And how is there any is there any agency or available in India who can help in this regard?
The government has constituted a variety of missions, the Digital India mission to manuscripts, digitization of manuscripts, and to a variety of things that the government had initiated. And to what extent, the libraries are able to be a part of this mission, I do not really know. And I know that people like Dr. Ramesh Cloud of the ANCTA and quite a few others are involved in it. The Minister of Culture is something interested with the responsibility of converting the indigenous knowledge practices into more digital artifacts. This is where I think the departments in the state governments would need to demand their share of the mission and bring the financial resources at the disposal of libraries so that each and every library prevalent in Kerala, for instance, could become part of this digitalization mission, and then they can start digitizing the content that are available in a variety of forms, not only in manuscript but also in book forms. Because today we are losing a lot of even languages, for that matter, to the digitalization efforts. So if we do not catch up, do not convert our existing knowledge into variety of methods and the missionary efforts that are undertaken in the country, we are going to lose the opportunity. And the state government departments and the Department of Libraries, Department of Culture and others would need to really figure out what are the national missions that are available in which the state governments could participate and collaborate so that the wealth of knowledge in a variety of languages could also be digitalized. So this is with regard to the existing knowledge that's available. But when it comes to the production of future knowledge, I think we need to be also conscious of the open archives and open source movement, open publishing movement and so on, so that we don't end up actually publishing only through the commercial publishers. We end up actually publishing through the open movements. That's another pathway that we can embrace so that all the knowledge as it is produced are immediately available to people around. And today, you are seeing the ability to produce is much easier because the social media has made it so easy and possible. People, even commoners, are creating reels, creating their own, TikTok videos until it was banned. Today it's reels. Now the social media tool called Aratai that has been introduced in India is likely to enable people to have their own social interaction amongst people. So all these are very important that the schools where the artificial intelligence, trained models could harvest and make some sense. Today the biggest problem we face is knowledge is available only in certain languages, accessible, and only those language content is basically analyzed by all these language models, and that is repeated and replicated in the society. It's important for us to be a part of the mission to promote indigenous content, indigenous knowledge, indigenous practices by using a variety of digital tools and techniques. So every library school could give this as a project instead of asking them to do many other things. Even a project every semester could be that the students should digitize something. Even skilled students could do. Even both degree college students and technical college students can do. I think we need to create this as a movement where not just the policy makers and the thinkers, but the common people with the steer given by the librarians, by creating not just a movement to access knowledge, but to produce knowledge in forms that are accessible, that are shareable, that are unifiable.
Sir, we have one more final question. With that, we'll be concluding the Q&A session.
Thank you for enlightening us, sir. I am Faisal. Sir, I would like to ask one question. That is, you might be definitely aware of human library concept, which was first human library was set up in Copenhagen in Denmark, where instead of book, a reader is borrowing a person like a refugee or a HIV patient or a schizophrenia survivor, from whom they can learn a lot. So is there any scope or is there any initiative for setting up a human library in India?
I think before it's too late, we have to revive this human library movement. Otherwise, what would happen? Every third child today would have some or the other learning disabilities. And what would happen? These people would, parents would necessarily take these children to the counselors. And there are a variety of psychological counselors who are thriving and making a huge business out of the whole thing. Not only for learning disability, but for the numerous decisions that people normally take. There are counselors today available. And it is said that every third child is likely to be disabled in one part or the other. There are 21 disabilities notified by the government. If you screen a child that is entering a preschool or a primary school, you see the behavior, patterns. So, what is the opportunity for us? On one hand, the connectivity, digital technology, artificial intelligence, the plethora of information, availability of knowledge, everything is good things. But what it has also done is damage the society in the sense that we have all become individual, we have all become glued to our digital devices and so on, resulting in today every person seeking some other support, particularly counseling support. And this is where I think libraries have an opportunity to revive this human library concept, whereby volunteerism and human beings willing to help fellow human beings, being available to give a listening and interaction, and to basically communicate with people who are not able to open. Children are not able to open up to their parents. Parents are not able to open up to their relatives. Societies are fragmented. Societies are so personally motivated and centered that if we were to realize the sustainable development goals, realize a equitarian and kind of egalitarian society, there is an opportunity for libraries to bring about this kind of a human intelligence-based movement, which enables other human beings to benefit from. Because if we were to, today's fight is not just about fighting the wealthy, fighting the politically, economically sound and rich, or the criminal minds in the human society. We are also having to compete with the artificial intelligence, which can also become very rowdy in the sense. So it's important for us to revive the human race. The only way to revive the human race was the very fact for which God created the human beings. When God created the man, he found the man to be lonely, and he said it is not good for the man to be lonely. He needs a woman. So the idea of man, woman, the idea of man and woman um, actually reproducing societies, communities, has to be the intent for the human being to actually benefit from other resources God had created. What is instead happening is we are actually losing the human essence. So bringing back the human agency, bringing back the human peer connectedness is a huge responsibility which governments cannot do. The Prime Minister or the Chief Minister will not be able to do much in terms of bringing societies together. It's easier today to divide the society rather than bringing societies together. Librarians are the only solace. Librarians are the only people who selflessly, relentlessly can revive the human agency by bringing human beings to pay attention to the fellow human beings' problems and their concerns and so on. So I would really welcome a movement in Kerala to begin with, where the society is at large a kind of a connected society. When you go to any state outside Kerala, the first community you see that is together is the Malayali community. So I think we need to bring that culture even within Kerala and elsewhere, so that the human agency is made available for fellow human beings through this human library concept. And I think Mr. Faisal and others are the best people to initiate this process and come up with a lot of literature and material that they can propagate and profess, so that in isolated cases here and there could become a kind of a state level movement and indeed a national level movement.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shadi, for the elaborate presentation. I mean, both your talk as well as your replies. And your talk reminded me of the drama or the plays of Bernard Shaw. Say, for example, as far as the plays of Bernard Shaw are concerned, you know, his prefaces are more large than the actual drama. That is his characteristic. I'm just reminded of some of his works like Miss Warren's Profession. And the discussion on prostitution is more than the actual drama itself. Same is the case with the Doctor's Dilemma. And similarly, your replies were more elaborate than the actual talk. And thank you for that. Thank you for the patience of elaborating things to such an extent. And thank you very much. You were traveling and you just landed at 11:30 and to close on the heels, you were ready to address us. Thank you very much. And I know that you have tireless energy, and that is the reason behind your globetrotting. Thank you very much, and we very much wished that you would be here. Thank you once again.
Actually, so speak to yourself. Thank you, Pali, for making it possible for me.
Okay, now two more things are left with in the morning session. One is my introduction to the conference. I will do it quickly, and the other one is a presentation by Sri Balagopal, but he is not to be seen here, so I will quickly finish. In fact, I wanted to present it more elaborately. Oh, sorry, we were searching for you here. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Now, I just give a brief introduction to the whole theme of the conference. And I need not welcome you again and again because I have been talking to you so far. And as all of you know, in an era where knowledge is the cornerstone of progress, that is well established, libraries stand as a beacon of empowerment, bridging divides and fostering inclusive growth. And we are privileged to host thought leaders, scholars, administrators, practitioners, and innovators. That is the whole purpose of this conference, bringing them together, even though in different sessions, and to share their experiences, their vision of the future course of action of libraries to transform themselves as community centers. Your presence here underscores our shared commitment to transforming communities through the power of information and learning. Let us embark on this journey together, exploring how libraries can uplift societies in multifaceted ways. It is with this objective that we have drawn the resource persons of the conference. And perhaps you might have been told in the first brochure that the conference is structured around some 5 pivotal facets. And I'm not going into the details of the facets. I will just mention what were the facets. One is libraries and social inclusion. That is how libraries can be converted for bridging the digital divide as well as for inclusive growth of the society. That is one of the prime focus where we have to concentrate now. And the second one is libraries driving digital literacy and lifelong learning. This has been highlighted by Dr. Shadi also. The libraries have to transform themselves as the forceful senders for spreading the message of digital literacy and lifelong learning. That is the order of the day. And the third facet is sustainable development and libraries. As all of you know, libraries are integral part of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Perhaps you must be knowing about SDGs, which United Nations have set. 1930s is considered to be the year beyond which, before which all these goals have to be achieved. And these goals are conceived to be hubs for environmental awareness and community resilience. And here in this area also, libraries can play a major role. And the fourth facet is libraries for unbiased and factual information. There was a question now about the unbiased and factual information. Libraries definitely can play a major role in fact-finding and spreading the message. Say, for example, this has become the order of the day because we are carried away by what is available in the internet, what is available through WhatsApp, and so many WhatsApp doctors have come up all of a sudden. And there, what is the fact? What is the truth? If there are any, so libraries, what is conceived is libraries have to organize fact-checking workshops, media literacy campaign. Dr. Shadi was also campaigning for this media literacy. And he was talking about the UNESCO program, and he was just mentioning about Dr. Jagta Singh, who is endowed with this task in India, and so many other things. Then libraries in crisis response. That is, in resolving conflicts, disasters, and pandemics, what role they can play in these situations. I have prepared it elaborately, but due to paucity of time, I'm not going into the details. We have tried to deviate from the framework of pure academic conferences. In pure academic conferences, you know, the invited talks and paper presentations in a particular session would be concentrated on a particular theme. But unlike that, here we are making an effort to avoid that rigidity, academic rigidity. Also, there are no formal paper presentations. Of course, presentations are there. Instead, experts from different walks of life, different fields, will try to focus on their views on the topics which I have already mentioned. And that is how to transform the libraries so as to make them community hubs in their perspectives. There will only be invited talks by specialists, as you can see from the program. They are specialists in their own fields of activity. We have been keen to invite specialists in administration in the field because anything is possible only with their wholehearted support. So we have tried our level best to convince them of the urgency of transforming libraries to serve as or to empower communities. And our attempt is to invite only experts, but it has got its own flip side also. Flip side means, you know, there is a negative side also. That is, since they are very busy people, last minute changes have become inevitable. And you will be experiencing it in the future sessions, you know. Today also this has happened. Some persons who have agreed to come tomorrow have come today to address you. And this has been inevitable because the persons we have invited are very busy people, and therefore you have to bear with us. And all the sessions are chaired by eminent and experienced persons. The first person, for example, the flip side, the chairperson of the first session, as is announced in the notice, is Sri T.K. Nair, IAS, former advisor to the Prime Minister of India, but all of a sudden he has become indisposed, and that is why, otherwise he would have also been here. And the second session of the conference, which is going to take place now, Dr. Yatish Nair, it will be chaired by Dr. Yatish Nair, Consul of Russia and Director, Russian Center, Trivandrum. The first speaker of the session is Sri Sanjay Shukla, IAS, and he will be appearing before us tomorrow, okay, because of his sudden occupations. He is able to address you only tomorrow, and that too online. As we delve deep into the facets in the coming days, I am confident that the exchanges of ideas and collaborations formed here will ripple forward, strengthening the library's impact worldwide. The invited speakers include Dr. Geeta Malhotra has agreed to come, but I don't see her, so I don't know what happened. Anyway, we will see in the afternoon. Dr. Jaya Shukla, who is the National Senior Vice President of the Congress Party's Ideology Department. Dr. S.R. Sanjeev, a vibrant journalist and faculty member. He is already present from the very morning. He will be talking on the topic towards critical reading, the library as a rational communication space. The last speaker also could not make it today due to a sudden demise of his uncle. And then after Dr. Sanjeev, there will be two more sessions, two more speakers which have been included, that is not available in the program. And one is Sri Faisal C.K., who is already here, who raised a question. He is Deputy Law Secretary, Government of Kerala. And one more session is by Dr. Sri Khalid, who is already with us, managing the online programs. And he will also be addressed, and he will be talking to us on the use of AI, how AI can be harnessed for library activities. The third plenary session that is going to take place tomorrow, the key speakers are Dr. Prabjot Kaur Sandhu. She is already there with us, a visionary in the field of library and information science. Dr. Suresh Kumar, he is also present here, a very enthusiastic librarian in the academic field. Srimati P.K. Shobana, the state librarian of Kerala, who combines in her an able administrator and an artist. Sri Binoy Matthew, who is already here, and he is a role model for library professionals in the state. And Dr. K.G. Sudhir, a veteran library professional, as well as a library, as well as an academician in the library and information science field. Dr. Sudhir represents the state of Tamil Nadu, and he will be making an overview of the attempts made by the public libraries there in Tamil Nadu. And the fourth session, that is on the second day, that is the 3rd November, will be chaired by Dr. Gopakumar, and he is the University Librarian and Head of Knowledge Center of Digital University of Kerala. He is a man with innovative ideas who has a rare gift of combining an LIS professional and an academician. The eminent speakers in this session are Sri Jyotilal IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph IAS, Principal Secretary to Higher Education Department and Local Self-Government, and Dr. S. Bindu, Director, Kerala Institute of Research, Training and Development Studies of Tribal, Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, that is KIRTATS, it is known as Kozhikode. Mr. M.R. Tamban, former Director, State Institute of Languages, and Srimati Satija VR, an accomplished writer, administrator, and Secretary, Ezhuthukutam. She is also present with us. Ezhuthukutam, perhaps all of you know, is a commune of letters. They will be sharing their perspectives on transforming libraries. The fifth session would be chaired by Dr. Alexander Jacob IPS, former DGP of Kerala. Alexander Jacob needs no introduction to you since he has endured himself both the intelligentsia as well as the common man with his expositions. And the honorable speakers in this session are Srimati Uma Mahadevan IAS, Additional Secretary and Development Commissioner, Government of Kerala. She will be, Government of Karnataka, I'm sorry, so thank you for correcting me. Government of Karnataka, and she has agreed to come over here, but some unfortunate, due to some urgency, she will be addressing us online. Dr. K. Vasuki, IAS, Secretary General Education. Dr. Ashvir Singh, who was supposed to come tomorrow, he has already addressed us. Okay, and along with them, Padma Shri Dr. G. Shankar, founder of Habitat Technology Group, and Shri John Mundakayam, the veteran journalist, will also be addressing us. The chairperson of the sixth session, and that is the last session, is Dr. Mini Devi, an accomplished academician in the library and information science field. It is in this session what makes our conference truly international, and that too by talks by veterans from IFLA. IFLA, as all of you know, International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, that is the apex body of library associations worldwide. Here, there will be 3 online talks by international experts. The first one is by Dr. Stephen Weber, Director, International Federation of Library Association and Institutions, the leading international body for libraries and information services at the global level. The second speaker, again associated with IFLA, Ms. Loida Garcia Fibo. She is a library consultant, USA. Other speakers are Ms. Premila Gamage of Sri Lanka, a chartered librarian with more than 30 years of experience in university and research libraries, who occupies a leading position again in IFLA. And they are the international speakers. Other dignitaries in this session, Her Excellency Aminab Shifana, Consul General, Republic of Maldives. She was already present here, and I don't know whether she will be making a presentation tomorrow. And Margaret Michaud, Director, Alliance Franchise Trivandrum. The plenary sessions are followed by the valedictory sessions, which will be inaugurated by Dr. Sri G.R. Anil, Honorary Minister for Food and Civil Service, Government of Kerala, and chaired by Professor P.J. Kurian, former Deputy Chairman and Chairman of Rajya Sabha. And thank you once again for joining us in this vital discourse. Together, let us envision and build the libraries that truly empower every community. Let the conference begin with the presentation. I don't know whether Sri Balagopal is making his presentation now. And okay, after lunch, he will be making his presentation because that is his hallmark project he wants to enlighten. And of course, as was stressed by Dr. Shadi, collectiveness, making, networking. That is one of the first purpose of conferences, where like-minded people used to gather together, and networking is possible. And that will take you to newer heights. And perhaps Sri Balagopal will be talking to you about the programs in his mind, about a community radio program. He will be elaborating on that. And several such initiatives are on the anvil. And so be a party to associate it with us. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. Let us, okay, please. 2 o'clock.
Thank you, distinguished speakers, for sharing your valuable insights and experiences that truly enrich this dialogue. We'll now break for a lunch break and reassemble at 2 p.m. for plenary session 2. Please take your seat inside the hall. I now invite Shri N. Balagopal, the Vice Chairman of P.N. Panicker Foundation, who is the pillar and strength of the foundation, to present the theme paper. Shri Balagopal has been deeply involved in promoting the legacy and vision of P.N. Panicker through various initiatives that encourage knowledge, dissemination, and digital empowerment. His address will set the tone for today's deliberations and highlight the core ideas around which this conference revolves.
നമ്മളുടെ ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഒരു കോർ തീമാണെന്ന് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് പി.എൻ. പണിക്കർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ 2008 മുതൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്ന പദ്ധതിയാണ്. അതിന് ചില ചേഞ്ചസ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. തിരുവനന്തപുരത്താണ് തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. അന്നത്തെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ മന്ത്രിയായിരുന്ന ശ്രീ M.A. ബേബി എന്നോടൊപ്പം ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ നടന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുണ്ടാക്കിയ ഒരു സ്കീമാണിത്. ഇത് ഇന്ത്യ മുഴുവൻ ആചരിക്കുന്നു. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇത് അംഗീകരിച്ചു. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ P.N. Panicker ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ്റെ ഓവറോൾ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ ഞങ്ങൾ. അതിൻ്റെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റും മറ്റെല്ലാം ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയാണ്. സർ, ദിസ് ഈസ് എ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് conceived by us, and now it is implemented in the country through Ministry of IT. Ministry of IT. They are giving all the physical support. All support is given by the Government of India through the Panchayat, and we are monitoring it. P.N. Panicker Foundation is monitoring it, and for it they will be giving us a small service charge. Yes. The vision of the foundation encourages, assist villages to set up rural and small industries under the micro and small industries program of the Government of India. SAB has taught us through KVIC, we are introducing small and micro enterprises. We want every home to be a productive center conceived by Mahatma Gandhi. Through the Khadi Commission, they are implementing this scheme, sir. And this Government of Kerala observes 19 June annually as the Vayana Dinam, Day of Reading, with a month-long series of activities in schools, colleges, and public institutions to honor the contributions of P.N. Panicker to the cause of literacy, education, development through his simple and powerful slogan, read and grow, Vaichu Valariga. Now it has grown up. Now throughout the country, some 500 million population in the 28 states of the country is celebrating Vaichu Valariga celebrations from 19 June to 18 July. Apart from that, 19 foreign countries, wherever CBSE schools are there, we are observing Reading Day, Reading Month celebrations from 19 June to 18 July. Because 19 June has been observed as the Day of Reading. The initiative paved the way for empower the youngsters through the use of latest information and communication technologies for blended learning. Because we want to have blended learning by organizing knowledge and resource center. Because our concept is to change the present library system to knowledge centers, where we can go for knowledge initiatives, and that will be our real knowledge hubs. To assess the knowledge centers will address most of the issues of the inclusive education and economic growth of the rural population through comprehensive service such as microcredit, micro enterprises, and micro insurance. എല്ലാം നിങ്ങൾ നടത്തുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടി ഒരുമിച്ച് ക്രോഡീകരിക്കുകയാണ്. Yes. Besides activities of reading, science popularization, acquisition of knowledge through the tools of cyber cafe, biotechnology clinics, telemedicine, non-formal education, continuing education, future technologies, open learning system, and skill development training. Because this telemedical service, that I must say, we started in 2010, way back 15 years back, in the rural areas, where the INSAT connectivity was given by ISRO, INSAT connectivity. So the poor patients can sit in their home or the places in the libraries where at desired time the antenna will work, and our the RCC, here we have the RCCs there, Regional Cancer Center. Most of the people are coming from north and from very poor families. They will come here and they will have a discussion with them with the doctors concerned, because this cancer is a prolonged disease. So doctors advise them to
meet them every 3 months, within every 3 months. They will come here and they will discuss with the doctors concerned through internet in front of the computer. And from there, we will make all resources to discuss with the doctor. So the doctor will examine the prescriptions that will be shown to the computer, then he will be knowing it everything, and he will prescribe repeat. Just to get a repeat instruction, the patient has to travel all the way from Kasaragod to Trivandrum and back. But government is permitting to travel free of cost from Kasaragod to Trivandrum, free of cost, and he or she can bring a co-passenger also, 50%. For all this, and he or she has to spend minimum 3,000 rupees for coming from Kasaragod and going back and hiring a room here and taxi, auto charges, etc. But with only 3 rupees, he can have all these medical facilities at his doorsteps. That's why we are practicing telemedicine. Now the government has come out with now most of the operations in Trivandrum center in Kim's Hospital, one of the technology savvy hospital in Trivandrum, there all these operations, even heart operation is done through telemedical service. The foreign doctors are attending it. And it is a very cost-effective method. And this type of these centers is necessary in all our villages. So apart from knowledge empowerment, these centers will be health centers also. Health centers also, by which with the application of science and technology and other things, we can, the patients can interact with the doctors and get remedial solutions. That's a telemedicine, everybody knows it. And environment protection, drinking water and effective water management, rural entrepreneurship, that's the main thing. Because we want everybody to be entrepreneurs. Because Gandhian concept, every home a production center. Saab was in KVIC, he taught us. Every home a production center. Everybody should have, should get some training to produce some small items by which the home will be self-sufficient. Here, we will be training them to be the rural entrepreneur. This library, our knowledge center consists of 3 systems, 3 computers and 500 books in 2 rooms. 2 rooms means minimum 1,000 square feet area. There will be a physical library and a knowledge and a digital library also. Digital library will be operated by an operator, and this she herself will do the library work also. So in one center, a coordinator will be employed by the panchayat. They will be paid 15,000 rupees by the panchayat. And all the infrastructure facilities will be given by the government of India or some other bundle. There I have a request with all my people, librarians, not only librarians, everybody can do it. Because nowadays there is a style that most of the people in the villages, they would like to emphasize, they would like to contribute. The people, the ordinary people, retired people, army people, they would like to contribute some amount to preserve the name of their father or mother or their grandfather or somebody. And they can be approached, and they will give you all facilities to set up knowledge centers there. Only thing is, his name may be Chandrasekharan Knowledge Center. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറികളൊക്കെ പറയാറില്ലേ, ഇന്ന ലൈബ്രറി, കരുണാലയം ലൈബ്രറി, സ്റ്റീഫൻസ് ലൈബ്രറി എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന പോലെ we can make their memorial, their fathers or mothers memorial. So they will also give not money. We are not taking money from them. We will ask them to give 3 systems. 3 systems now cost is more than 1.5 lakhs. And they will contribute some furnitures, etc. With that, we can start with this knowledge center. And knowledge center, that will have lot of activities, and books has to be found out. Books can be got donated by the common people, and 500 books should be there minimum, and 3 systems should be there. That is the physical infrastructure of the knowledge centers. These lot of programs will be conducted. drug abuse, scientific culture, universal education, disaster management, community legal services, women empowerment, human rights and RTA. Now we are focusing to have one, what is it? That is, drones. We want to have one drones in each library. The drone is very costly, but we can get it through installments by the government of India. The drones can be used to keep the agriculture alive. We can use the what you call fertilizers and other things and cropping and other things. Everything can be done by the drone. The villages has to be taught. The drones will be kept at the library or the knowledge center. The skill development programs, the following disciplines are arranged with Amazon ICT. Computer application, everybody knows, IT enabled services, rural engineering, two-wheeler maintenance and services, mobile phone repair and service now has got very good demand, fruit processing, fabric painting, aluminum fabrication, honey processing, and so many things. Because this honey processing is now the best revenue earning business. Now, in the country, the whole country, especially in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Haryana, other countries, other states, honey is, we can get lot of honey by having beekeeping centers. We must grow honey. We must, beehives has to be constructed and good bees has to be breed there. So we can get best honey. That honey is very costly now. Now as per the KVAC norms, now the floor price for 1 kilo honey is 300 rupees. And Dabur honey is the best honey available in the country, but that's a processed one. The processed, to have a processed honey, we have to have a, what is called a processing center, which costs 25 lakhs investment. That we can ask the Panchayat to invest. And through this processing plant, 2,000 bee farmers can be engaged. They will get monthly, because honey keeping is a seasonal business. Only during 6 months, when there is no rain, honey will be there, so that we can produce honey. And that can be processed scientifically, and then we will get good prices. So the bee farmers will get good amount. According to our survey and according to our practice also, most of the bee farmers, most of them are getting 25,000 rupees to 30,000 rupees per month, sir. Taking an average of 12 months, they are getting this much of amount from beekeeping. We don't want much investment, only we need what you call beehives. Beehives, now the Khadi board, state Khadi board is giving beehives free of cost. And not only that, our horticultural board, housed at Delhi, they are also giving beehives free of cost. Repairing also bag making, book binding, and this is another thing. We have experimented and we have found that Kerala is importing the maximum number of braziers used by women. Kerala is, you came there and inaugurated that shop, that our unit. Now then we thought, why don't we manufacture it? Is a tailor, everybody in Kerala, we found that village girls, the rural girls are familiar with two things. One is typewriting, other is tailoring. Typewriting is required now because to operate the computers, typewriting is required. And tailoring, everybody knows it. It has become it's a good job opportunity for after doing tailoring training program. We are manufacturing braziers, value addition. We are giving value addition to the tailoring structure, and the braziers are manufactured, and that will be sold to other parts of the country. Even export is also made possible. Stitching, repair, household equipments, and we are teaching them building construction activities also, cost-effective building techniques, so that the girls or women or boys, they can construct houses. Now housing is a facility is required by everybody. But this housing, now construction of these houses, rural houses are done by this, our, what you call Bengalis, Biharis and other things. But this can be done by our village girls. They should be taught. The cost-effective building equipments can be produced. Then medical camps, eye camps, study tours, Krishi Vijnan Kendras, science clubs, sports and cultural programs, universities, loan melas with the support of the local banks, etc. So apart from giving books, and reading materials to the public, we must do such services. That is why it is called the knowledge centers, because where you will get knowledge-based development. Knowledge-based development. Success stories are currently discussed, yes. Marketing melas, parents and other science, and online distance education. Now it is coming, that is coming. Morning, Justice, our Vice Chancellor made a very good reference that all these knowledge centers or the previous libraries are becoming rural universities. Sir, they have been converted into rural universities through online, because a poor girl sitting in the rural area of the Kasaragod, in the remotest area, she can apply for BA, BSc, BCom. They are gone. That the days of BA, BSc conventional courses have gone. They must have technological skill. Then only they will get good employment. So they will be taught technological skill through computers, through internet connectivity. And success stories are, yes, next. Local panchayat, there's a committee for controlling each and every local knowledge centers. The local panchayat president, chairman, headmaster, headmistress, principal, or the vice chairman, panchayat standing committee chairman, member, panchayat standing committee chair for education, local ward member, representative of PN Panicker Foundation, prominent social worker, representative of our CCSI, prominent retired science teachers, successful self-employed personalities of the area. അപ്പോൾ ഇവരെയൊക്കെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് നമ്മുടെ കമ്മിറ്റി കൂടുന്നത്. ഈ കമ്മിറ്റി once in 3 months we must meet and review the situations and try for more and more employment oriented programs. Cost effective building, ഇവിടെ ഇത് തന്നെ വരുന്നത് ഇത് ഓരോന്നും it will be cost effective knowledge centers, not hub ആയി മാറുകയാണ്. Creation of attractive job opportunities through skill development, popularization literacy, S&D components for better productivity and living standards, practicing cost-effective medical care, telemedicine, need-based open learning system for better academic prospects and skill upgradation through open learning system, facilities for startups, connectivity to securities, education, healthcare, environment, protection, income generation, e-governance, Pura. Right. Next. Next. Adapt pupils towards up-to-date development, improving status of the rural schools, hospitals, libraries. Practicing concept, food for all, health for all, shelter for all, work for all. Competitive and challenging urban facilities in rural areas. Standardization of rural products to compete with the market. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ കുടുംബശ്രീ നമ്മുടെ SHGs ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങൾ നല്ല ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളാണ്. പക്ഷേ അത് കുറച്ചുകൂടി നല്ല ക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് അതിന് മാർക്കറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. Marketing can be organized through e-marketing facilities. നമ്മുടെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറിൽ കൂടി നമ്മുടെ ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് നമ്മുടെ മൊബൈൽ കൂടി തന്നെ നമുക്ക് മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. Then economic and social development, hygienic atmosphere, pollution, all-out development of rural people, area in all its dimensions. Next. Next. ഞാൻ വേഗം പോവാണ്. Knowledge centers will be successful only if it is financially viable. For sustainability, it should have participatory, demand-driven and revenue generation in the long run. Revenue കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കണമല്ലേ. Income can be generated by providing host of public services like e-governance, HRD, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ അക്ഷയ സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ്. അക്ഷയ സെൻറ്റേഴ്സൊക്കെ നല്ല പൈസ ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയാണ്. Relating in banking activities, practicing open learning system of IGNU. The knowledge centers will be owned and controlled. ഒരു 5 കൊല്ലം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ these knowledge centers should be owned and controlled by the local population. Next. Next. 70% target groups are women, students, teachers, parents and schools, unemployed youth, SHG members of the area, illiterates, neo-illiterates, dropouts, unorganized laborers and farmers. Next. Next. Next, Kutu. Next, formation of IT clubs, community. There's another thing. Now, Government of India has come out with a program, and we are holding a national conference next week in the same hall, because we need what you called community radio system. Government of India wants to have minimum 500 radio CS community radio systems in Kerala. Community radios. Now people are going back to radios. After this monkey bath talk of the Prime Minister, and now nobody wants to see television. They want to go for community radio because FM and other etc. can be heard and they can enjoy their leisure time also. So community radio stations are now Government of India is giving 15 lakhs rupees. 15 lakhs rupees as first friendly subsidy ആദ്യമേ തരികയാണ്. ഫ്രണ്ട് ആൻഡ് സബ്സിഡി. ബട്ട് ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് ഫോർമാലിറ്റീസ് ഹാസ് ടു ബി ടേക്കൺ. ഇതിന് സെക്യൂരിറ്റി മറ്റേ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് മേടിച്ച് നമ്മൾ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോ സ്റ്റേഷൻ നടത്തിയാൽ അതിൻ്റെ വരുമാനം നമുക്ക് ആ പഞ്ചായത്തിലുള്ള ചെറിയ ചെറിയ മൈക്രോ എൻ്റർപ്രൈസസ്, ഇപ്പോൾ ഉദാഹരണം ബ്രെഡ് നമ്മളുണ്ടാവും, വി ആർ മേക്കിംഗ് ബ്രെഡ്. ആ ബ്രെഡിൻ്റെ പരസ്യം നമ്മൾ ഇതിൽ കൂടെ കൊടുക്കണം. പഞ്ചായത്ത് പ്രസിഡന്റിന് ദിവസം തോറും ഒരു 10 മിനിറ്റ് പഞ്ചായത്തിലെ ആൾക്കാരോട് സംസാരിക്കുക ത്രൂ ദീസ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോ സ്റ്റേഷൻ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഒരു വലിയ പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ് അണ്ടർ മിനിസ്ട്രി ഓഫ് ടെലികമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ബ്രോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിംഗ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ക്യാൻ ബി ഓർഗനൈസ്ഡ് ഇൻ ഈച്ച് വില്ലേജ്, ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറി വില്ലേജ്. അത് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു നാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസ്. ഖാലിദ് എന്നാ മോണിക്ക വരാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്? മോണിക്ക ഫോർ CS in December, January, we will have a conference like this at this same place, and I am inviting all of you. Only thing is, you should have the will to organize community radio station. You can also talk. പഞ്ചായത്ത് പ്രസിഡന്റിന് ഡെയിലി 5 മിനിറ്റ് ആൾക്കാരോട് സംസാരിക്കുക. അതിനകത്ത് നമ്മുടെ യേശുദാസിൻ്റെ പാട്ട് അവരൊക്കെ നോക്കിയിട്ട് പരസ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് സെൽഫ് സഫിഷ്യൻ്റായി മാറും. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ന്യൂസുകളൊക്കെ കൊടുക്കണം. പക്ഷേ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഈസ് ഗിവിംഗ് യു 15 lakhs. ഒന്നും രണ്ടല്ലേ, ഇപ്പോൾ 10,000 15 ആക്കിയാണ് ആസ് ഫ്രണ്ട് ആൻഡ് സബ്സിഡി. നമുക്ക് അമ്പലപ്പുഴയിലൊക്കെ VK മെമ്മോറിയലൊക്കെ ഒരെണ്ണം ചെയ്യണം. എന്താ ചെയ്തുകൂടെ? എവിടെ നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറിനവിടെ? അമ്പലപ്പുഴ ചെയ്യണം ഒരെണ്ണം കേട്ടോ. നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് 130 എത്ര വർഷമായി അമ്പലപ്പുഴ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട്? പണിക്കർ സാർ 80 വർഷമായി. അപ്പോൾ 80 വർഷത്തിന് അവിടെ ഒരു വി മസ്റ്റ് ഹാവ് എ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോ സർവീസ്, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോ കിയോസ് അവിടെ തുടങ്ങണം. അവിടെ തുടങ്ങിയാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പേര് വിട്ടുപോയി സ്മിതയ്ക്ക് അരമണിക്കൂർ ഡെയിലി സംസാരിക്കാം, പലതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കണം. നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ കൂടുതൽ ആൾക്കാർ വരും, പുസ്തകങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പം റേഡിയോ കേൾക്കാം, പാട്ട് കേൾക്കാം, യേശുദാസിൻ്റെയും നമ്മുടെ ചിത്രയുടെ ഒക്കെ പാട്ട് കേൾക്കാം, റേഡിയോ നാടകങ്ങൾ അവതരിപ്പിക്കാം. ഇതിനൊക്കെ പൈസ ഉണ്ടാക്കണം നമ്മൾ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സെറ്റപ്പ് കേട്ടോ. നമ്മുടെ കൊല്ലം പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയും റിസോഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ വേണ്ട എന്താണ്? മനസ്സ് വേണം. ഞാനൊരു റേഡിയോ സ്റ്റേഷൻ നടത്തും എന്നുള്ള മനസ്സ് വേണം. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഈസ് പ്രൊവൈഡിങ് യു ദ റിക്വയർഡ് ഫൈനാൻസ്. യു ആർ മേക്കിംഗ് ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ അറേഞ്ച്മെൻറ്റ്സ്. വളരെ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാം. കൃഷിക്ക് കൂടുതൽ നമുക്ക് പ്രാധാന്യം നൽകി ഡ്രോണിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗത്തോടെ നമ്മുടെ കൃഷി അവിടെ ശാസ്ത്രീയമാക്കാം. പക്ഷേ ഇതിനൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറിയൻസ് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ മുന്നോട്ട് വരണം. ബിക്കോസ് വി ആർ നോട്ട് ഗിവിംഗ് ബുക്സ് ബൈ ലെൻഡിങ് ബുക്സ്. നോ, വി ഹാവ് ഗോട്ട് സം അതർ സോഷ്യൽ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി. അതാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇതിൽ കൂടെ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഇത്തവണത്തെ ഇത് തന്നെ. നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറീസ് പുതിയ കാലത്തിലോട്ട് പോകണം. പഴയ കാലമല്ല. അമേരിക്കയിലും ലണ്ടനിലും ജപ്പാനിലൊക്കെ ഈ മാറ്റം വന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ലൈബ്രറികൾ റിയൽ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സായി മാറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അത് നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിലും വരണം. എന്താ രാജീവ് വിചാരിച്ചാൽ പറ്റും. എല്ലാ സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ കൈ നീട്ടാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. യു ക്യാൻ ഗെറ്റ് സ്പോൺസേഴ്സ്. ഞാൻ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു. വലിയ കോട്ടയത്തുള്ള വലിയ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ശരിയെങ്കിലും ക്രിസ്ത്യൻ കുടുംബങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെയൊക്കെ വന്നവർ അവരുടെ അച്ഛനെക്കുറിച്ചോ അമ്മയെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഒരു മെമ്മോറിയലായിട്ട് പൈസ തരാൻ തയ്യാറാണ്. അവർ 5 ലക്ഷമോ 10 ലക്ഷമോ തരാൻ തയ്യാറാണ്. പക്ഷേ അവരുടെ പേരിൽ ഒരു ലൈബ്രറിയിലെ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റർ വരണം. ഈസിയായിട്ട് സാധിക്കാം. ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ പെർഫോമൻസ് കാണുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് 1, 2, 3 നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് നമുക്ക് തുടങ്ങാം. ഈ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് കൂടെ റൂറൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ അമേരിക്കയിൽ ഇവിടെ നിന്നുണ്ട് ഒരു കുട്ടിക്ക് അമേരിക്കൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുമായിട്ട് നേരിച്ച് പഠിക്കാം. എല്ലാ കോഴ്സുകളും പഠിക്കാം. ചെറിയ ഫീസ് കൊടുക്കണം നാച്ചുറലി. പക്ഷേ അതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ഒരിടത്തും പോകണ്ട, ബസ്സിൽ പോകണ്ട, യൂണിഫോം വേണ്ട, ഒന്നും വേണ്ട, വലിയ സാമ്പത്തിക ഭദ്രത വേണ്ട. പഠിച്ചവർക്ക് എല്ലാ ഡിഗ്രികളും ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ഡിഗ്രി നമ്മൾ MA BS BA BSc BCom കൊണ്ട് ഒരു ഫലവുമില്ല. നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത് ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ നോളജാണ് വേണ്ടത്. അതിനുള്ള ഒരുപാട് കോഴ്സുകളുണ്ട്. ആ കോഴ്സുകൾ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഒരുപാട് സപ്പോർട്ടും തരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊക്കെ ഈ നോളജ് സെൻറ്ററിൽ കൂടെ കൊണ്ടുപോകാം. ഇന്നോവേഷൻസ് ലൈബ്രറി സ്പോട്ട്, ഗ്രീൻ ലൈബ്രറി സ്പോട്ട്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് പോട്ടെ. അതിനൊന്നിൻ്റെ പടങ്ങളൊക്കെ അടങ്ങിയത് ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഇതാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ലൈബ്രറി റിസോഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. 3 കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സിസ്റ്റം വിത്ത് ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ്, പ്രിൻ്റർ, സ്കാനർ, പ്രൊജക്ടർ, സ്ക്രീൻ, ഓഡിയോ വിഷ്വൽ എക്യുപ്മെൻറ്റ്സ്. പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ലൈബ്രറീസിന് വേണ്ടത് ഒരു ഭാഗം കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ സെൻറ്ററും ഒരു ഭാഗം പുസ്തകങ്ങളുമാണ്. 5 അലമാര വിത്ത് 500 ബുക്സ്. ഹൈഡ് പ്രിമിസസ് കൂടെ നമ്മൾ ഓർഗനൈസിങ് അവയർനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യണം. ഇപ്പോൾ അമ്പലപ്പുഴയിലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ കൊല്ലത്തൊന്നും അതിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമില്ല. അവരുടെ ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ തന്നെ ഇഷ്ടംപോലെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചറുണ്ട്. കോട്ടയം പട്ടണത്തിൽ ഇഷ്ടംപോലെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചറുണ്ട്. അവിടുത്തെ അത് നമുക്ക് വാടകയ്ക്ക് കൊടുക്കാം. അല്ലാതെ തന്നെ നമുക്കവിടെ ഒരുപാട് പരിപാടി നടത്താം. ഹൈഡ് പ്രിമിസസ് ഓർഗനൈസിങ് അവയർനെസ് ആൻഡ് ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് നമ്മുടെ ഡ്രിങ്കിങ് വാട്ടർ. ശ്രീമതി ഇലാമ ഓഫ് പാലക്കാട് ഓവർസീയിങ് കളക്ഷൻ ഓഫ് ഡ്രിങ്കിങ് വാട്ടർ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നം നമുക്ക് വെള്ളമില്ലാത്തതാണ്. ഈ ഡ്രിങ്കിങ് വാട്ടർ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ മഴവെള്ളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടുവരാം. മഴവെള്ള സംഭരണിയിൽ നിന്നും കൂടെ സമ്പാദിച്ചാണ് വെള്ളം കൊടുക്കുന്നവർ. ഒരു ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇവിടെ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് അലൂമിനിയം ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻസ്. ചെറിയ ചെറിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്കവിടെ ചെയ്യാം. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇവിടെ പെൺകുട്ടികളെ കൊണ്ട് കാർപ്പൻട്രി പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. പെൺകുട്ടികളെ അതിനെ ബോഷ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ വലിയ കമ്പനിയുണ്ട്. അവർ ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് അവിടെ ബസ് കിട്ടുതരാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അവർ ഫീൽഡിൽ വന്ന് പഠിപ്പിക്കും. നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികളുടെ ഒരു 5 രൂപയെങ്കിലും ഫീസ് മേടിക്കണം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ അതിനൊരു സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കില്ല. 5 രൂപ എന്നാലേ അവർ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. അതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ ബോഷ് കമ്പനി അവർ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ വണ്ടി കഴുകാൻ 50 രൂപ 100 രൂപയാണ് ഓരോരുത്തർ ചോദിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു ബസ് ഞാൻ ട്രാൻസ്പോർട്ട് മിനിസ്റ്ററുമായിട്ട് സംസാരിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ അവർക്ക് അതിന് കൊടുക്കാൻ പൈസയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രൈവറ്റിലൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ പോകുന്നത്. ട്രാൻസ്പോർട്ട് ബസ്സിൽ വണ്ടി കഴിയാൻ കൊടുക്കുന്നത് 25 രൂപ. അത് നഷ്ടമാണ്. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചൊരു 100 രൂപ വെച്ച് കൊടുക്കണം. 100 രൂപ വെച്ച് കൊടുത്ത് നമ്മുടെ സ്ത്രീകളെ കൊണ്ട് പമ്പൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഈ ബോഷുകാരൻ അതിനുള്ള എല്ലാ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ടും ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ സപ്പോർട്ടും ചെയ്യാൻ തയ്യാറാണ്. ട്രെയിനിങ് ഇൻ ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ സർവീസിങ് ടു എംപവർ ദി മെൻ ഫോർ ബെറ്റർ ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ റിട്ടേൺ. പൈസയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടിയാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് ഫെസിലിറ്റിയെക്കുറിച്ച്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് നമ്മുടെ ഓരോ അവയർനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. എല്ലാ ലൈബ്രറികളിലും മാസത്തിൽ ഒരു ദിവസം ഒരു റൂറൽ ഹെൽത്ത് അവയർനെസ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് നടത്തണം. സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം നടത്തണം. അല്ല ഇപ്പം മൾട്ടിമീഡിയയുടെ യൂസോടുകൂടി ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ത്രീകളെ കൊണ്ട് കട്ടളപ്പണിയുണ്ട് ചെയ്യേക്കൊണ്ട് അവരെ കൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇത് ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ എന്താ പറയുക നമ്മുടെ കിണറിൻ്റെ ഉറ സ്ത്രീകളുണ്ടാക്കുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ എന്താ പറയുന്ന ബ്രിക്സ് ഹോളോ ബ്രിക്സ് സ്ത്രീകളുണ്ടാക്കുന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെ സിമ്പിൾ തിങ്സ്. ബട്ട് ആർക്കും ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ മനസ്സില്ല. മറ്റൊരിടത്ത് പോയി ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ താല്പര്യമാണ്, പക്ഷെ സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ താല്പര്യമില്ല. ഇതിന് മുദ്രാ ലോൺസ് വഴി ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ 25 ലക്ഷം രൂപ ലോണും തരുന്നു വിത്തൗട്ട് ആസ്കിങ് ഫോർ എനി സെക്യൂരിറ്റി. പക്ഷേ നിങ്ങൾ കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം അവരെ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് മാർക്കറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിനുള്ള കഴിവുണ്ട് എന്ന് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം. എന്നാലേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് റൂറൽ യൂത്ത്സ് അതിനുണ്ട് SNT കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ക്വിസ് പ്രോഗ്രാമൊക്കെ നടത്തി സാധാരണ പാവപ്പെട്ട കുട്ടികളെ ക്വിസ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിലൂടെയും ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിലൂടെ അവരെ എക്വിപ്പ് ചെയ്യാണ്, എംപവർ ചെയ്യാണ്. പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ നാടകങ്ങൾ, ഈ തെരുവ് നാടകങ്ങൾ നടത്തി ഇവരെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുപാട് യാത്ര നടത്തുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് തെരുവ് നാടകങ്ങൾ നടത്തുമായിരുന്നു. ഈ വലിയ വണ്ടി ഇപ്പം ഇവർ നമുക്ക് തന്നിരിക്കുക നമ്മുടെ എറണാകുളത്തല്ല ചെന്നൈയിലാണ് ചെറിയ ലോകപ്രശസ്തനായ ഡോക്ടർ അങ്ങയുടെ ഒരു ഇൻവെൻഷനാണ്. ഈ ഇതുപോലത്തുള്ള ബസ്സിനകത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഇതുവരെ കിട്ടുന്നു, എക്കോ മെഷീൻസ് വരെ നിർത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. എല്ലാം ഹാർട്ടാണ് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നം. യുവാക്കളുടെ ഇടയിലുള്ള ഹാർട്ട് ഫെയിലുകളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവരെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള വിവിധ എക്യുപ്മെൻറ്റ്സൊക്കെ ഇതിനകത്ത് തന്നെ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് തന്നെ ഒരു ബസ്സുണ്ട് PN പണിക്കർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ. ആ ബസ്സിൽ ഒരുപാടിടത്ത് പോയി ഇതുപോലെ അവയർനെസ് ക്യാമ്പ്സ് നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. കഴിഞ്ഞ ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചായിരുന്നു പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത്, നമ്മുടെ മദ്യപാനത്തിനെതിരായിട്ട്. ഇതിപ്പോൾ ഇറക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നത് സയൻസ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷന് വേണ്ടിയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നാളെ മുതൽ വീണ്ടും ഫീൽഡിൽ പോവുകയാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് മെഡിക്കൽ ക്യാമ്പ്സ് ഓരോ ലൈബ്രറിയുടെയും നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച് മെഡിക്കൽ ക്യാമ്പ്സ് ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യണം. ഹോസ്പിറ്റൽസ് ആർ റെഡി ടു സപ്പോർട്ട്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഹാൻഡ് മെയ്ഡ് പേപ്പറിൻ്റെ എക്സ്പെർട്ട് വന്ന് കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സാമൂഹികം, ലോ കോസ്റ്റ് ഹൗസിങ്, ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് കോഴ്സാണ്. എല്ലാം കൂടെ കാണിച്ച സമയം കളയേണ്ട. നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ കോഴ്സസ് ചെയ്യാം, ചെറിയ കോഴ്സസ് 4-5 ദിവസം 6 ദിവസം. പക്ഷേ എല്ലാത്തിനും നമുക്ക് ഒരു എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റ് ജനറേഷൻ വേണം. അവരെ സ്വന്തമാക്കി എന്താ പറയുന്നത് അവരെ നമുക്ക് വീട് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന മേശരിമാരാക്കിയിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ ആശാരിപ്പണി ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ സ്ത്രീകളെ മാറ്റാം. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് നല്ല വാല്യൂ അഡീഷനാണ്. അവർക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ കിട്ടുന്നത് 50 രൂപയാണെങ്കിൽ 500 രൂപ 1000 രൂപ വരെ അവർക്ക് കിട്ടും, വരുമാനം കിട്ടും. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ത്രീകളെ കൊണ്ട് ജോളിയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നു, തയ്യൽ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് തീർന്നോ? പല അങ്ങനെ ബ്യൂട്ടി പ്രശ്നം. ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ ബ്യൂട്ടി പാർലറൊക്കെ തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഭയങ്കര പ്രശ്നമായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം ബ്യൂട്ടീഷ്യൻ കോഴ്സിന് ഭയങ്കര ഡിമാൻഡാണ്. കാരണം ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും പാവപ്പെട്ടവനും അവൻ്റെ കുഞ്ഞിനെ കല്യാണം കഴിച്ച് അയക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ബ്രൈഡൽ ഡ്രസ്സിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടി 5000 രൂപയാണ്. 5000 രൂപയാണ് ബ്രൈഡൽ ഡ്രസ്സിങ്ങിന് ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ മിനിമം, ഏറ്റവും മിനിമം. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാം, പിന്നെ ഇതിൻ്റെ പല സെൻറ്ററുകളിലും ഇവരെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി കാണിക്കുന്നു, ട്രെയിനിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിന് വേണ്ടി കാണിക്കുന്നു. അതിനൊക്കെയുള്ള ഒരുപാട് ഫെസിലിറ്റീസുള്ള ഒരു പുതിയ ചേഞ്ച്. ലൈബ്രറീസ് ഈ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു മാറ്റത്തിന് തയ്യാറാകണം. അതിനുവേണ്ടിയാണ് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് നടത്തിയത് തന്നെ. ഇതുപോലുള്ള ചെറിയ ചെറിയ കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യണം. ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് വരണം. നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് വന്ന് അവിടെയൊക്കെ ദാറ്റ് ഷുഡ് ബി അവിടെ നമ്മുടെ റൂറൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയായി മാറുന്നു. സാർ രാവിലെ പറഞ്ഞു, റൂറൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയായി മാറും. നമുക്ക് പിന്നെ ബിരുദമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ അമേരിക്കയിലോ ലണ്ടനിലോ റഷ്യയിലോ ഒന്നും പോയി പഠിക്കണ്ട. നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ പഠിച്ച് അവിടുത്തെ ഉള്ള പരീക്ഷകൾ എഴുതി ബിരുദങ്ങൾ മേടിക്കാം. ബിരുദാനന്തര ബിരുദങ്ങളും നമുക്ക് സമ്പാദിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റർ നമ്മുടെ അവിടുത്തെ ലൈബ്രറിയന്മാരോ അവിടുത്തെ എന്താ പറയുന്നത് പിന്നെ നല്ല സോഷ്യൽ വർക്കേഴ്സിന് സോഷ്യൽ ആക്ടിവിസ്റ്റോ മുന്നോട്ട് വന്നാൽ നമുക്കവിടെയൊക്കെ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാക്കാം. നമ്മുടെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റീസായി റൂറൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റീസ് മാറാം. അങ്ങനെ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ പുതിയ രീതിയിലോട്ട് മാറാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ അതിലോട്ട് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് താല്പര്യം വരും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഗ്രന്ഥശാലകൾ കുട്ടികൾ പോകുന്നില്ല, വായിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. പണ്ടുള്ളവരെല്ലാം വായിച്ചാണ്. ഇവിടുത്തെ മിക്ക IAS ഓഫീസറും they are molded up through the libraries because they used to go there, visit there and used to read, and they will write for the competitive examinations. But now we want to go to the other side. With the technological input, we must encourage, we must assist, we must develop the rural women to take up challenging jobs, and they should have income of more than 20,000 rupees per month. This is the concept of knowledge center. ഇതിൻ്റെ പല ഭാഗങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നമുക്കതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് കൂടുതൽ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാം. നമുക്ക് ഓരോ ലൈബ്രറി, എസ്പെഷ്യലി എനിക്ക് താല്പര്യം നമ്മുടെ കൊല്ലം പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി ഇഷ്ടംപോലെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചറുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ മുതലാളി നല്ല മുതലാളിയാണ്. PN പണിക്കർക്ക് തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹം ഗ്രന്ഥശാലാസനം ഇറങ്ങിയതിൻ്റെ പിറ്റേ ദിവസം രാവിലെ പുതിയ അംബാസഡർ കാർ പണിക്കർ സാർ കൊണ്ട് കൊടുത്തു. പണിക്കർ സാർ യാത്ര ചെയ്യാൻ മുതലാളി, നമ്മുടെ മുതലാളി അച്ചാടി മുതലാളി കൊല്ലത്ത്, അല്ല കോട്ടയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഇട്ടിച്ചെറിയ സാറ്, ഇതിനൊക്കെ എന്തിനും തരണം അവിടെ അദ്ദേഹം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. വിജയകുമാർ സാറൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. കോട്ടയം പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി, അതുപോലെ സമോദി ലൈബ്രറീസ് ഇൻ കേരള ആർ ഹാവിങ് ബെറ്റർ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ ദാൻ ദ ഗവൺമെൻറ്. സർക്കാരിനെക്കാട്ടിലും നല്ല ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചറുള്ള ഒരുപാട് ലൈബ്രറികൾ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ട്. ഈ ലൈബ്രറികളെ എപ്പിക് സെൻ്ററായി വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്കിതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് തുടങ്ങിക്കൂടെ? അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നോക്കേണ്ടത് ഓരോ ജില്ലയിലും വരണം. അതിന് സാമ്പത്തിക സഹായവും സർക്കാർ ചെറുതായിട്ട് ചെയ്യും. എല്ലാം ഇല്ല, ചെറുതായിട്ട്. ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ യുവർ പെർഫോമൻസ് നിങ്ങൾ നന്നായിട്ട് കാണിച്ചാൽ സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ എമൗണ്ട് കൂടും. ആദ്യം ഒരു 50,000 തരും, 1,00,000 തരും, 2,00,000 തരും. അപ്പോൾ അതിനൊക്കെ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള സെൻറ്റേഴ്സാക്കി നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറീസ് മാറണം. എന്താ ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ കൊല്ലം ഇവിടെ എന്താ ചെയ്തുകൂടി നമുക്ക് കൊല്ലത്ത് ചെയ്യാം. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയാൽ മതി. അദ്ദേഹം ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് ഡൽഹിയിൽ ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന അദ്ദേഹം എത്ര തവണ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ നമുക്ക് കൊല്ലത്തെ കോട്ടയത്തെ ടീച്ചറേ സാർ ഇതിനൊക്കെ വലിയ താല്പര്യമാണ്, എനിക്കറിയാം. അതുപോലെ അവിടെ നമ്മുടെ സഞ്ജയൻ ലൈബ്രറി കണ്ണൂർ, എവിടെ സഞ്ജയൻ ലൈബ്രറി കണ്ണൂർ, അവിടെ നല്ല ലൈബ്രറിയാണ്. ഒരുപാട് റിസോഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ലോക്കൽ ആൾക്കാർ എന്തിനും തയ്യാറാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അവരുടെയൊക്കെ പിന്നെ സാമ്പത്തിക സഹകരണവും അവരെ കൂടി ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തുന്നത് വരുത്തി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ഈ ലൈബ്രറീസ് അടുത്ത സെഞ്ചുറിയിലേക്കുള്ള നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സായി മാറി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റീസായി മാറണം. അതിനുള്ളൊരു തയ്യാറെടുപ്പ് ഇപ്പോഴേ തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. അതിനുവേണ്ടിയാണ് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് തന്നെ കൂടിയത്. എംപവറിങ് ദി യൂത്ത് വിത്ത് നോളജ്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ വി ആർ ഇൻ ദ ഇറ ഓഫ് നോളജ് എക്കോണമി. അറിവിൻ്റെ കാലഘട്ടമാണ്. അറിവുള്ളവൻ ശക്തനാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അറിവിലൂടെയുള്ള ശാക്തീകരണത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു ചെറിയ കാൽവയ്പ്പാണ് നമ്മുടെ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ്. അതിന് നിങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ സപ്പോർട്ട് വേണം. നമുക്ക് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് കൂട്ടായി ആലോചിക്കണം. അതുപോലെ ഈ നോളജ് സെൻറ്ററിൽ നമുക്ക് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോ രാജീവ് എറണാകുളം തുടങ്ങണം. ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോ സ്റ്റേഷൻ രാജീവ് തുടങ്ങണം. രാജീവിന് ഒരുപാട് കോൺടാക്ട്സ് ഉണ്ട്. യു ആർ എ മാസ്റ്റർ ഇൻ മൊബിലൈസിങ് ദ പബ്ലിക് മണി ഓൾസോ. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് റേഡിയോ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. രാജീവിന് സംസാരിക്കാം. ഡെയിലി രാവിലെ അരമണിക്കൂർ രാജീവ് ജനങ്ങളോട് സംസാരിക്കുന്നു. പഞ്ചായത്ത് പ്രസിഡന്റിനെ കൂടി സംസാരിപ്പിക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ പഞ്ചായത്തിന് കൂടുതൽ താല്പര്യം വരും. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് പ്രോഗ്രാം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അതിനുവേണ്ടിയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ റേഡിയോയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി മാത്രമായിട്ടൊരു കോൺഫറൻസ് നടത്താൻ പോവുകയാണ്.
കേരളത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് തന്നെ, ഈ ഹാളിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് തന്നെ. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ ഒരുപാട് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ്. നമ്മുടെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ റിസോഴ്സ് സെൻറ്റർ, നമ്മുടെ സ്വർണ്ണപ്രഭ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. സ്വർണ്ണപ്രഭ വിൽ എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ടു യു ഹൗ ത്രൂ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ. മറ്റേ ജിനോ ചാക്കോ വന്നിട്ടില്ലേ, ജിനോ by organizing many courses through the CSE Academy. ജിനു ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കും അവർ. CSE Academy വഴി ഒരുപാട് കോഴ്സസ് നടത്താം. അതിൻ്റെ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കുന്ന ആരാ? ഡൽഹി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി, IIT ഡൽഹിയാണ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അതേ കറക്റ്റ്? IIT ഡൽഹിയാണ് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പരീക്ഷ എഴുതുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഇഗ്രുവുമായിട്ട് ടൈപ്പ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അതിപ്പോൾ അവർ നിർത്തിവെച്ചു. ഒരുപാട് ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ വൃത്തികേട് കാണിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ അത് മാറ്റി വെച്ചപ്പോൾ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ചെയ്യണം. നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഇഗ്നുവും ചെയ്യാൻ തയ്യാറുണ്ട്. ഇഗ്നുവിൻ്റെ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി കോളേജസ് നമുക്ക് കോഴ്സുകൾ നടത്താം. അവർ പരീക്ഷ നടത്തും, സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുക്കാം. അനായാസന കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പരീക്ഷ എഴുതാം, ഡിഗ്രികൾ സമ്പാദിക്കാം. ഇതിനൊക്കെ വേണ്ടി ഒരു എപ്പിക് സെൻ്ററാണ് നോളജ് സെൻറ്റർ. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് നിങ്ങളുടെ അതിനുവേണ്ടിയാണ് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസ് നടത്തിയതിന് അതിനുവേണ്ടിയാണ്. നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവരും ചേർന്ന് അടുത്ത 3 കൊല്ലത്തിനകം കേരളത്തിൽ എല്ലാ ജില്ലകളിലും, നമ്മുടെ 14 ജില്ലകളിലും, ജില്ലാ കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളിൽ, എല്ലാ റൂറൽ ഏരിയാസിൽ നമുക്കൊരു 1000 നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് തുടങ്ങണം. പറ്റുമോ? എന്താ കൊല്ലത്തിനെ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചൊരു 5 എണ്ണം, കോട്ടയത്തിനെ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച് 5 എണ്ണം. എന്താ പാംഫ്ലെറ്റ്സ് ഇതിനകത്തോട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം ഇതിൽ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം ഓൺലൈൻ പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയത്. ഇവിടുത്തെ കോൺഫറൻസിൽ നിങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നതും ഇവിടെ പറയുന്നതും എല്ലാം ഓൺലൈനിൽ പോകണം. ഓൺലൈനിൽ പോകണമെന്ന് യൂട്യൂബിൽ വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണല്ലോ. യൂട്യൂബ് ഡൗൺലോഡ് ചെയ്താൽ യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് ഓൾ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ്. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഇത് വരും. നിങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നതെല്ലാം ഇപ്പം പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം മുഴുവൻ യൂട്യൂബിൽ ലൈവായിട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. രാവിലെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വന്നത് ഇന്നും നാളെയും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ചെറിയ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സാണ്. ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാക്കാം. നമ്മളെല്ലാത്തിനും സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ പുറകെ പോകണ്ട, സർക്കാർ നമ്മുടെ പുറകെ വരും. ഇതായിരുന്നു PN പണിക്കരുടെയും ആഗ്രഹം, അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യവും അതായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം അതിനുവേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു ചെറിയ തയ്യാറെടുപ്പ് ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിന് ശേഷം ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് 3 കൊല്ലം കൊണ്ട് നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് 1000 ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ നോളജ് സെൻറ്റേഴ്സ് തുടങ്ങണം. എന്താ രാജീവേ? വിചാരിച്ചാൽ പറ്റും. സിമ്പിൾ. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ കൂട്ടായി ചെയ്യണം. ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ നമ്മളുടെ 49 ലൈബ്രറീസ് വി ആർ ഓർഗനൈസിങ് ഇൻ ദ റൂറൽ എന്താ പറയുന്നത്, ദി മോസ്റ്റ് റൂറൽ ഏരിയ. നമ്മൾ PN പണിക്കർ ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ ഏൽപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുക. ഓൺലൈനാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് മുഴുവൻ ഓൺലൈനാണ്. പുസ്തകങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കണം, നമ്മൾ വാങ്ങിക്കണം. അതിന് പൈസ സർക്കാർ തരും. പക്ഷേ അവരെ അവിടെ എത്തിക്കണം. സ്വർണ്ണപ്രഭ, യു മസ്റ്റ് എംഫസൈസ് ദിസ് പോയിന്റ്, ഹൗ യുവർ ലൈബ്രറീസ് ആർ ഫങ്ഷനിങ് ഇൻ ദ റൂറൽ ഏരിയാസ് and what is the role of PN Panicker Foundation. We are not getting any amount. We are getting only the service charge. And the government is giving computers, books, everything. Not immediately, based on your work, based on your performance. The community radio system, നമുക്ക് നന്നായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നതാണ്. നന്നായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. എന്താ കൊല്ലത്തുറം ചെയ്യാം, കോട്ടയത്തുറം ചെയ്യാം, കണ്ണൂർ ചെയ്യാം. കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി റേഡിയോസ് ചെയ്യാം നമുക്ക്. ഒന്നും വേണ്ട. നമ്മുടെ ദേവദത്ത് കാൻഫിഡൻ്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ദേവദത്ത് അമ്പലപ്പുഴ ചെയ്തു. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഡൂയിങ് വെരി വെൽ. നമ്മുടെ എന്താ പറയുന്നത്, നമ്മുടെ പത്തനംതിട്ടയുടെ ചെയർമാൻ ഫാദർ എവിടെ? പത്തനംതിട്ട വന്നവരെ പത്തനംതിട്ടയിലെ ഫാദറിൻ്റെ എന്ത് മാസം പേരെന്താ എൻ്റെ എന്താ റേഡിയോ മാച്ച് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഡൂയിങ് വെരി വെൽ. കേരളത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ഏറ്റവും നല്ല സെൻ്ററാണത്. കാരണം അവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ഒരു മിഷണറി സീൽ, അച്ഛനവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു. വലിയ മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാക്കി. നമുക്കും അതുപോലെ മാറ്റമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ ഈ ലൈബ്രറികൾ മാറണം. അതിനാണ് നിങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ വിളിച്ച് ശല്യപ്പെടുത്തിയത്. പക്ഷേ ആരും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളൊരു പരാതിയുണ്ട്, സങ്കടമുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ ഇനിയിപ്പം ഇന്ന് നാളെയൊക്കെ വരുന്ന ഒരുപാട് വിജയകുമാർ സാർ കഴിഞ്ഞ 20 ദിവസമായിട്ട് ഓഫീസ് തന്നെ കിടപ്പ്. അദ്ദേഹം ഇതിൻ്റെ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ശരിയാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി. കാരണം ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ലൈബ്രറി വിദഗ്ധനാണ് അദ്ദേഹം. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് നമുക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് ശക്തി കൂട്ടാം. ഇടവരത്തട്ടെ എന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്മകൾ ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു. സംശയം ചോദിക്കാം കേട്ടോ.
Thank you, Shri Balagopal sir, for setting the spirit of this afternoon session. I also invite other guests of this plenary session, Dr. S.R. Sanjeev Assistant Professor, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Marivanias College. Shri Faisal C.K., Deputy Law Secretary, Government of Kerala. And Khalid T., Project Consultant and Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, to please join the dais. May I invite Dr. Vijay Kumar KP, the Conference Director, to welcome and introduce the Session Chair, Srimati Jaya Shukla.
Thank you. We are running short of time, so I will have a brief introduction to Srimati Jaya Shukla. Mrs. Jaya Shukla is a senior leader of the Indian National Congress Party and holds the position of Senior Vice President of the Congress Party's Vichar Vibhag. Vichar Vibhag means thought department. Okay. And she is recognized within the Congress for her role in party technological and policy discussions. Her leadership in the Congress Thought Department highlights her involvement in shaping party viewpoints and strategies. With these words, I hand over the session to Mrs. Jaya Shukla. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello, friends. I will first do salutes to Panicker ji because it was his vision that started this tremendous and very necessary and very important revolution, education. Need to education, interest to education, and I'll salute to all of you also because you're all workers who are working in the field of enhancing not only our society, not only our Indian society, in a field that will enhance the rest of the world also. So salutes to all of you, and many thanks to Bal Gopalji. I had come here in the Panicker Institute, I had come to Trivandrum long back, and I was very impressed when Panicker ji introduced us to a lady, uneducated lady, not at all knowledgeable about technology. And yet, she was a village woman. The rice fields were, because of the erosion, seawater, salt water was coming inside, and the rice fields were getting badly affected. And she created a cycle-like instrument running with pedals. And he introduced her in the conference, and with a long pipe going underground, which would bring the good water. And that helped irrigation a lot. That helped cultivation a lot. So I saw the kind of work, I mean, he's as good a visionary as Panicker ji, I say. The tremendous amount of work that has gone on since then, of course, we've been in touch. It really impresses me. But I didn't want to be introduced as a politician here. I wanted to be introduced because our NGOs are also doing, I'm also a life member of CNRI. But my first organization was Samajik Mahila Sangathan, which has a 5-pronged program. One of them is education, basically, of course, for women. I realized the importance of education. I belong to Uttarakhand, a hill state where there was no jobs at that time. Money orders used to come from outside from husbands, and women were in the villages. And the children had very few schools, and very difficult to reach the schools because they were 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers away, and the children walked that distance. Kerala is the most literate state in India. The second most illiterate state was Uttarakhand. And yet they didn't have resources they wanted to study because they knew that study brings us jobs, study brings us livelihood. But you know, I realized that the children wanted to read. They had that because of this reason, they had this wish to read. They started telling me, कि हमको अपने साथ, you take me with yourselves and take me to the city so that you will teach us also. I felt so bad, I thought कि something should be done for them. We started, from my organization, we started a program because I had the habit of reading since childhood. And this reading can only be cultivated basically, strongly through childhood only, for the simple reason that, especially in these days, the teenagers, finding no other avenue, they start getting into very wrong avenues. And if they have this cultivated interest in reading, our organization started small, you can call them libraries. We started in every district of Uttarakhand, except Nainital, because they don't need it there. In every district of Uttarakhand, we started small centers where we had books, school books, and we'll give to the children one school book each, and instead of that one school book, they will return two school books in the end of the year. That was the fees. And we found it caught up very quickly. It became a success. Of course, those days people were very honest and they returned the books. Now it's not that good. But people are donating books and it's working well. Why I got interested in this library work, this habit of reading? You see, I'll tell you two incidents from my childhood, my personal life. When I was small, I won't take much of your time, I know. When I was small, I am an old age child because they married very late after independence. My parents had too many books. There was my father's office was like a hall, his personal office, books up to down of all subjects. I had no friends that time. When from boarding school, I'll be coming home, I'll be reading. They were my best friends. And the books becoming best friends, I started reading books of all subjects, and the result was that in that age, because they were freedom fighters, both of them, they had lots of books like a series of Bharatiya Swatantrata Ka Itihas by Sundarlal Tyagi. It was a set of books. There were books like old papers like Saraswati and Ujala and Pratap, which told of the real history, the real struggle, the real sanskaras of us, which were being manipulated and taken away. My school knowledge was very different. What I learned in school, but what I saw in those papers, in those books, was very different. It changed my thinking perspective completely. And because it was the Indian libraries that really made us the Vishwaguru. Vishwaguru is not the word that should be used today. But look at Takshashila and Nalanda, which were, of course, usurped and ruined by the invaders. But look at what those Chinese people who had come here, Ibn Battuta and all the rest of them, they have written. We were Vishwagurus. Why? Because children wanted to read from childhood. And libraries give us not only education, of course. The gentleman on Zoom from USA, he gave such wonderful ideas. India needs economy upliftment right now very badly because of certain policies, all our industries are also closing. And it's the libraries that teach us future of libraries. If we see into different designs what the world is wanting, even our factories will produce different and better and futuristic materials, and our economy may increase. But of course, this habit of, I won't take much time, the other incident from my life, why I started the habit of reading. My grandchild is 16 years old. He had developed, from childhood, he had developed a habit of reading. Sometimes we got worried that he only reads, he should go into sports also. But because of that, he learned so much about AI in this age. He was, 2 years back I'm talking, he was only 14 then. He learned so much about the futuristic things that he got had not passed the senior high there. He's still waiting to go to college, but he was selected for a pre-college course, and he topped in a competition internationally because of this habit. And now he's well versed in his subject, and he's actually in this age, he's full of ideas about what should be taught, this is the value of libraries. This is actually the value of libraries. I'll talk about the independence movement. We were very poor, we were very badly oppressed, we were in a bad situation, but they didn't know, our people didn't know how to go about it, they wanted independence, but they didn't know how to go about it. Mahatma Gandhi's ideas, other ideas, they came out through libraries only, through newspapers only, through Pratap and other newspapers, and the movement started. So the social change can also be brought only mainly a lot by libraries. You see, that's why I salute Panicker ji. He was such a visionary. He understood this thing, and he was reading newspapers to all the villagers. He was called the library man. And that vision I find with him also, with Balgopal ji. Such tremendous work he's done, and I am finding that even his projects are futuristic education. So lights are dimming, so I must stop now. So I thank you all, but one more incident I would like to, never mind. So thank you all very much for listening to this. But I'm very proud to be amongst all this August, I really call you August gathering, because all of you are solid ground workers. I don't have that much time now, but I try my best. But one of our Samajik Mahila Sangathan prime projects is libraries, which are also running in a different, libraries means this collection of books, not regular libraries. And this is working in a few states, several states. Thank you, sir, very much.
Since I don't want to trouble Srimati Jaya Shukla for the introduction of the rest of the speakers, I am taking up the responsibility myself. And now the next speaker is Dr. S.R. Sanjeev. Dr. S.R. Sanjeev is head of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Marivanius College, which is an autonomous college in Trivandrum. He is an experienced academician with a strong foundation in the media industry, specializing in broadcast journalism and communication studies. He possesses specialized qualifications in broadcast journalism. He has contributed to departmental activities, including organizing international seminars, conferences, etc. And his areas of expertise are broadcasting, storytelling, visual communication, communication research, development communication, public finance, economy, politics, whatnot. He is an acclaimed resource person in the areas of specialization. Okay, and now two more speakers are there, as you can very well see. I don't have their details because the next speaker is Mr. Faisal, and I came to know of his about him only today, so I have not collected his biodata. He is deputy. Yeah, he is Deputy Law Secretary, Government of Kerala, and he is a columnist in different newspapers, including English and Malayalam newspapers. Okay, yeah, okay, English, and that's about him. And Mr. Khalid, you have been meeting him from the very morning, and he has been staying with us for a few more days. He is working along with Dr. Shadi in his Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. He is an expert in computer activities, and he is currently working as project consultant in Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, the regional center for the Commonwealth of Learning Canada. He is a mechatronics engineer, specialist who has been working in intersection, technology, and education for the past 3 years. and now he is gaining more and more as being part of Commonwealth of Learning. With these words, I first of all request Dr. Sanjeev to make his presentation. Thank you.
Namaskaram, good afternoon. So it's always difficult to have an afternoon session after a sumptuous meal. So I'll make it as brief as possible. Of course, all of you are very strong. You have background in library science, and I have been informally interacting with many of the faculty members. And you have also vast experience in the field of library, Kerala Telugu Vayanashalayude പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട്. But I'm not an expert in this field, but I'm trying to see from a communication perspective in which I am familiar of. So I'm trying to see, this is what the title of the presentation is, because I am making it a slightly academic one because of the nature of the conference, international conference. So this is the title of the presentation, Towards Critical Reading, the Library as a Rational Communication Space. Of course, you have seen these pictures. Maybe the Trivandrum people might have been familiar with these pictures, especially the one which is very near to us, museum, where some people always gather in Saturdays and Sundays, especially mostly from Techno Park. They are all youngsters, mostly Gen Z people. They come there every Saturday or Sunday or any other holidays. They keep their books in hand and they read, they talk to each other. They, as I mentioned here, they relax, just relaxing and having a cup of coffee. So these are the taglines that I took from the two groupings. One is from Bangalore and one is from Trivandrum. From Bangalore it was Kaban Reads. In Trivandrum it was Trivandrum Reads. So these are groupings of Gen Z people who are informally gathering in open spaces where there is good fresh air, and they are spending their time not only to read, but having all these aspects together. Just to take a midday nap also, which is foreign to us while we are reading. Our fathers and mothers are always saying that you should not, you should not rest before by opening your books. So this space is considered as very autonomous one, because everybody is free there and nobody is judging anybody. This is a very novel concept in which the exchange of ideas, the act of reading itself has been transformed in a new way. So on the lower bottom of it, you can see that it is from Kollam, Perengulam, a Pustaka Gramam, Pustaka Kudu. I think people are from Pustaka Gramam are here, Perengulam. In Bapuji Grandashala, what they are doing is they are putting these kinds of small almiras in public places and keep some books over there, and there is a bench to read in a relaxed way. So whenever people, it is mostly near the bus stops, so whenever people come and go, they spend, during the waiting time, they read and they talk to each other also. So the concept of reading has been changed. What I am trying to, the point I am trying to make here is, the concept of reading is not just reading. It is a kind of experiencing. And this sorry, can you So, Kerala local tea shops are called Chayakadas, and we are all familiar with the Chayakada conversations in the early morning. Most of you, because Gen Z is less visible here. So, so I am sure that That practice all of you may cherish, going to the local, gathering places and having a hot cup of tea and talking to each other. And similarly in toddy shops also. In some toddy shops, there is a writing called, you should not talk politics here. ഇവിടെ രാഷ്ട്രീയം നിരോധിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു. Because people, on the heat of the argument, they may fight each other and that kinds of things. So, similarly in France and in England, in late 18th and 19th century, there were coffee shop discussions which made the group conversation into a much higher place where rational discussions taking place. So in these forums, in these informal conversation areas where new ideas were emerged and political action, public action and collective thinking, everything has been emerged around those informal conversation areas. One of the famous critical thinker, Jürgen Habermas, he is also from a neo-Marxist school of theorist, and he called it as a public sphere. We all know that public sphere, Podu Mandalam. കേരളത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ പൊതുമണ്ഡലത്തിനെ കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കാറുണ്ടല്ലേ, നമ്മുടെ ആളുകൾ പരസ്പരം സംസാരിക്കാനും, people are talking to each other, people are making consensus, they express differences, everything is happening there, but at the same time it is all happening in a mutual, respectful way. So such kind of rational debates creates public spheres, and libraries are such places where you have to create a space for free expressions and a space for giving more voices. Next. So in such spaces, what is the underlying theme? The underlying theme is communicative rationality. Of course, it is very weird to use the word rational now, because almost all of us are acting emotionally. Even if you are talking about the Adidaridra, the extreme poverty conversation that is happening in Kerala now, we are all talking in highly emotional way, not in a rational way. We are not trying to understand what is the extreme poverty, how it is found out, how it is defined. All the nuances are missed out, and we are just expressing ourselves in a very emotionally charged way. So in this, especially in the digital environment, emotions are getting more traction than rationality. But we have to reclaim this notion of rationality in some way or other. Again, this is why the theoretical framework for this thought is emerged because of the three contributions. The second one is ideal speech situation. Ideal speech situation is if you want to talk about something, you should be free to do so. It is not very common now, because we are afraid of something, or we are in anticipation of something, that if I say this, what will happen tomorrow? So your free speech is somehow restricted, even though Constitution allows it. Your speech, you are the editor of your speech now. You are editing your own speech. So that kind of I am talking a space where you are not forcefully, you are not compelling enough to get edited, and you are not editing yourself, and you are expressing freely. And the third one is public sphere, which I already talked about. Now the public sphere has been transformed. Earlier, when I was working in television, there were news hour debates. Now also the news hour debates are there. So once news hour debates are considered as something which is creating a public sphere where rational exchange of ideas are taking place. But now, of course, you can see that it is a shouting gallery where those who have high vocal strength is winning most of the time, and other voices are muted. And anchors are also getting voice training to shout in a much vehement way rather than the participants. So that's not the story. In a rational electronic television space, you are supposed to present your arguments, and you are laying out all the compass, and then canvas, and the rest is with the viewer or reader to make sense of it. Next. So this rationality has been disrupted because of the technological innovations. Of course, the Web 2.0 and artificial intelligence, we know what is happening in Web 2.0, and in artificial intelligence we have a fair sense of what is it going to happen. What exactly in libraries, these technologies are getting leveraged. Balagopal sir was explaining how we should bring in digital technology to libraries and make it a more digital space in a vast experiential way. So in the conventional sense, the books are getting, it is being augmented with audio books, podcasts, videos, databases, and interactive media, and so on and so on. So in fact, what we are reading, if you are reading something, that the act of reading is not confined to books, it is experiencing. For example, there is a famous novel called Randamuzham in M.T. Vasudevan Nayar's. Randamuzhathil Dwaraka Mungi Tazhunnathanu ആദ്യത്തെ chapter, Dwaraka താഴുന്നത്. About once you read it, it's a graphic description, excellent Malayalam, you cannot compete anything, the play of words, the language. So you will, the picture of the destruction is in graphic detail, you are recreating it. But now that you have other means, technological means to recreate it. For example, if you see Bahubali movie, many of you might have seen the Adirapalli Vallachatam, Adirapalli waterfalls. It is the height, you have a fair sense of height of that Adirapalli waterfalls. But can you imagine a waterfalls which is 3 or 4 times higher than that? And that kind of imagination is being captured, and it is being graphically created, and it is recreated in the screen. So the act of reading is getting transformed into new imaginative areas where you are not familiar of. Something which is mediated with the technology. So, and in cultural studies, we all consider the word reading not as just the process of reading, but understanding the whole, like in psychology also we call it as the understanding whole. ഒരു സമഗ്രമായിട്ടും സമ്പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടുമുള്ള മനസ്സിലാക്കൽ എന്ന് പറയും. അതിന് ഒരു ഫോട്ടോഗ്രാഫ് കണ്ടാൽ ആ ഫോട്ടോഗ്രാഫിൻ്റെ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്താണെന്നും കൂടെ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന ഒരു ടോട്ടാലിറ്റിയിൽ അതിനെ കാണുന്ന ഒരു രീതി. ആ രീതിയിലുള്ള റീഡിങ്ങിനെ technological disruptions ഉണ്ട്. At the same time, technology is opening up chances. That is what I am trying to make a point here. Information is multimodal, which you are all familiar, and changing open new imaginative structures, which I have just explained. But these digital opportunities have been limited by so many things like the echo chamber. Echo chambers, you are resonated with your own, you are getting echoes of your own views. In filter bubbles, you are trapped into a particular focus area only. You are not getting the alternative versions. Astroturfing, you are succumbing to the orchestrated PR campaigns. Many people are endorsing something which is not at all relevant to you. And clickbaits, everybody knows how sensational content, how we are drawn into sensational content. So these kinds of information ecosystem is creating disruptions in the technology mediation of the act of reading. Next. So we have to think, in this backdrop, we have to think of a communication space. This communication space is not only to read, it is to reflect. Not only to talk, but to, but also to listen and talk and express. So this should be the place where an ideal library should function. And it should be a neutral ground, because we are all part of something now. This part has to be, it has to be separated. Accessible, inclusive, dialogic. These neutral ground, the characteristics of this neutral ground has to be kept as it is. And of course, we are all having a sense of knowledge with the advent of this smartphones. We tend to see that we know everything, but we are not. It is an illusion. We are not knowing anything. You are not knowing anything in depth. That is the issue with this smartphone and social media. So we have to graduate library as a place where there is not just information dissemination happens, it is a place where knowledge assimilation happens. This transformation should occur from a communication perspective. And the information and knowledge, the distinction is clearly marked by Daniel Bell. So I am not going into the details of that. So libraries should first detach from the digital environment and then it should attach. I am not saying that it should not, it should completely detach digitally. It should be get attached once you detach. This process is very critical. And so the ubiquitous library, like I said, everywhere you read, it's a library. Everywhere you try to understand something, it's a library. This ubiquitousness, it should be, you have to make it a place where knowledge gets supreme position. So, next. It's a hybrid space where tradition meets technology. So, how we can have this hybrid space with the help of technology? For example, AI. നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ ChatGPT Grok അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ ക്ലോത്ത് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള നിരവധി ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ടൂൾസ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളായിരിക്കും. ബട്ട് ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം I have a very astounding experience with ChatGPT, which was, I was reading a book on Kesari Balakrishna Pilla. And in fact, he was the person who incorporated the French style of journalism into Malayalam, not the traditional UK or other Western models, including United States of America. So the French model of journalism has a unique capacity to incorporate not only politics or economic discourses, but the cultural traits and individual emancipation. So this aspect was taken out by Kesari, and he himself declared that the first issue of Kesari will be following the French style of journalism. So I asked ChatGPT, who was in which I found this, and I just want to check whether this is, because I have a very old book in my hand, which the PDF may not be uploaded. So I was just trying to see, ഇത് ChatGPTക്ക് ഉത്തരം തരാൻ പറ്റുമോ ഇതിന്? ഞാൻ ChatGPTയോട് ഈ ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ChatGPT വേറെ കുറേ ആദ്യം മെയിൻ സ്ട്രീം എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഉത്തരം പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷേ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ സ്പെസിഫിക് ആയിട്ട് ചോദിച്ചപ്പം തിങ്കിങ് എന്നുള്ള ബാർ കുറേ സമയം പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് വന്നു. ദെൻ ഇറ്റ് മൈറ്റ് ബി പ്രബോധകൻ എന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇടയ്ക്ക് വന്നു. പ്രബോധകൻ കേസരിക്ക് മുമ്പ് ഒരാഴ്ചയ്ക്ക് മുമ്പ് വരെ കേസരി എന്നുള്ളതിന് മുമ്പ് ബാലകൃഷ്ണപിള്ള ഒരാഴ്ചയ്ക്ക് മുമ്പ് വരെ എഡിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത പുസ്തകമാണ്. അത് പബ്ലിക്കേഷനാണ്. So that publication might be the answer. Then it came back with the right answer. So we can't underestimate the power of common man. Shahrukh Khan പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ we can't underestimate the power of AI. It will go deeper and deeper in unimaginable ways. So it is the nascent or early childhood stage. It is in the childhood stage. I don't know what will happen. So how you can utilize AI for making our libraries in an area where this kind of mediation, the kind of mediation that I was talking about, happens. The only way is to have, the libraries should curate itself as a prompt lab. For example, if you want something from your AI assistant, you need to know something. If you don't know anything, then there is you won't get the meaningful, purposeful thing from AI. That is the issue. So libraries can be acting as an intermediary there. That is why I use the term prompt labs, because prompts are now created by tech companies in order to create images and videos more, not knowledge, because nobody needs it. The multimedia enabled reading environment, decoding media question sources, and cultivate reflective consumption of content. So the next point I would like to emphasize, because recording of local history, oral narratives, and indigenous knowledge, this should be a primary function of any library. In digital university, digital university website they have a center particularly dedicated for preserving Kerala's art and cultural forms, and they have made a model in which you can just click, and in a map you can click. It is a spatial humanity type. If you click somewhere, for example in Kannur, then the art forms and cultural forms in Kannur will emerge, and you will have a fair idea, a video presentation, some pictures, everything will come from that. So that kind of recording local histories is very important, because we will definitely going to lose it very soon. And oral narratives. In the last IDSSFK documentary festival, I have seen a documentary in which one Indian language and one dialect completely vanished from the face of the earth because of migration. Most of the youngsters have migrated to Kerala, including Kerala. From this has happened in Northeast. So from that tribe, many of them migrated first to Calcutta, then to many parts of India, Delhi, then finally to Kerala, because this is a haven. So what is happening is they have lost that dialect completely. There was a documentary on that. It will happen here also. So it is very important, and creating digital repositories of this sort is very important. And not only that, space for public conversations. If you need to talk without any inhibition, without fearing your wives or husbands, then this is the place. Okay, next. Exploiting the non-linearity of the digital. Of course, the digital reading is hypertextual, because you don't have a from front page to back page reading in digital world. You are going from one link to another link, and you don't know where you start and where you end. So that is the issue of non-linear reading and consumption in digital environment. But you can exploit it in the new way. Here, curated searches. Libraries should empower curated searches. What is curated searches? Of course, every one of us are using Google and other search engines for getting information. But you are most of the time, you are not getting the exact information that you want, and you end up with the information that you are getting, and you are finally using it. That is the issue. But what exactly in your mind? Of course, Facebook is asking that question, what is in your mind? What do you want to say? Even adu matramalla, ningalku endanu parayan aagrahikkunennalla, what is in your mind? Because they want to go deeper and deeper. So, ivide curated searches without this algorithmic bias of digital, it will help you. The libraries should upgrade itself as a place where this algorithmic bias is kept away, and helping the users to get customized and wanted, needed searches. Because this is important, because bhavil endha sambhavika, almost all databases, you just imagine a situation where you can't access Google or any search engines tomorrow. Just imagine. Most of the social activities will stop here. Everything will stop. Many issues can happen. Google work. Similarly, there is a threat, always a threat. Similarly, because Google is owned by a company, if that company changes its policy, what will happen? You should go by that. They will not go. You can't say that they will not go. You definitely may. All valid databases are paywall protected. For example, the Hindu, if you want to read the archives of Hindu, you need to pay. All valid databases. Others, whatever left in the digital is the emotional traction, which is not at all necessary. Most of them are junk. They are using those emotional content for making more money. So that is what is happening. So here libraries can play a critical role in, keeping a digital mechanism wherein you can access several paywall protected databases, or at least they can extract information from them through AI and machine learning. So next. This is my final slide. Just like what would be a modern library experience, just like you are going to a fitness center. First, in a fitness center, you warm up first, right? In the similar way, a digital kiosk will be summarizing the day's events in a customized way. If you have no time to read newspapers or go through all news materials which is relevant to you. Then the exploration, guided searches through curated topics, niche areas, for what is the purpose of for you to visit library. Then engagement, if you want or if you don't want, it is your choice. You can engage with others, like-minded people, and you can also reflect on a digital repository or any publication for that matter. What do you think, or what do you want to say? So this kind of expansion of the space of library as a communication space, not just a place to read something or for many other activities, it is very critical, and it is helping everyone to read critically. Almost all of us are familiar with the word critical thinking. Everybody uses it every now and then. But critical reading is also very important now in the age of digital. That's all I want to say. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Balagopal sir, Vijaykumar sir, and P.N. Panicker Foundation for, and of course all of you for patient listening. It's a very dry topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. S.R. Sanjeev, for an insightful session. I now invite Shri Faisal C.K., Deputy Law Secretary, Government of Kerala, to take over the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I convey my sincere gratitude to Sri Balagopal sir for inviting me for this function. And witty Shakespeare famously said, brevity is the soul of wit. And funny Churchill said, yes, public speech should be like a girl's skirt, long enough to cover the matter and short enough to create interest. So I will keep my speech as short as possible. My topic I would like to deliberate is libraries as a democratizing force and reading as a civic virtue. Democracy is government by people, or a political system in which people are actively engaged in government. Francis Bacon famously said, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. That means power is derived from knowledge. And politics is basically a process of shaping and sharing of power. So these two phenomena, power and knowledge, are very inseparably connected. There is a very interesting story. Somehow, in some phases of history, the legitimacy for power is derived from knowledge. That's why Plato, ancient Greek philosopher Plato, said that a king should be a philosopher. There is a very interesting story from Persian history. That is in 1794, a new emperor was coronated in Persia. His name was Fateh Ali Shah Qajar. Fateh Ali Shah Qajar, he was gifted the full set of Encyclopedia Britannica as a coronation gift. And he assumed thereafter, he gone through the 27 volumes of Encyclopedia Britannica, and he added a title to one more title to his imperial moniker. That was Most Formidable Master and Lord of Encyclopedia Britannica. You see, in Travancore Maharaja had many titles like Sri Padmadabhadasa, Vanjibala, Manne Sultan, and so and so. So this particular emperor had a title, a royal title, that was Most Formidable Master and Lord of Encyclopedia Britannica. It was some sort of legitimizing his power, imperial prowess, by showing his knowledge. So knowledge and power is very much intertwined, and therefore in a democracy, power is ultimately with the people. That is called the theory of popular sovereignty, and people should be informed. In this aspect, libraries has a lot to do. Libraries are actually the actual democratizing force rather than universities. That's in morning session, V.N. Rajashekharan sir has mentioned Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie was a Scottish immigrant who emigrated to USA and built a vast industrial empire. In his will, he has earmarked 90% of his fortune for building libraries. Out of this vast fortune, around 2,500 libraries were built across the world, from London to Lahore and New York, Nagpur. He said, there is a very famous quoting from Andrew Carnegie, that is, libraries are cradles of democracy. Moreover, libraries are, if the libraries are cradles of democracy, reading is a very greatest democratic responsibility of citizen and a civic virtue. Harry S. Truman was president of USA. In his childhood, he had some problem with his vision. He always used a very thick reading glass. But he read many books. And when he was in White House as president of USA, whenever there is a crisis, he returned to his library and read some history. He read the military strategy of Hannibal and Napoleon, political philosophy of Socrates, and so on. There is a very famous quoting of Harry S. Truman that a great reader may not be a great leader, but a great leader must be a great reader. So one more important point was that reading is a civic virtue, an indispensable responsibility of every man in a democratic system. So promoting libraries, which are now turning into rural universities, as Balagopal sir has presented here, they are playing a very vital role in our democratic system. And I would like to conclude my speech, humble speech, with the very motto of Encyclopedia Britannica, that is, let knowledge grow from more to more and thus be human life enriched. And I once more convey my gratitude to P.N. Panicker Foundation and its Captain Courageous, P.N. Balagopal sir, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this solemn occasion. And I also thank the chair of this session, Dr. Jaya Shukla ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sri Faisal CK. I now invite Khalid T, Project Consultant at Commonwealth Education Media Center for Asia, to take over the session.
So good evening, everyone. So it's a privilege to be here today on this global gathering for librarians, reimagining and empowering the communities. I'll be talking on a topic called AI for librarians. Not as a technological trend, but taking it as an opportunity to reimagine the libraries as a space for innovation, learning, and AI adoption. Okay. So, even during our sessions, we heard a lot about artificial intelligence. Everyone was mentioning about artificial intelligence. And everywhere, we hear this term, AI doing this, AI doing that. AI has already taken our healthcare to education. Now, what is this AI? What is artificial intelligence? Whenever we hear the term artificial intelligence, it often sounds very complex and very futuristic. But in simple term, AI is when a system or a machine learns to do a task which usually requires human intelligence. Let's say writing a letter, or maybe creating a PPT, or maybe doing an assignment, or maybe writing a poem, summarizing a text, doing anything which requires human intelligence. Imagine if a machine is able to do that, that's what we usually call artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is same as how our human brain works. So how do we collect information? How our human intelligence usually works? We learn from experience, right? The similar way AI learns from data. Now, if there is a common question in the room, each one of us will be having a very different perspective on that topic, right? Because we all have different experience. Our brain is trained with the data that it gains from experience. We learn from our environment. So that's why we all have different perspective. That's the reason why when you go to ChatGPT, or when you go to Gemini, or when you go to Claude, or when you go to Perplexity, for the same question, there are chances you are getting different answers. Because all these are trained with different set of data. Now, for a simple example, let's imagine we are giving 100 pictures of a cat and a dog to a child. If I am showing 100 pictures of a cat and a dog to a child, eventually this child will start understanding the difference between a cat and a dog. This AI works the same way. It analyzes, it understands the patterns of thousands of examples and use that example to give us a prediction or generating a content. So that's how usually an AI works. AI is a system that is designed and trained by humans and with human data, which is just reflecting the human biases and creativity. So the first important thing is AI is not a magic. So we humans, whenever we are not able to explain what and why and how of something, we always call it magic. But AI is not a magic. As I mentioned, it's just a system trained by humans, and it requires human supervision. So AI can analyze faster, it can summarize better, it can automate repetitive tasks, but it always requires human judgment. So as my previous expert was mentioning, ChatGPT can give you answers, but it always needs a human expert or someone, a human judgment to verify the answers is right or wrong. That's why we say AI will not replace humans, but humans who know how to use AI will replace those who don't. So AI is not a technology that is something we can avoid. So there are so many people who thinks that, okay, AI is a technology transformation which is happening, I can just simply avoid it. So think about smartphones. We all have smartphones now, right? But if you look back 20 or 30 years back, we were using normal phones, like at least 50% of our population were using normal phone. Nowadays, even we can vouch from the single room, like from this gathering itself, everyone uses smartphone. Now the way we live, the way we work is linked with smartphones. Nowadays, all the communication, even if it's professional, you receive instant communication through WhatsApp. So without a smartphone, nowadays having a WhatsApp is also difficult. So our life is going to transform in a way that AI will be there in the future. Now what we have to do is, AI is definitely the beast, but we need to understand, we need to be prepared to tame it. so that we can use it for the betterment in the future. So as I mentioned, human empathy, human context, and human alignment is required. So as we explore about AI for librarians in this session, we will learn more about how it's going to empower us, but not how it is going to overwhelm us. So this session will help you to understand how you as a librarian can support your community in understanding about AI, the responsible adoption of AI within the community itself. Now reimagining the role of librarians in the age of AI. So in the age of AI, libraries have a bigger purpose. So do the librarians. Librarians are not just the custodians of books, they should evolve as a curator of this intelligent movement. You have to be step in and you have to be a part of the curator. You should be the one who should be supporting the design process of such tools. And not just AI, any emerging tools. So the librarian can guide the users not just with information, but also make them understand how a technology like AI is working, how its biases is there, and most importantly, the ethical use of such tools. Now, we often hear this term, AI is going to eliminate the job, but what AI is going to do is it is going to enable you as a librarian to focus on a higher aspect of your work, a higher order aspect of your work. You're going to, it is going to give you a critical role. It is going to reimagine how libraries are going to work, how librarians are going to involve in community practice. So here, the AI is going to transform you from gatekeepers of books and reference service providers to AI advocates and validators, digital resource curators and facilitators of AI literacy. Now, I would like to introduce a concept called human in the loop principle, which is something introduced by the UNESCO. So after the introduction of ChatGPT, we've been listening a lot of things happening about AI, and since 2022, we see a huge introduction of multiple AI tools. So now, if we go and check, there are thousands of AI tools available. It's just that we don't know what are the tools that we can use and how we can use. Now, human in the loop is basically a human-centric design approach where it says that no matter which technology tool, let it be AI or let it be any technology tool which is going to be introduced, it should be around the humans. The human should be placed at the center of the design. The human should be involved at every process of the designing. So human in the loop. Now we are living in an era where the teachers are just getting to know about AI, but students are already using it. Now this is the problem where we have abundance of data. As I mentioned earlier, AI requires training. If I want to create an AI tool for the teachers, what I need is a set of data. I can train the tool with data and the AI tool will start performing. If I want to create an AI tool for librarians, I just need a set of information about libraries and how librarians are working. And all these data are abundant in internet. I can just go and explore and I can get all the data. But what is missing for all the existing tools, most of the existing tool is the curation and context. There is no human involvement. When I say human involvement, we know that for past many years, designing has been seen as a process where experts are the one who designs it and we users just use it. If I talk about a tool for librarians, there will be an expert who designed the tool and simply we are consuming it. If I talk about a tool for teachers, there is an expert who is designing, but teachers are going to consume it. But in the age of AI, AI basically offers personalization. When we talk about AI, it's all about personalization and solving the right problem at the right time. If we talk about personalization, what we need is we want to know the reality, right? The training should happen, the AI or any tool, it should be surrounded by the people themselves. That means, I would like to explain it better with something called a teacher in the loop AI approach. So this is an initiative that we recently started in India with the support of educational bodies. But when I talk about teacher in the loop AI, when I mention teacher, I want you to think as, if you are a librarian, I want you to think as librarian in the loop. So if I talk about, if you're a doctor, I want you to think like doctor in the loop AI. When I explain about this process, I want you to think in that. If you're a teacher, think about teacher in the loop AI. If you're a politician, think about politician in the loop AI. Or if you're a student, think that it's student in the loop AI. Now basically this approach is where we are trying to design an AI tool by involving a set of teachers. So we created a cohort of over 200 teachers. We selected a subject, mathematics. Now the idea is these teachers, the tool aims to solve the problems of the teachers. So these teachers came together from different parts of the country, representing different states, different rural areas, different schools, different classrooms, and different challenges, and they address different students. That means we have a variety of problems. We are also representing all cultural relevance within the country. So these teachers came together. First thing what they did was, they sit together, they identified what are their problems, where they need the support of AI, where they need the AI to support them. Now they identified a list of problems. After that, they sit together and they started sharing what are their current approaches. So problem is always there, but everyone has their own way of solving it. It might not be the best way to solve it, but everyone has their own thought process, and there is some way we are already dealing with it. So everyone shared it. Now with using that data, we are training the tool, not with any data which is available, but making it more relevant to the users. After that, these teachers are going to, now we'll train the AI. After that, these teachers will engage with the tool, criticizing the tool, acting as a validator whether this tool is going to give us the right answer or not. So AI has a special feature that the more you train, it behaves the way you are training it. So if I am prompting something in ChatGPT, if I tell ChatGPT to give me an email body, and if I didn't like it, I can just simply tell ChatGPT, I'm not liking this, this is not professional. Then it will go back again and it will correct it and it will give me something better. The same way, teachers are going to spend some time with this tool, and until it is aligned with our curriculum standards, our culture. Even if we talk about ChatGPT is not designed specifically for India. So if I want to teach my student about, or maybe if I want to deal with a problem which is culturally rooted to a locality in India, I cannot use that tool because it's not trained on that specific data. So this teacher in the loop AI, now you might be thinking, where do we see librarians here? Now this is more like a community and technology partner collaboration. Now the person who can play a crucial role as a mentor, as an advocate for enabling this collaboration is librarians. Librarians will be the single point of access where a technologist can collaborate with communities. Let's say farmers, let's say rural, local entrepreneurs, teachers, doctors, anyone in the locality, librarians. So what we are trying to do is creating a design or framework where the specific users can connect and work with technology specialists so that whatever tool is coming out is actually solving the real problems. Now, as you all know, from the beginning, I've been talking about what is AI, how AI is going to work, but we are only talking about what is AI and how, all the theoretical content, but what we really need is how it is going to help you in practicality. How do you want to use AI? How it is going to transform your life as a librarian? What are the tools, college, that help me as a librarian? I can just, after this session, I can just go to my library or where I am working and I can simply use it. Due to not having the luxury of time, I won't be able to demonstrate you any of the tools, but I will utilize this time to explain you certain tools that is actually going to support you in your day-to-day life. So there are two aspects. The first aspect is AI supporting your professional career or your productivity. It can boost your productivity, it can reduce your workload. At the same time, you can also think into a broader perspective where you are directly impacting as an AI advocate for your community. Now looking at, first, it was very difficult for me to list out these use cases because there are so many use cases. When I was starting to shortlist, I could find a lot of use cases, I could find a lot of tools, but giving you everything together is always going to create confusion. Now, one thing I want to introduce first is chatbots. I believe some of you might be already knowing about chatbot. Chatbot is nothing a system which is going to respond on your behalf, or something that can respond to certain queries. So, chatbots for library assistant. Imagine having a chatbot. So, as a librarian, you might be getting repeated queries. There are always, some queries which is always coming, and it will always slow you down when you're answering to multiple people the same answer they're giving. For example, if I am doing a webinar, one of the most common questions just after ending the webinar, one of the most common questions that I get is, Khalid, when I will get my certificate? And for next 3 days, even though I have told them this is the date where you will get certificate, but the same question repeats. Imagine you are also getting certain question which is always repeated. Imagine you are building yourself a chatbot, an AI chatbot, which is always there 24/7 active on your email as well as on your WhatsApp. Don't think about, you need to have a pre-knowledge or you need to have a coding background. Nothing is required. With simple step, you can create your own chatbot. It won't be advanced as much, but you can just put some predefined questions. Some of you might be, so in my case, I'll be putting the first question. What is your query? Choose from any of the queries. And one of the query can be certificate related query. Now, if they click it, there is always an answer I have pre-designed and put it in the chatbot. It will give them that answer. So having such an assistant which can always support you to some repeated queries. So there is a tool called Tile Desk. Tile Desk is a tool where you can create your own chatbots. Tile Desk is a free tool with lot many features, but in simple clicks, you can create your own chatbots. Now moving ahead, voice to text and text to voice translation. So there are multiple AI tools, huge number of AI tools which can support you. So even if I am speaking, it can live record it and translate it to text. So there will be sometimes you just want to convert whatever you are saying into a text content, which is editable, Word file. So that is possible. There are AI tools for that. Our government has recently launched an AI app called Bhashini. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. Bhashini is something you can download. Bhashini supports mostly all of the languages which are there in India. You can easily translate any voice note into text content. There are also tools like Notebook LLM, NotGPT. So Notebook LLM, which will also support you creating podcast. So imagine creating wonderful podcast. You have a text content, you have a content. You don't want to do the anchoring. You don't want to speak, but you can actually create your own beautiful voice content, which you can share it either through WhatsApp or either through your community channels. Next, so we have tools called Bhashini, Notebook LLM, NotGPT. There are many other tools. I am not taking too much time to go into deep. Now, plagiarism and citation checking for assisting academic learners. Some of you might be working in libraries which are in universities or colleges. So, with the introduction of AI, I told you, the moment teacher got to know about AI, students are already using it. Imagine giving an assignment to a student, and student is bringing you a wonderful assignment. It's very good. There is nothing you can find fault in it because it's completely generated by AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini. So teachers should also be need to think twice and become more smarter. Now the fun fact is there are tools to make AI content human. Like I can create a content with AI. Now I can use another AI to make that content humanified. So now we have one more tool which will detect AI content which is humanified, which is again AI content. So plagiarism is something which is going to help you. Sometimes you also want to check the relevance of the citations, whether the citation is right or wrong, whether they have done it properly or not. So there are certain tools like GPT-0, Grammarly, Quillbot. There are so many tools available. So these are certain tools I have now, which I have been using, which is GPT-0 or 0GPT, Grammarly or Quillbot. Moving ahead, assisting in exploring new tools and platforms. This is something which is really going to help you. Imagine you are, so we all are not expert of every tool, right? I am not an expert of Excel. I know Excel, but I am not the best person to do Excel, or I am not the best person to creating PPT. Imagine, so when you are stuck with something, let's say in Excel you have a data. What you want to do is you want to do a simple task, which is there are a list of names. You just want to make it in order alphabetically. but you don't know how to do it. So what we usually do, if somebody is sitting next to us, we just ask them, can you help me with this? If most of the time we are doing it alone, so we always think that if somebody is there to help me, it's always good. I can go and ask Google that I want to do it. Google will give me certain steps to do it, but I need someone else to find where I will find those steps. Now imagine having someone who is actually looking at your screen and telling you, okay, this is where you are stuck right now, you can do this. When you are making a mistake, it will tell you, no, that is wrong. This is what you have to do. It will not do anything for you, but it will analyze your screen and it will tell you, okay, this is how you have to do it. So that kind of a tool is Google AI Studio. Google AI Studio is completely free. Whenever you are stuck with any tool, let's say spreadsheet or let's say PPT, you know what you want to do, but you don't know how to do it. So for that, you can use Google AI Studio. Here, you go to Google AI Studio, there will be an option, share my screen. So when you share your screen, you go back to, after sharing your screen, you go back to your own screen and start talking to your computer like it's a person. Like, you're talking to your friend. Now that is a tool, you can use it for any tool, any web tool, you can use it. It's very easy and it just feels like you are talking to a real person. So suppose if it's saying something, I used to say that, okay, stop now, I'm not following, just slow down and tell me easily. So we do that, right? So it will listen, whenever you try to speak, it will listen and it will slow down. You can always tell it again and okay, repeat this again, I am here, now tell me what to do. Simple, it is the most patient friend I have. So next is AI-powered image recognition for digitalizing archives. So most of you might be dealing with, so now we are in the process where we are digitalizing everything that we have. We have a lot of content on papers. Now as a librarian, you want to just digitalize it and you just don't want to scan it and upload it. You want to completely convert it into digital content like Word file or text content which can be editable. For that, there are tools like transcribers, Google's Cloud Vision, and there is also a tool called Transcribe. So there are many tools which can help you in, you just need to upload an image, it will translate it into Word files. The next is LLMs. Now we have talked about many tools which are task specific. Now there are certain tools which are not task specific, it can do multiple tasks like ChatGPT. It has an interface where you can interact like a real person. You can ask anything. But the tools that I talked about, Bashini, TileDesk, these tools you can't interact other than the task. But like ChatGPT, these are large language models which are designed with large data set. It's not designed for specifically for a task, but it can help you with so many things. It can do almost everything. Like ChatGPT is very friendly in interaction. Like it learns about you when you start interacting with it. Now Perplexity is different. Perplexity is a tool, if you want to ask anything, and whatever answer the Perplexity is giving you, it will have a reference. That means whatever Perplexity is giving you, it's not just built by Perplexity, it is just finding the right answer from the browser and it is giving you with reference. So you can always verify whether the data is right or wrong. Now we have Claude AI. Claude is basically for research purposes. If you want to use in your professional setup, I would always suggest to use Claude than ChatGPT or Perplexity. Claude is always good for academicians. Now we have Gemini. Gemini is always good with analyzing, let's say creating an image or analyzing a data. I find Gemini more good when it comes to translating. If I upload a data, and if I ask Gemini to give me it in text content or analyze who is the 17th person, or if I ask something, if I upload a data and if I ask a specific question data, I find Gemini giving more right answer than ChatGPT. So these are LLMs. Yeah. So there are thousands of tools, but we don't have time to explain it or demonstrate it. Now, this is my last slide, reimagining libraries as AI innovation hubs. So I have been mentioning it in the beginning. Libraries have a bigger purpose. As I told you, we have many tools. You got to know about these are the tools that librarians can use. When I came and I told you these are the tools you can use. Otherwise, you are not aware which tool to use for which. Now, if I come tomorrow and tell you more tools, then you will be getting to know about more tools. The same way, we have many tools. It can do many tasks, but The abundance makes confusion. People often ask, we don't know what tool to use, what tool I can rely, what tool is ethically good for using. So this is also a concern. There are many tools. You can't just go and use any tool. Ethical concerns, or which tool actually fits my purpose. And most importantly, something that we all look into, which tool is perfectly free. So who can answer these questions? I can go and ask Google, but Google always give me a list where it's very difficult. Now imagine, this is where librarians are going to play a very crucial role, becoming a space where such AI tools and any emerging tools can be a space where these tools can be tested and verified. Where AI librarians have a bigger purpose, becoming the AI advocates. And not just you are talking about any AI tools, you are using that space to test AI tools and mapping them with different professions. In your community, you might have teachers, you might have students, you might have farmers, you might have local entrepreneurs, farmers. There will be a lot many people. But imagine a teacher coming to a library and asking, I want to create lesson plan. Could you tell me what tool is best? So you have certain tools which is already tested. So you can provide them. Or imagine a student coming to a library for using AI for research purposes. Or local entrepreneurs coming to a library and learning about new tools that can support them in boosting their business. So there are so many things that a librarian can do, a library can do for the community. And the most important thing is converting the libraries into innovation hubs. As an AI innovation hub, so we are already promoting reading literacies. We are already promoting climate literacy. And there are so many things the librarians are already doing. But this is the time where libraries to take a step ahead, go with the technology, because we are looking at a future where everyone needs to learn about tech. No matter which degree you are going to take, there should be technology integration in that degree. You should be knowing about technology, because every degree is going to be blended with technology, because there was a survey which by I think World Economic Forum, which stated that many over 60 or many of the students who are studying right now are going to be in a job which is linked with technology in the future. Those jobs are not even existing nowadays. So as a librarian, you have a bigger purpose. So in my conclusion, I would like to say libraries are not just about access to information, they are about to access to understanding. In the age of AI, librarians will ensure that technology empowers community, not to replace them. You can be the advocates who are going to make the community to integrate AI thoughtfully, not blindly. Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. And with this, we are at the end of this particular session, and I thank Srimati Jaya Shukla, Dr. Sar Sanjay, Mr. Faisal, and Mr. Khalid for making their presentations to the best of your taste, I hope. Okay, thank you all. And now I am pretty sure that you may have something to clarify with them. But due to paucity of time, I advise you, we are breaking now for a cup of tea, and you can interact with them. Okay, so that you can have a face-to-face conversation, which will be more effective than an interrogation from the dais. Okay, so let us break for tea, and let us reassemble here by 4:45. Okay, the time is running out. We are already late by 1 hour, and thank you very much. So please catch hold of the person with whom you want to have some clarification. Okay. And here, you know, the chairperson of this session, as announced earlier, had to leave the capital for an urgent business at Calicut, and therefore Sri Jacob Punnus is not present. So I invite Dr. P.K. Suresh Kumar, the University Librarian of Kerala University of Fisheries and Oceanography, to chair this session. And along with him, I invite others also. They can occupy the dais. Dr. Prabjot Singh Kaur Sandhu, please. Dr. Srimati P.K. Shobana. Dr. K.G. Sudhir. Sri Binoy Matthew. And now I will just introduce our chairperson, Dr. Suresh Kumar, and then I will leave the session to him so that he can introduce the other speakers when their turn comes. So the persons are requested to speak in the order in which it is given in the program. So Dr. P.K. Suresh Kumar, as I have already mentioned, is the University Librarian of KUFOS, that is Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences. He is a prominent figure in Kerala's library community, contributing to both practice and academia through his work at Kerala University Library, and he is well known for his scholarly output also. Prior to the present assignment, he was Deputy Librarian, Kerala University Library. He is an experienced assistant or deputy librarian with expertise in information services, digital libraries, library management, cataloging, and library science and IT, library applications, that is IT applications in library. He played a significant role in the modernization of the Kerala University Library system. He served in various capacities, and presently he is the president of Kerala Library Association, that is the premier association of professional librarians in the state. He has also a research guide in library and information science at the University of Kerala. He is a sought after resource person for many of the training programs in the state as well as outside the state. And not only as a resource person, he also delves deep into many of the social and cultural activities. And he also functions as the managing director of Kerala Statistical Institute, a center of excellence in statistics and allied sciences. And as part of that, he has carried out several research programs successfully. And he is a frequenter to conferences in the field and winner of several accolades. Due to paucity of time, I am not elaborating the honors and awards received by him. And now I hand over the mic. I am not handing over. He has to come over here and take over the session. And he will be introducing the subsequent speakers. Please.
Good evening. So thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, for the detailed introduction about me. And now we are running late by more than 1 hour. So we have 4 speakers in addition to my talk also. So we are having 7 minutes to each resource persons for presenting their topics before you, and after that there will be 10 minutes for discussion. So first speaker is Dr. Prabhajot Kaur Sandhu. She was the former Chief Librarian of Central State Library, Punjab. So her name is engraved on the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, that is IFLA, Wall of Fame, individual category at The Hague, Netherlands, 2020. She represented India and South Asia at the Global INELI Libraries Meet, US. She is a member of Indian Public Library Movement Impact Group, and she was honored with the Influential Women Award 2019 by Rotary Club of Public Services. She is presenting a topic which is empowering for the ground up, a case study of state and district libraries in Punjab. Next speaker is Srimati P.K. Shobhana. She is the State Librarian of Kerala State Central Library, Thiruvananthapuram. She assumed charge as State Librarian in 2014. She has been associated with various initiatives aimed at modernizing and enhancing library services. Notable projects at the Kerala State Central Library include digitization efforts, such as digitizing historical government gazettes, which preserves important archival materials digitally. She has also taken several initiatives to bring the marginalized group, including transgender group, to the fore. She is quite active under the name of Shobhana Padinyatil in social media. Her feature film, Girlfriends, was screened in the Malayalam Cinema Today session of the International Film Festival of Kerala, organized on December 24 in the Malayalam Cinema Today session. So I invite her also. She is going to present a topic, designing public libraries as inclusive space. Next speaker is Sri Binoy Matthew. All of you know about him because he is a prominent figure in the public libraries in Kerala, and also he initiated many projects regarding the development of public libraries in Kerala, especially the Valapattanam Grama Panchayat. She is the librarian and cultural coordinator of Valapattanam Grama Panchayat Library. He is a dedicated senior librarian with extensive experience in community library management. He has been instrumental in transforming the Valapattanam Grama Panchayat Library into a vibrant community hub. Under his leadership, the library extends beyond book lending to organize cultural, social, and health initiatives ailing with sustainable development goals like UN 2030 agenda. So he is presenting a topic on transformative role of LSDD libraries, a case study of Valapattanam Grama Panchayat Library. On behalf of all of you, I invite him also to this session. And the last speaker is Dr. K.G. Sudhir. He is now working as the Assistant Professor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. He is distinguished scholar in library and information science with over 25 years of teaching, research, and administrative experience. He is recognized as one of the most cited Indian authors in bibliometrics and scientometrics, and among the top Indian authors in ISI indexed LIS research. He is a research guide at the University of Kerala, Manomanian Sundarla University, Tirunelveli, and Tamil Nadu Central University. He is a prolific writer with over 1,000 publications in national and international journals. He was authored one book and edited 5 others. He is associated with a number of professional associations, including IASLIC, ILA, KLA, SALIS, MALA, etc., etc. So he is presenting a topic which is on digital inclusiveness through public libraries. Tamil Nadu leap towards Atma Nirbhar Bharat. So on behalf of all the participants, I invite him also to this session. So here I am going to present some aspects regarding the imparting digital library skills to the masses, empowering citizens in the age of digital. Is it working? No. Imparting digital literacy. So I will finish my presentation within 5 minutes. So sorry for the interruption. So all of you know about literacy, digital literacy, as well as information literacy. So literacy means we have to have 3 R's. That is, 1 R is for reading, second is for writing, and third one is for arithmetics. So that person is said to be a literate person. Then coming to the digital literacy. Now we are in Kerala that we are having 100% of digital literacy because of the role of P.N. Panicker Foundation is also very notable in that sense. And digital literacy means it is the ability to use the digital tools to access the information, then to evaluate, create, and communicate those things to the masses. So it is essential for education, empowerment, then employment, participation in society also. So literacy in the digital age goes beyond reading and writing nowadays, because it is about to connecting and sharing. All of the presenters were discussed about the collaborative role of the people in the digital era. Then what is the need for digital literacy? There are many things that we have to attain till. That is, one is the bridge the digital divide, because we the people are in the digital divide. So the digital technology that divides the society into two parts. One area that people are having enough skills or they are using this technology regularly. But some people, they are reluctant to use the technology. That is why we are in the digital divide. So in order to bridge the gap, this digital literacy is very essential. And empower the citizens to ensure the inclusion. Then enhance employability, entrepreneurship, and facilitate e-governance. Then there are different components as far as digital literacy is concerned. So basic skill regarding the computer literacy, then community training, then internet and web literacy, cyber safety and privacy, online communication and collaboration, digital content creation and digital citizenship. These are the areas in which that we have to attain skills as part of digital literacy. Then there are various strategies for imparting digital literacy. One is the integrate the digital technology with the formal education. And now in almost all the syllabuses, including the state syllabus as well as in the CBSE or ICSE, this is a compulsory part in the curriculum. And community training centers and public initiatives are also public libraries. In Kerala, you know, the strength of public libraries. So public libraries will have a great role in imparting digital literacy to the masses. Then government initiatives. Many government initiatives are possible only through this digital literacy. So as far as Kerala is concerned, many of the people are having such a literacy and they are using this digital environment for using the banking as well as marketing or purchasing or their day-to-day life. That is, we are in the networked information society. And government initiatives like Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharata Abhiyan, then National Digital Literacy Mission, Digital India, etc. Then public-private partnership in various domains, including the local language programs. Then there are various platforms that the people are using for electronic learning, because now the offline learning is changed to the online mode. There are many platforms that are available and many people in the higher education sector, they are using these platforms, including Swayam, NPTEL, Diksha, then EPG Padachala, etc. EPG Padachala is a platform for getting various learning material, especially for postgraduate courses. Then resources like National Digital Library of India, then open education resources, Coursera, Khan Academy are other platforms for e-learning. And there are various applications that we are regularly using, including digital DigiLocker, then UMANG, that is Unified Mobile Application for New Age Governance, Google Learn, YouTube Learning, etc. And we are regularly depending various AI tools also. In the last session, Khalid presented a variety of AI tools which are required for our day-to-day life. And even though we are having such facilities, but we are having some challenges also. So I am just listing some of the challenges that we are facing. One is the poor internet connectivity. In Kerala, that we are not having such a problem, because in every area, that is in a very remote area also, that we are having such a facility to access the gadgets through internet. And low awareness and motivation, that is a problem, because many people are not coming to this area for getting such a training, for getting the right information. So the role of librarian is very important, because the librarian is the right person to provide the right information to the right people at the right time. So this type of training program that should be imparted by the librarians. That is a major role of librarians, especially in the public sector, public libraries in Kerala, because we are having more than 10,000 public libraries, and all the libraries if we are providing such a service in our libraries, the people are depending these libraries, and I think in many of the states like that of these Akshaya centers and health clubs and all those things are integrated with the public library systems in outside Kerala. But if those things are attached to our libraries, then it may be a very warm environment for this type of training as well as awareness programs. Then gender and socio-economic divide. So it is not a problem for us, but in other states this problem still exists. And language barriers and rapid technological changes, because technology changing day by day. We are having many technologies tomorrow, not to wait for the technology tomorrow. We are using the technology today itself, because tomorrow there may be another technology. Then there are some solutions and best practices that we can practice. One is the development of localized content in regional languages. That is very important for us. That is lacking in our library setup as well as in the information domain. Then affordable access to devices. We are having a number of devices that we have. In a person, in Kerala, more than 3 crores of telephone connections or mobile connections are that we are having. Only 3.5 crores of people here, but the number of connection is more. The density is very high in Kerala. Then training programs and inclusivity for women, elderly and differently abled. So some libraries, especially in the university libraries, we are having special provisions for the differently abled people. And libraries as a digital learning centers. So that is why I have already mentioned about the importance of these Akshaya centers, which can be attached to our libraries. Then the role of library and information centers. The librarians are the right persons to impart such a digital literacy to the masses, and they have to be trained accordingly. Then outcome, already that the merits that we found, their empowerment, informed persons that we can have, confident citizens, enhanced employability, then improved access to the digital services. Then thus we can reduce the digital divide. Literacy is the digital empowerment, promotes inclusion, participation and innovation. So a digital literate nation is a self-reliant nation. So thank you. And if you have any doubt, you can ask me at the end. So I am inviting the first speaker, Dr. Prabhojit Kaur Sandhu, to present her paper. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have been given 10 minutes. First, I will just share the brief summary of my presentation and later on the presentation for you to see, because it is mostly on the pictorial presentation. Could you put it on? The title of my Ground Up, a case study of State District Library, Punjab. Why this topic? The choice of my presentation title, reason being, Punjab state has yet to implement the Legislation Act. So we are facing many challenges, and there are only 1 state and 14 district libraries in Punjab. First challenge In spite of all these challenges, these two libraries, Center State Library and District Library Amritsar, which took the task to empower the libraries, and I was the witness to all these challenges. And in this, not only the community benefited, libraries also got benefited. District Library Amritsar was only hosted in one small hall in a very poor condition, and later on it was shifted into a very heritage 15 rooms building. When I was a chief librarian, Center State Library first time got the 75 lakh grant for renovation. We did it. Later on, from the CM funds, we got a 8 crore 26 lakhs for the e-library, and we got that released from the CM funds. So in a way, libraries also empowered the community and also got the benefited from these programs or the services we provided to the communities. For centuries, libraries have been revered as a repository of knowledge, silent sanctuary for books and study. However, the 21st century paradigm shift redefined the libraries to be from a pacific archive to a dynamic, proactive civic institution and a vital agent of community empowerment. This transformative role is no longer optional, but imperative for building equitable, informed, and cohesive communities. This shift is from content to context, from transactions to relations, from collection to connection, and from collection to creation. It's clear that library empowering communities concept moves beyond the traditional model of lending books. It signifies a proactive, multifaceted strategy through which the libraries equip individuals and groups with the resources, skills, agency, and social capital necessary to improve their lives and shape their collective future. Empowerment here is not something to a community, but a capacity that is nurtured within it. Libraries act as a catalyst in this process. This pictorial presentation will show this empowerment across several interconnected domains. First, digital and technological empowerment. With the focus on bridging the digital divide and fostering 21st centuries, Center State Library or the Punjab State took a leap step to equip 15 public libraries with computer for digital literacies. I had the honor to spend about 3 crore 50 lakhs in the year 2023-24 for this task. District Library received 20 computers and State Library 30 computers, printer, furnitures, and another. Enhanced free internet access due to increased number of public computers. Also, focus was on digital literacy training, which included teaching basic computer skills, assisting with online job applications, and enabling access to e-government services at both the libraries. For economic empowerment, both state and District Library Amritsar conducted various career counseling sessions for the student and organized a series of lectures on various subjects for the aspirant who were preparing for the competitive exams and provided access to online job portals. Complementing formal and informal education, organized various reading sessions within and outside the library at government schools, orphanages, frequent library orientation for school and library science students, lawyers, adults, storytelling session, story writing competition, both online and offline. Debates were conducted for children and young adults. Had interactive sessions on health, women empowerment, like anemia and dental checkup camps in library and government schools. Also addressed environment, gender equality themes like through plant distribution, plantation drive, nukkad natak and play. Social and civic engagement with a focus on creating inclusive spaces and strengthening democratic participation. organized an interactive session on right to vote, women empowerment, local heritage, and on consumer right awareness. District Library Amritsar conducted serious discussions on the topic stubble burning with our agriculture officers and found institutions, using different modes like Rangoli competition, debates, Nukkad Natak, demonstration of voting machines, and how to cast the vote. Adopted to organize various campaigns covering themes like Swachh Bharat, Save Girl, Child Right to Vote, Poshan Mahina with the district administration. For creative and cultural empowerment, both the libraries hosted regular edition on important topics and days in the library and also library. District Library Amritsar displayed richest books in the exhibition celebrating 550th birth anniversaries of Nanak Ji with the help of district administration for a week. Regular Meet the Poet book releases and poem meet held every Saturday at both libraries. Festival like Diwali, Holi, Lodi and Literature Festival celebrate the communities at the libraries. State Library Patiala displayed 3,000 rare manuscripts, part of a literature festival aiming to celebrate 75th year of independence on the theme Hum Sab Sehmat, and organized painting competition for young artists at the library. In the process, we blended the 4 spaces and empowerment. The key here was to be intentional, responsive, and always focused on building community capacity. In the process, a library might use a model of empowerment to outreach for co-created program, which is then hosted in a community hub spaces, all while promoting it through a digital-first campaign. The list of model of empowerment is long, as mobile model, third model, creative model, partnership and backbone model, digital first and social media model, cultural organizing model of empowerment, and of course, Henrik overlapping 4 spaces model, learning, inspiration, meeting, and formative. From the space insights were that libraries are important for nation building, since they build human capital, promote social equity and inclusion, strengthen democratic foundation, foster community resilience and public health, catalyze local innovation and cultural preservation. And from this inside action to be followed up, we know that modern library is a strategic investment. So as the Punjab state, having library legislation is must to modern library roles and protect intellectual freedom. To integrate libraries into national policy on education, digitalization, economic development, and social inclusion. Public library professionals necessitate a shift mindset and skill set with regard to involve from custodian of collection to facilitator of community learning and growth, to proactively engage with communities through assessment and partnership, to develop expertise in digital tools, program management, and community outreach. Last not but the least, there is a very college, Khalsa College, and the architect of that college is Ram Singh, and he is the architect of this heritage building, which was previously the office of Deputy Commissioner since British era. So This is when we empowered the communities, libraries also get empowered. This is the various activities. In the Center State Library Children's section and the reading section, we are celebrating meditation sessions with the Rotary Club. This is a free access to internet for the students at both the libraries, public computers. Career counseling at the libraries. Lecture series by the expert. He is the IS officer retired who is, taking the lecture at the Center State Library, and the volunteers, they came, offered themselves. This is the different modes adopted for the awareness campaigning. Nukkad Natak, reading sessions for the young children. Also, the drug addiction issue was also addressed to the AV. We just went to the schools also, and through the AV, we showed them how it is harmful. Of course, Nukkad Natak and the Ramas were also there. This is a library creation. Yeah, I'm just giving the pictorial view of what I have just read out. This is a story writing competition. Deputy Commissioner is monitoring this program, and this is a Rangoli competition, interactive sessions, plantation drive, Swachh Bharat. This is with the communities. Meet the author. This is the concluding remarks. Empowerment of communities through libraries is powerful and synergistic process. Definitely, it transforms passive citizens into active agents of their own development, creating a ripple effect that strengthens the very fabric of the nation, as evident in the present case study, and I'm witness to that. Thank you very much.
Next is I invite Srimati P.K. Shobhana.
Hello. Namaskar. So, every one of you know public library. Most of the people are members of this library. So now I am presenting paper redesigning public libraries as inclusive space. So in this paper, I project the library should be always be cater to the needs of the mainstream people, and there need to be a deviation of there are lots of underprivileged community in our society. So State Central Library have introduced some programs which try to include this underprivileged or പാവമായിട്ടുള്ള ഈ വിഭാഗത്തിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ലൈബ്രറി സർവീസുകളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. So public libraries have long envisioned an inclusive space of all, regardless of social economic background. They serve as vital institutions where communities come together to access information, knowledge, and share experiences. However, despite Kerala's reputation for social progress and literacy, deep-rooted inequalities persist. Discrimination based on caste, creed, and gender continues to shape access to public spaces and opportunities. Even today, transgender and gender-conforming, non-conforming individuals often face barriers in utilizing public services and other public resources. The State Central Library is the first public library in India give membership to transgender communities. So, what is social exclusion? People are blocked in or denied their rights to opportunities or resources. Especially, public library have the right to give information to distribute even because most of the public library in India is run by the government money. So, as government is works is based on our there did not be any kind of discrimination. So, possible initiatives. This paper, I did enlist the challenges and obstacles and the sustainability of the project which I initiated, because now the smooth running of a public library is very difficult, especially government on the public libraries, because we all know that for this opinion for two people there will be three opinion in our society. So it's most of the projects sometimes it will be over confidentially or because of intervention of government union people. I have to see some of the programs. While I release so much programs, complaints goes to the ministry. Like I conduct the programs without any audience and simply wasting or spending government money. So I have to go to so many committees for hearing And they came to our library, and luckily I had keep a register of people who are programs. So that's the present state of affairs. So I just wanted to show that there are some people who associated with the library. That's one guy whose name is P.P. Satyan. He encouraged a woman called Dhanuja Kumari. All of us know Dhanuja Kumari. She is an writer, a poet. She is from a slum, and she worked as a sanitation worker. But she wrote a book, and through her, I had organized women to participate in our English spoken classes and also digital literacy programs. And it's very difficult to get here in Kerala or in Trivandrum, especially to attend programs by the women for learning the skills. And through her, through Chengachura, I could participate in some of the women, but they also discontinued. That's an actual case. And this is Sheetal Shyam. In 2017, she got membership in public library. And then Minister C. Ravindranath had given her membership. And as give membership, all this extended community have changed the library membership form. And we had visually impaired section in our library. And also in State Central Library, the buildings, you all know that. And now we had started a differently abled section. And already the new building has that ramp for the differently abled person. And another transfer started to construct in 2 other buildings. After finishing this, library will be totally accessible to these differently abled people. So, library's commitment to marginalized communities goes beyond gender and gender inclusivity. Programs are also in place to support Dalits, tribe groups, migrant workers, and women in informal sectors through targeted learning initiatives, local language reading circles, and skill development sessions. So, empowering marginalized communities. Beyond gender inclusivity, the library can extend its mission to support various marginalized communities, including Dalits and tribal communities. That's minorities, particularly transgender persons, face systematic exclusion from educational institutions, workplaces, and even cultural spaces such as libraries. The State Central Library played a pioneering role by introducing inclusive programs that promote gender diversity and promote equity. So, in between, I had made a film, and that film also deals with this trans woman issue. People know that. And concluding, these efforts of State Library, UNESCO, and First Public Library Manifesto, which envisions libraries as democratic institutions committed to lifelong learning, cultural development, and social inclusion. By rooting this program in this global framework, the State Central Library can lead by example in promoting equity through knowledge. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shobana Madam, for finishing the talk within the time. I invite Sri Binoy Matthew for his presentation.
Around 40%, near 30 to 40% of the plan outlay of the state government is going through the local self-government departments, whether it is Gram district or municipal corporations and municipalities. In Kerala, 941 Grama Panchayats and 152 block panchayats, 14 district panchayats, also 87 municipalities and 6 municipal corporations are there. And in the constitution, in the 11th schedule of our constitution, 29 items that mandatory the local self-government should address, and out of that 29 items, 20th item is library. Then the role of LSGs in India, in this specific area of library is a must topic, I think. And thanks to Kila and the Kila librarian, Dr. Manju is also here. Kila conducted, I think 3 years back, a national level workshop on that topic, and Kila prepared a very detailed presentation to government on these aspects. That being, in the introductory session, our Shadi sir said how much of the GDP is spent through, especially like the library activities. This is a crucial question. In India, I think the statistics around 0.6% of the total population accommodated by public libraries. Public library in India 0.6%. In Kerala, it is something better. I think 10% or more. But the situation is not good on the basis of these statistics, and the role of LSGs is should something more high. In Kerala, the statistics of libraries is something different than that of the other states. 10,000 more village libraries are under a library council, a democratic platform of libraries in Kerala. Also, in LSG's area, I think 680 near librarians working under various local self-government departments. And this area have a very great role to enlarge the library and its functions, various functions. Every LSG is, as per the Kerala Panchayat Raj Act, 29 mandatory functions there. Out of these 29 mandatory items, many of these are creating awareness, especially in sanitation, waste management, health, then vaccination, this type of mandatory items, and regional items. And in these regional items, one of the major functions is running libraries, especially sports, culture, everything. This coming under the LSG's functions. That is why I am focusing on LSG's libraries is very, very important. Mandatory general and sectoral functions of LSGs. Then there is a very scope of libraries. That is, I already said the statistics. I am specifically how Valavatana Panchayat library is not only my library, but many librarians representing LSGs are here. They are doing a wonderful story. Palayalkarum Valare Rasagaramaya Madrigal Srishtikinunde, not only LSG library, but other libraries also. And my library is a special story. Valavatana in Kannur district, only the population is 8,000. It's the smallest Gram Panchayat in Kerala. And it is a minority area. That is around 80% of the population is minority Muslim population. And at the time of when I joined that Panchayat, the one and only one public library in that Panchayat is Valavatana Gram Panchayat libraries. Why I say the one and only one public library? Because in Kerala, many of the Panchayats have multiple of libraries, especially Mayil Gram Panchayat in Kannur, 37 libraries are there in the Panchayat area, 37 libraries in a one Panchayat. Then in my Panchayat, there is only one library. And at the time of my joining, 3 or 4 persons at a day in the reading room is the statistics of the visitors. And the changes, just I go through this slide. This is the library at that time in 2004. Single library, no library committee, art member, no members, as much, and circulation or circulate books very, absolutely very low. Within a week, 2 or 3 persons come to take a library as users. This is the look of that library. And at present, this is the change. How this happening? How this change? എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടായത് എന്നതിൻ്റെ ഒരു reason, the crucial reason is library, especially LSD libraries, the rural area,
the needs are there one side, the demand of the people is there, and identify the demand of the persons and the transform the library for the community. That is the reason why this happened. Panchayat board, the committee realized a library is a must in our area. Then different persons, target groups, children, youth, women, and senior citizens, and there are a lot of cultural groups, and different awareness programs, everything as a repository, as a center for engagement, and open space for every person, every people can associate. Open space ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ടോപ്പിക്കാണ്, because നമ്മൾ രാവിലെ മുതൽ പറയുന്ന വിവിധ സെഷനുകളിൽ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞത് ഡെമോക്രസി ആസ് എ ലൈബ്രറി ആസ് എ ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം. ഓൾസോ ലൈബ്രറി ഷുഡ് എൻലാർജ് ദി ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം. നമ്മുടെ കൺട്രി ഒരു ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് കൺട്രിയാണ്. ഡെമോക്രസി അതിൻ്റെ ഫ്രൂട്ട്ഫുൾനെസ്സിൽ ഏറ്റവും നന്നായി ഫങ്ഷൻ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ awareness, creating knowledge, and knowledge platform is a real and crucial factor and a basic factor. Therefore, in my area, the people and the committee realized the importance of library. Then library, two-storied building, the committee allotted for library, and at present is become a live community center. There are ICT businesses fully automated, and Koha is the software, and funds and functions multiplied, good infrastructure, resources increased, forums, different committees for different forums, and look change. These are the, at present, inside so many persons every day coming in that library. And a community knowledge and cultural center, how to connect the people and how to create new ideas among the community and how to transform through different type of engagements. And the first thing I would like to deliver is how to identify the demand of the community. How to make an inclusivity to the platform of library. എങ്ങനെയാ ജനങ്ങളെ കൂടുതൽ ലൈബ്രറിയിലേക്ക് അടുപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുക, എങ്ങനെയാ അവരുടെ മനസ്സിനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റുക, അത് ഭയങ്കര ക്രൂഷ്യൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മുടെ പോളിസീസ് ഫ്രം ദി ഹയർ ലെവൽ, even LSG says always that people's level planning and decentralized planning, but sometimes the plans and the ideas from the top level happening, but the person downtrodden and the base പിന്നെ സാധാരണ മനുഷ്യർ, the common people, അവരുടെ ഡിമാൻഡ് എന്താണ്? ആ ഡിമാൻഡ് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി various tools, children then connected to school, connected to various platforms of children and adults, a youth forum for the libraries there, and connected to other clubs and other cultural organizations running by youth, women, senior citizens, and job seekers is there, people's representatives, farmers, workers, artists, and so many persons, different categories of persons are there in a village. And to identify the demand, Gram Sabhas organizations, LSG has a special feature because Gram Sabhas are there, and Gram Sabha as a tool to develop identify the demand of the persons. And the librarian visit, and the library, sometimes library persons visit the Gram Sabha. Librarians need to be as an official as an coordinator of Gram Sabha. Then librarian present himself as I am the librarian of this library, and to ask for new demand or new suggestions. You just present the Gram Sabha, then Gram Sabha and different organizations interview, surveys, studies, reports, news in the local area. Also users' demand and institutional requirements we identify, then turn the library for the people. That's the basic value of the democracy is for the people. Change the library for the people. Then this is the structure of our system of libraries running. Then community needs on the children's forum, youth forum, women's forum, senior citizen, and cultural forums is there. Every month they will gather their committees and they make their demands in front of the library committee, and library committee decisions go to the health and education standing committee of the Gram Panchayat, and the Panchayat board discuss the basic demand of the community every month, and they make decisions. This is the system. Then libraries, a green library, the full solar power is using for library. Then different, it is a parent school running by women's forum. Why Women's Forum running parallel school? Because parental decision, there is no school for parents, there is no university for parents, but parental awareness is very, very, very important thing to develop a better society. That is why we are running parental school. Then this type of children's running home Unarve diary project, every child they are becoming the member of our library will get gifted with a diary of 200 pages, and they can write their appreciation notes or a picture or their own stories or their own experience, and they present it in library, and the library team value, and then every month the best diaries will given gift with appreciations. Then the total number of children in my library become 527 by now. 527 അംഗങ്ങളായിട്ട് കുട്ടികൾ മാറി. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഹയർ സെക്കൻഡറി സ്കൂളിൽ 650 കുട്ടികളാണ്, ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ 527 കുട്ടികളായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ദെൻ ഞാൻ എല്ലാത്തിലും കടന്നു പോകുന്നില്ല ടൈമിൻ്റെ കുറവ് കൊണ്ട്. യൂത്ത് ഫോറം നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള കോമ്പറ്റേറ്റീവ് എക്സാമിനേഷൻ കോച്ചിങ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിലൂടെ 122 പേർ കേരള സർക്കാർ സർവീസിൽ ജോലിയിൽ കയറി. ദെൻ ദേ ആർ ദി അലുമിനി ബൈ നൗ, ആൻഡ് the different alumni, they every year they gather and they think how to help the library. In the last year, 50,000 rupees books they donated to the library, and a year back they donated a portable sound system to the library, and this year also they asked which how we help the library. This is the give and take principles, and or a wonderful model of a public library. Then all this, what the library give to the society, the return, the society will return to the library, and this type of a very, very interesting circle will form in the village. Then UNESCO Public Library Manifesto, just go through the different activities in my library, parental school, and the newspaper reports. And this is one in the northern Kerala. Northern Kerala, ആദ്യത്തെ ചിൽഡ്രൻസ് ഫിലിം ഫെസ്റ്റിവൽ നടത്തിയത് ഒരു ലൈബ്രറിയുടെ അണ്ടറിലാണ്. ദർ ഇസ് ഇൻ വളവട്ടണം ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്ത് ലൈബ്രറി. പീപ്പിൾസ് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്ററി പ്ലാനിങ്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് ലൈബ്രറി റീഡിംഗ് ഫാമിലി എവറി ഇയർ ഒരു അവാർഡ് കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അനുമോദിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഫാമിലിക്കെല്ലാം ഫാമിലിയായിട്ട് ലൈബ്രറിയിലേക്ക് വരാനുള്ളൊരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് വർദ്ധിക്കുന്നു. Then donations and different memory books. The children prepared different 7 memory books they prepared. Then they explore the memory of the senior citizens and write and prepare 7 e-books on the memory. And different activities. Creative on COVID time in our village, children's main supporting area is none other than that library. And in the Global Library Field Response to COVID-19 IFLA report, for libraries, COVID time functions activities mentioned in IFLA's report. And out of that 4, one is Valavadanam Panchayat Library. I am very sorry. Yes, plant fund. That means every LSGs are getting plant funds every year. Then plant fund, a certain plant fund is allocated for library. Every year I am getting near 2 lakhs of rupees as plant funds. Then on fund. On fund means the Panchayat itself raise on fund. Then library council grant is there, a great library. MLA fund, MP fund. My library got 35 lakhs from the MLA fund 3 years back. And sponsorships, donations, CSR funds, partnerships, integration, volunteership, all these integrated for the finance and other things also. And yes, okay, the time is over. Then challenges also there. I am not going to the challenges. Connected community in knowledge society is the main thing. In the knowledge society, we are thinking about the knowledge. Knowledge is the power, and how to deliver and how to connect the people and creating a very great knowledge base in the society, and the society will change, society will turn, and this type of public libraries make so many changes. And one more thing is partnership, that is collaborative model, not only LSG libraries and the other libraries, LSG libraries and the educational institutions including schools, colleges, universities, LSG's libraries as a center and other academies, clubs, and this type of a regional or local library knowledge and cultural network to form in the future is our vision. I think it will happen. And one library card is essential to access every library in Kerala. A Keralite, one library card and access to every library in Kerala. Knowledge is open, and no barricade or no barrier to knowledge, access to every library, every field of knowledge. That is our vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Binoy, for a wonderful presentation. So not all the participants to take it as a model for your library also, because Valapattanam Library is a very, they are taking very much effort for empowering the people of Valapattanam Grama Panchayat. Thank you. Next is Dr. K.G. Sudhir. I invite K.G. Sudhir for the presentation.
Session Chair, my dear friend Dr. P.K. Suresh Kumar, my fellow presenters, dear professionals and delegates of this international conference. Very good evening to one and all. Ellavarkum namaskaram, Alaivarkum vanakkam. So, as the title shows, I am trying to present how the public libraries in Tamil Nadu, how they are tackling the digital divide in the state. You know, I happen to be the last presenter of this today's session, and അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ ക്ഷമയെ പരിശോധിക്കാൻ ശരിയല്ലെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം. ചെയർ ആൾറെഡി പറഞ്ഞു 7 മിനിറ്റ് ആണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു എൻ്റെ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ ടൈം. If I exceed, he will stop me in between. So, I will try my best to, I am not going the details of how the public libraries can tackle the digital divide. Instead of what, I am trying to say how the public library system in Tamil Nadu. Because you know that in Kerala, very good public library system is there. But if you see, I am trying to say what the public library system in Tamil Nadu. I am skipping most of the slides because it is here showing the slide in English. നമുക്കറിയാം കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഇന്ത്യ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നിരവധി പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ 10 വർഷമായിട്ട് നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഇന്ത്യ, as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, Make in India, different projects are there. If you go through the websites of the government of India, you can see that one. As part of it, how a public library or public libraries in the states can do this kind of digital initiatives or new technologies to tackle the digital divide. We know very well that RRLF, Rajaram Mohan Rai Library Foundation, giving more fund for this kind of thing. The digital India initiative, so many projects are there. Some of the things I will mention here. And the importance of public library. നമുക്കറിയാം, നമ്മൾ കൂടുതൽ സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ലിറ്ററസിയെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ലിറ്ററസിയെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ കൂടുതൽ സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ AI ലിറ്ററസിയെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതൊക്കെ ഒരു പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ ആസ് എ ലൈബ്രറിയൻ ഒരു പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയൻ എന്തൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും ഫോർ ദി പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി ഡെഫിനിഷൻ ഒന്നും ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല, കാരണം രാവിലെ പോലും നമ്മൾ കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ഒരു സെഷനിൽ തന്നെ പഞ്ചാബ് പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയെക്കുറിച്ച് മാഡം പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. ദെൻ കേരള പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയെ കുറിച്ച് ബെസ്റ്റ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ തമിഴ്നാടിൻ്റെ ഒരു സിനാരിയ ആണ് ഇവിടെ പറയാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. സോ നമുക്കറിയാം, മറ്റ് ലൈബ്രറിയെ പോലെ, അക്കാഡമിക് ലൈബ്രറിയെ പോലെ, സ്പെഷ്യൽ ലൈബ്രറികളെ പോലെ പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി ഈസ് ആൾസോ ഹാവിംഗ് എ പാരഡൈം ഷിഫ്റ്റ് because of IT and ICT technologies, and user demand, user needs, with the help of new technologies, new initiatives of the government, both state and central. Public libraries have changed a lot. National level, the level building digital infrastructure, delivering service digitally, Then promoting digital literacy. These are the basic three aspects of digital literacy. So the fundamental components of digital India initiatives. As part of this, എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവമാണ് IIT Kharagpur. ഈ പറയുന്ന ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഇന്ത്യ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വൺ ലൈബ്രറി, നാഷണൽ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ലൈബ്രറി ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏത് ഭാഷകളിലും ഏത് വിഷയത്തിലുള്ള മുഴുവൻ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നോളജ് ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രൊജക്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് അവൈലബിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നു. എനിവെയർ ഇൻ ദ വേൾഡ്, എനിബഡി എനിവെയർ ഇൻ ദ വേൾഡ് ക്യാൻ ആക്സസ്. നാഷണൽ ലെവൽ ഇത്തരം പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകൾ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ പേര് തന്നെ വൺ ലൈബ്രറി ഓഫ് ആൾ ഇന്ത്യ, വൺ ലൈബ്രറി എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. Higher education sector like information library that will implement so many initiatives, more than a dozen initiatives they are taking. നമുക്കറിയാം വൺ നേഷൻ വൺ സബ്സ്ക്രിപ്ഷൻ ഏറ്റവും റീസെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് തുടർന്നു. അതിനു മുമ്പ് ഇത് കണ്ടല്ലേ ശുദ്ധഗംഗ 6 ലക്ഷം തീസിസുകൾ ഫുൾ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഇതെല്ലാം ഫ്രീ ആയിട്ട് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ഇത് 2 എക്സാമ്പിൾ മാത്രമേ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ദേശീയ ലെവലിൽ, നാഷണൽ ലെവലിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്. Then of course we will face some of the barriers, obstacles while doing these kind of things. These are the things we know very well. What are the challenges and barriers in Britain? It is not come to our library part, but generally what the government, the state and both central and state government are facing. Public library system, everyone knows. What we are trying to do through the public libraries to cater the needs of the common man. Again, the same thing. Then I am coming to Tamil Nadu. You know, in 1948, before independence, Madras Library, Public Library Act was formulated by none other than Dr. S. R. Raghunathan. Before that, he was 1927 or 28, he was the president of Madras Library Association. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ സ്റ്റേറ്റാണ് പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി ആക്ട് കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് തമിഴ്നാട്ടിൽ. ലാസ്റ്റ് 75 years ആയിട്ട് തമിഴ്നാട്ടിൽ പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി സിസ്റ്റം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വെൽ ഡെവലപ്ഡ് ആണ്. ഒരു സ്റ്റഡി പറയുന്നത് 70% of people are well aware of this public library system in Tamil Nadu and they are using it. This is what the organization structure, you know, the public library department is there. It is under the Ministry of Education. അപ്പോൾ മന്ത്രിയെ ലൈബ്രറി മന്ത്രി എന്നും പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇവിടുത്തെ പോലെയല്ല. പലപ്പോഴും പല ഫോറത്തിലും എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ മിനിസ്റ്റർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ ലൈബ്രറി മിനിസ്റ്റർ എന്നൂടെയാണ് പറയുന്നത്. This is structure, you know, Director of Public Libraries, local library, other is then Kanimera Public Library is a state central library of Tamil Nadu. Then Anna Central Library, I will come to later. This is the Public Library Directorate homepage website. You can see the Kanimera Public Library picture is shown in the homepage. Google it. Director of Public Libraries in Tamil Nadu, what they are doing. This is the directorate structure. Director is joint director, is an IAS officer director. This is structure they are doing. You see that the librarian is there, grade 3 librarian, grade 4 librarian, part-time librarian is there, up to the bottom level. These are the library structure there. You can see the Kanimera Public Library, then State Central Library, then Anna Central Library, Kalanjal Library. There are 32 districts, even 38 districts are there, now 32 district libraries are there. Then full-time branch libraries are there. Everywhere full-time librarians are there. They are being appointed, recruited through Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission. Every year, even the state government colleges are also there. There are also every year Public Service Commission recruiting librarians. You see the difference between Kerala and Tamil Nadu when compared to Tamil Nadu with other states. These are the more than 4,661 libraries in public library. ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ ഈ ദേശീയ സമ്മേളനം ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി പറയുകയുണ്ടായി, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ലൈബ്രറി സാന്ദ്രത ഡെൻസിറ്റി കൂടുതലുള്ളത് ഇന്ത്യയിലെ കേരളത്തിലാണ്. More than 5,000 some public libraries are in Kerala, I think, are roughly subject to correction. ഇതിൻ്റെ കേരളത്തെക്കാൾ 3 ഇരട്ടി വലിപ്പമുള്ള സ്റ്റേറ്റാണ് തമിഴ്നാട്. അവിടെ 4,600 അധികം ലൈബ്രറി പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറികളാണുള്ളത്. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ അക്കാഡമിക് ലൈബ്രറിയെ കുറിച്ചോ സ്പെഷ്യൽ ലൈബ്രറിയെ കുറിച്ചോ ഈവൻ പ്രൈവറ്റ് ലൈബ്രറികളും തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലുണ്ട്. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. Tamil Nadu government also having very good initiatives in e-governance agency. ഞാനത് പറയാൻ കാരണം നമ്മൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡിവൈഡിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഈ തമിഴ്നാട് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഇന്ത്യ ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സ് ഈ പറയുന്ന പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ കൂടെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് പലയിടത്തും. നമുക്കിവിടെ അക്ഷയ സെൻറ്റർ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോലെ ഈ സേവാ കേന്ദ്രം തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലുണ്ട്. പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറീസ് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഗ്രാമീണ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ വില്ലേജ് ലൈബ്രറീസും ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് അതിലൂടെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഇത്തരം സർവീസുകൾ. ദിസ് ഈസ് എ കന്നിമേര പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി. ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈബ്രറീസ് ഹോം പേജ്. It is not Director of Public Libraries, and you can see that the website is there. Google it, you will get everything. What State Central Library. It's one of the Kerala, Trivandrum Public Library, State Central Library, Pade Library ഒന്നാണ്. അപ്പം തമിഴ്നാട് ചെന്നൈയിൽ പോകുമ്പോൾ മറീന ബീച്ച് പോകുന്ന ഉൾപ്പെടെ തന്നെ കണ്ണിമേര പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഒന്ന് കാണാൻ ശ്രമിക്കണം. അതിൻ്റെ ആർക്കിടെക്ചറൽ ബ്യൂട്ടി എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നതും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അണ്ണാ സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി ചെന്നൈയിലുണ്ട്. അവിടെ ഒന്ന് പോകുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കും. നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി അവരുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി കമ്പാരിസണും. അണ്ണാ സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ ഇരിക്കാൻ സീറ്റില്ല. നേരത്തെ നമ്മുടെ റീഡിങ്ങിനെ കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് ഡോക്ടർ സഞ്ജയ് രാവിലെ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു റീഡിങ്ങിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു. ലോണിലും ഔട്ട് സൈഡ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത് അവിടെ നിന്നാൽ ഒരു ഗ്രൗണ്ടിലാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത് അവർ ഓരോ ഫ്ലോറിൽ. വിത്ത് എസ്കലേറ്റർ, സോ മെനി ലിഫ്റ്റ്, എവറിത്തിങ് ഇസ് ദേർ. ദിസ് ഇസ് അണ്ണാ സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി. അത് കാണേണ്ടതാണ്. 200 കോടി രൂപ ചിലവാക്കി നിർമ്മിച്ച പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയാണ്. എല്ലാ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും ഉണ്ട് അവിടെ, എല്ലാ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും ഉണ്ട്. E-learning management system. This Anna Central Library they are managing. This virtual reality library. This is one of the important initiatives of the Tamil Nadu government public library sector. Virtual reality. The Chief Minister M.K. Stalin inaugurated the virtual library, the AI kind of technology in the public libraries. I'm not talking in the college or university libraries or special libraries. These are all in public library sector. Tamil Nadu Friends of Library scheme. It's another scheme developed by the public libraries in Tamil Nadu. I'm not explaining details. And it's a digital, Tamil Nadu digital library website. 13 university libraries are combined. There is a state level digital library, like what I mentioned about National Digital Library of India. They have their own Tamil Nadu Digital Library of India. The website is there, you can see. And around 10 lakh bibliographic information is there, or 5 lakh, 5,000, 50,000 e-resources are there. Just you Google it, you will get it. This is the recent one, Kalinjar Central Library, Madurai. You can see. Madurai പോകുമ്പോൾ മധുര മീനാക്ഷി അമ്മനെ കാണുന്ന പോലെ അതുപോലെ എന്താണ് അരവിന്ദ് ഐ ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ പോകുന്നതിന് കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ഒരു 2-3 മണിക്കൂർ ഈ ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അറിയാൻ പറ്റും വാട്ട് ഈസ് പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി ഈസ്. 200 കോടി രൂപ അതിലേറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ചിലവാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഈ 5 കോടി രൂപ ബുക്സ് കളക്ഷന് വേണ്ടി മാത്രം, ഈ റിസോഴ്സിന് വേണ്ടി മാത്രമാണ് സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തത്. ദിസ് ഇസ് ദി ഇൻസൈഡ് ഓഫ് ദിസ് കലൈഞ്ചേഴ്സിന് അറിയാമല്ലോ. പഴയ തമിഴ്നാടിൻ്റെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി കലൈഞ്ചർ കരുണാനിധിയുടെ പേരിലാണ്. This is another library is getting ready to be inaugurated in the new year in Trichy, Tiruchirappalli. This is a 300 crore project. It is in the final stage. It is also named after Kamaraj, another Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. This is interesting thing is that നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ അണ്ണാ സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറി അണ്ണാദുരയുടെ പേരിലും, മധുരയിലെ കലൈഞ്ചർ കരുണാനിധിയുടെ പേരിലും, ട്രിച്ചിയിലെ കാമരാജിൻ്റെ പേരിലുമാണ്. കാമരാജ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് എ DMK മാൻ, ഇറ്റ്സ് എ കോൺഗ്രസ്മാൻ, മുൻ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയാണ്. ദിസ് ഈസ് ലുക്സ് ലൈക്ക് ഇതൊരു പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറിയാണ്. ഒരു 3 മാസം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ പേപ്പർ വായിക്കാം, എനിക്ക് ചാനലിൽ കാണാം ഈ പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി വെച്ച്. ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും തൃശ്ശി പോകുമ്പോൾ അവിടെയും കൂടെ ഒന്ന് വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് നോക്കണം. ഹൗ എ പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി ലുക്സ് ലൈക്ക്, വാട്ട് ആർ ദ സർവീസസ്. ദിസ് അനദർ വൺ 2026 അവസാനം കോയമ്പത്തൂരിൽ ഇനോഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നതാണ്. പിന്നെ തന്തൈ പെരിയാർ ലൈബ്രറി ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് സെൻറ്റർ. പെരിയാർ മീൻസ് പെരിയാർ EV രാവ് സംവിധാനിക്കർ. ഇത് മോർ ദാൻ 300 crore പ്രൊജക്റ്റാണ്. വെരി ബിഗ് ലൈബ്രറി. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ 4 സെൻട്രൽ ലൈബ്രറീസ് തമിഴ്നാട്ടിൽ. മനസ്സിലാക്കണം, ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റിലും ഇതുപോലെ പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറീസ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന മണി കൊണ്ട് ഇത്രയും ഹൈ എൻഡ് ടെക്നോളജി ഉണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല, എൻ്റെ അറിവിലില്ല. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ഒരു കമ്പാരിസൺ നടത്തണം നമ്മൾ. നോക്കുക തമിഴ്നാട് എങ്ങനെയാണ്. കാരണം അവിടെ സെസ് ഉണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് സെസ് ഉണ്ട്, പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറി സെസ്. ഈ സെസ് അതുപോലെ അവിടെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. കേരളത്തിൽ എങ്ങനെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളവർ എനിക്കറിയില്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്കാണ് നല്ലോണം അറിയാവുന്നത്, ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. ലൈബ്രറി സെസ് നമ്മൾ പിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇവിടെ ഒരുപാട് സെസ് പിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ തമിഴ്നാട് സെസ് പിരിക്കുന്നത് ഇവിടെയാണ്. ഇതുപോലെ ഈ പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറീസ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്റ്റാഫ് മെജോറിറ്റി ഓഫ് ദം ആർ ഗവൺമെൻറ് എംപ്ലോയീസ് റിക്രൂട്ടഡ് ത്രൂ തമിഴ്നാട് പബ്ലിക് സർവീസ് കമ്മീഷൻ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ ഇനി 2 ലൈബ്രറിയുടെ വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു 100-200 വേക്കൻസികളൂടെ അവിടെ വരികയാണ്. കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നതാണ്, നിങ്ങളോട് പറയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ അവരെ അങ്ങനെയാണ് കൂടുതൽ പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ വേക്കൻസികൾ കൂടുതൽ വരും പബ്ലിക് ലൈബ്രറീസ്. സോ these are the initiatives they are taken. So through this kind of public libraries, Tamil Nadu or any public libraries in the country is in a transition stage. Any kind of service we can give. Yeah, 1 minute. So some of the suggestions and recommendations I have given in this, and if we have a half an hour or 1 hour, we can discuss more things. 7 minutes, we have limitation. Come to conclusion. One of India's most comprehensive and progressive library network in public library network in the country. the historic Kandimera Public Library, of course Kalinjar Library, then other libraries also having and giving more importance to the public library system in the state, and more than 4,600 public libraries with the diverse communities. They are doing very good work. Of course, the librarians are well trained there. All the district libraries are with all high-end kind of system connectivity, bandwidth, everything is there. I'm not saying the village libraries or mobile libraries. That's all. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir. And finally, I thank the PN Panicker Foundation, especially Sri Balagopal sir, and the പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട ഗുരുനാഥൻ വിജയകുമാർ സാർ എനിക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു അവസരം തന്നതിൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, I have to thank each one of them. First of all, Dr. P.K. Suresh Kumar for ably supervising the presentations. And he was, why I have used the term ably, supervising means every time he has to go there and get the display come. And Dr. Prabjot Kaur, Srimati P.K. Shobana, Sri Binoy Matthew, K.G. Sudhir, Sri Dr. K.G. Sudhir. And in fact, it's a proud moment for me. Why I said proud moment is that all of them happen to be my students in one way or other. Okay. Dr. Prabjot, perhaps you may wonder how she happened to be. At least I am a namesake mentor for her, I should say. And as far as Binoy, of course, it's partly a teacher. That's why I said, you have seen how they were vying with each other, competing with each other in their presentations, which were quite informative. And I hope that all of you were quite impressed by that, and they have enriched your knowledge horizon. Okay, with these words, I congratulate them once again, and now we disperse now. Today's program comes to a close, and we will meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the third plenary session. Okay, now soon after this, you will have the cultural program, and the people are waiting there. And you can have the dinner also after that. There will be announcement for that. Okay, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.